All right, guys, what's up? Sorry about the lateness here. I had a couple things to do this morning. All right, Tesla. Yes, trenches. Listen, like, subscribe. More importantly, if you appreciate the channel, you can donate below. The link is in the description. Let's get right to it, guys. Yeah, I'm watching this 184 on Tesla. 184.50. I wanted to get short right there. Looks like we're holding back up with this trade line. I want to see if we pull back down into the 20-day, into this like 179.75 to 180 level. But it looks like we're holding up. Maybe we're going to run a test. And I told you guys yesterday that those 185 calls, I really liked them. Now look at that 15-minute chart there down at the bottom left. And you'll see, here we go. Here it goes. Let's see. The volume isn't there on that. In my opinion, the volume was not there on that. So hold the phone. Hold the phone. All right, hold up. Come on, man. I'm trying to get my stream up and everything. Let's see if this holds. Come on, man. I don't know why. Look at that volume. That's insane. Yeah, the camera went out. It just went out. You see how it started getting slower? Look at that hold. Okay, we got a nice little wick. A nice little wick there. All right. Please, again, donate down below. Let's do it. Let's go for a 180. Let's see if we can't break up there to 185. So if you guys look here on the 3-minute chart, you guys will see this level that I'm watching, this support and resistance zone. And I was watching this pivot high from yesterday, right? I was watching the pivot high from yesterday, and we've pulled back. We did regain. Okay, let's do it. Give it to me. Hold up. The volume is starting to increase. I got so much going on, guys. So this is why I hate doing these streams. I had a couple things to do. Again, thank you guys for being here. I'm still watching. I'm keeping an eye on Coinbase. All right, are we going to hold? Watch this volume breakout here. That's what I'm going to pay attention for. I want to see if we can, because we have a gap here above us. And I want to see if we can get up there. Let's go. Let's start trying to get up there. And that's going to be up around 187, 188, 190. Oh, my God. I got to log in. Fuck, it's going now. Fuck, I got to log in. God, I'm going to miss this trade, and I'm going to be pissed. I'm going to be fucking pissed. So we caught a nice little trade yesterday, and by the way, the electric went out. I don't know if there was an accident, a transformer, or what, but when I got back, all right, 185 calls. Let's see here. And do we have data at 10 o'clock? I think you have Michigan sentiment numbers, right? I think we have that. Today's Friday, right? Existing home sales. No, stop. This is why I need my stuff running. Existing home sales at 10. Nothing really. Okay, nothing really. Alright, let's do it. I'm going to go for it, guys. I'm going for it. I'm going to go on this pullback here. I'm going for it. Just watch this 184 level. You break through 184, it's a wrap. Alright? You got to get through 184. You got to get through this 184 level. Got to get through it. Got to get through this 180. You got to get through high a day.
Than they may have when money was for free. We're just about, we're at your S&P price target. So how are you feeling? Do you feel
64, 65. It's a nice reversal there. I really like that reversal.
That's when we'll review it.
Let's go.
secular growth stories that are impacting this.
They jumped up big time there, guys.
I think the general population
Let's do it.
today is more concerned with retirement
All right, I'm in those.
realization that social
I got a little bit, paid a little bit more than I wanted to.
what it is meant for people. So whether a younger generation
All right, I'm in those 185s.
years and years ahead,
Yep, look, now it's going to get fishy here.
2 years ahead, or those who are in retirement
Probably pull back.
paying their standard of living,
What did I? Oh my gosh, they charged me a lot. That's insane. That's insane. I want to see if we can't get ourselves a nice little bounce here.
although I guess the question is if in fact you have a greater propensity of people to,
Come on, we got to try to break out here. We got to break out here.
I mean, is there no cost on the back end in terms of
There's no volume coming in, unfortunately. All right, I don't like that, guys. I don't like that.
price for people who were in earlier, for instance, if they add more, it increases their cost basis somewhat, but for
Bang, let's go, guys. Take profits through those high day.
going in, but that's
Take some profits up there.
innovation, other
All right, just take pieces off. Because watch this level, guys. I'm watching 174. Still watching 174, okay? I'm watching this level right here. I'm watching that high a day.
productivity,
So I've got a piece off. I've got half that position off because I don't like this vault. I don't. Wait. I misread that. I misread that. So there we go. Nice little support. It's all right. You can see here. This is going to be a nice trade, guys. This is going to be a nice trade if we can work it out, baby. Let's go. Already starting the day off good. Let's go. We're going to break the high of day right now if this holds. Look, we're trying to hold right now. Let's go. Let's go. Guys, again, hit that like button, subscribe, donate down below. Appreciate you guys being here. Let's go. Let's go. And there's the volume coming in on the downside. That's why you got to take, you know what I mean? Come on, guys. Yeah, give me a, yeah. What's going on? Let's watch the S&Ps. Not that Tesla really cares about the S&Ps. Yeah. Let's get out of that. Let's see.
we were in the camp and we thought that the Fed would probably cut rates only twice.
You know what I'm going to do?
5 to 11 because they thought we were going into a recession. We look at it and
We might be able to pick these up cheaper. We might be able to pick these up a little bit cheaper. Watch this 90 MA. I'm going to be entering my positions based on this. You've seen that it's been a really nice level to enter and exit positions. All right, here it goes. Let's see. Watch the 1 minute. Let's see. If you guys have any questions too about, like, you know, how to give back to the stream, donate, the links or anything for PayPal, Cash App, all that fun stuff. Just want to help you guys make some money. If you guys have questions, feel free to post them in the chat. Anything you guys want to look at. There you go. Yeah, you gotta. That's why you gotta take profits. It was looking a little shady there. All right. Shake and bake on low volume. You gotta get out of that, guys. If anybody's in it. So look at the SPY drilling. All right, so the SPY is drilling right now. Let me pull up this. All right. Wait, come on now. There we go. Nice, I got it. First try. Let's go. All right, let's get on this. So we're on to this. 184 was the entry for the short. Let's just flip it. I still, guys, that don't look good. Manufacturing services. That's what came in right now. All right. 945 S&P Global Manufacturing, 51.7, and then S&P PMI Flash 55.1 versus 54. Tesla gonna go. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's try to take her back to the 20-day. Let's get back down here at 180 or so. I don't like, man, I really don't like the deltas on these, but we're gonna have to just take what we can get. All right, we're gonna have to take what we can get. All right, we're gonna have to take what we can get. Take what we can get. Watch this level. You're still, yeah, we're below it now. All right, so 180. Here we come. Here we come. 180. Here we come. 180. So you're in the gap from yesterday. You're getting a pop back into 182. Give me that pop, baby. Please give me the pop. So that 15-minute trade line just stepped in there. All right, 15-minute trade line just stepped in. Wait for the bounce backs. I'm going to keep this right here. You bastards. Look at that tail on the SPY. Wow. The SPY just flipped it and reversed it. That might be a nice long there, guys. That might be a really nice long for the SPY. Oh my gosh, you're kidding. You're killing me. You're killing me, Tesla. You're killing me. I wanted that. I wanted that so bad, guys. Fuck, I wanted that pop. I just wanted that pop. Fuck. It's alright, we're profitable. We've already made some money here on that nice little pop. Remember, we don't need to catch the whole move. We just want to catch a move. Or the move. Really, the move. Watch the SPY reverse. The SPY is looking a little funny. SPY is looking a little funny down here. Alright, watch Tesla down here at support. Tesla has some support here at 180. Or, I mean, 181. That's pre-market highs. 181. Bang, there's your support. Look for that bounce back. Maybe you get a 183 rejection. That 182.50. That's. And what is it down now? So it's flat now. So if we can get those bounces, I really want that 180 put, but it's fucked. You had to have already been on it up there at 184, guys. That was such a perfect double top, like beautiful fucking trade, beautiful trade, easy money trade, that could have netted you some really good money. And you take it back down to the 20-day moving average. You're probably going to break 180 today. I'm just going to wait and see if we can catch a bounce. Micron's just shit in the bed. Or shit the bed yesterday into today. I don't even know why I have that piece of crap up. Alright, Coinbase pulling back, I think. Dude, you gotta be fucking kidding me. I wanted this Coinbase short. I'm sorry for cursing, but it's frustrating. There's days like this where it's frustrating. Alright, so.
Transfer a self-directed individual brokerage account over to Robinhood and receive a 1% bonus. The bigger the transfer, the bigger the match. You transfer, we match. Offer ends June 28th.
From pep in their step to shine in their coats, when people switch their dog's food to the effects can seem like magic. But there's no magic involved. It's just smarter, healthier pet food. It's amazing what real food can do.
I do not have the chat up, so give me 1 second. Just give me 1 second. It's nice. So we're already up on the day. We're already up on the day. You're already up on the day, guys. Let's go. Shout out, fuck, I forgot what I was about to say. Fuck, I forgot what I was about to say. Oh, you know what? You know what I need to do? Oh, I'm connected. Never mind. I'm connected. I'm connected. I got it connected. All right. That was our chance right there, guys. That was our chance right there. Fuck. Well, that pisses me off. All right, so we know we have some support down here at 180. All right, we know we have support down there at 180. You're coming into the daily trade line. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I would like to try and get it down here to 178 or so. All right. You're stuck below that double top there at 182.50. You're just stuck there. We'll see if the buyers come back in again. This is still a low volume pullback at the end of the day, no matter how you look at it. I just need a pop, man. I need this thing to pop so I can have an entry here. I got to be honest. Like, there's nothing I can do here. This was a beaut, man. This really was. Like, this was a beautiful setup to where your risk to reward was defined. This level right there, bang, 180. It was really right here. I'll show you guys again one more time what it was that I was looking at. And it's this level right here, right? You guys can see this little area right there. Yesterday's high a day, that mild support, resistance level, and it just came in. Because you could see right here, we pulled back off that double top to the left of us. You guys can't see it. And then it pops, support, support, support. We crack it, turned it into resistance yesterday. Pull back, we're bounce off of 180. Okay, we're going to run a test back to where? 184. Why? To see if we can start gaining some upside. If we reject again at 184, we're probably going to crack 180, and we're going to get down to the 20-day moving average. It was just a really nice area. If you looked at it this morning before the market opened, you could just see, all right, 184 is that dude, right? That's where we want to pay attention to. All right, that's just my opinion. I eyed it up, and that's what happened. I came on here and said 184, 184, 184, 180, and look at this. Look at this. Let's get this pop. Pop, lock, and drop. Pop, 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 lock, and drop. Let's go, baby. Let's get this money. Let's get this money. Let's go, guys. Come on. What are you guys watching? Throw it down below. You guys watching semiconductors? AMD had a hell of a day yesterday that I was frustrated I wasn't a part of. It's all good, though. You're not going to be able to catch them all. Watch this level if it tries to hold. Pretty low volume. That's good. Nice low volume pullback. I would watch that 162 level. And then, let's see. We're 162.50. Yeah, that's where it rejected. Broke support. Yeah, I would see if you can. I would see if AMD tries to like bounce back to this 160 and reject there, possibly. Coinbase. This was my trade, guys. This was my trade. I honestly don't know. I mean, again, I was late this morning. There's nothing I could do about it. You have some support down here at 219.50, so be aware that there is support here, and you have the 100-day moving average also down there coming in to say hello. All right.
$1.36.
What else have I been watching? So
About 75% now.
there was some pops in some pharmaceuticals
Company to be acquired for $1.43
that I would watch
per share.
for.
That's SCHR. HCR.
Keep an eye on this, especially if we start pulling back rates, guys. I think you're going to be able to find some really big trades in this sector. If you notice, Eli Lilly, right, Novo Nordisk. Not only do we have the Ozempic stuff going on, but you just had another approval this morning. I forget what it was. Started with the SPRT, I think, or something. Let me look real quick. Let me see. Let me look here on my scanner. Let's see. It was up a lot though. No, not SoundHound. Let's see. I can't remember what it was. I know you guys heard of it. If you guys remember. And look, NVO's having a day. Novo Nordisk, just speaking about that, right? This thing's gapped up. It's a nice gap up, I guess. It's at high a day. Let's cap at highs. All right, so let's keep it going. All right, Spy. Let me take you guys back to Tesla. That's our trade of the morning. 184 rejection. Long back to high a day. 184 rejection. We're looking to get down and actually break 180 on pops. All right, we're looking to break 180, guys. I'm looking to get down to the 20-day moving average, and it should have saved my daily chart. All right, I don't know why it didn't. So I'm looking to get down to this green box down here and the 100-day moving average. That is our location, like real estate. That's where we want to go. You can see we're holding a trade line, but either we need to pop and start bringing the 100, 20-day, 50-day. You need to start bringing at least that 100-day up here. And I don't know. You know, that's just because the reason I say that is because the 100-day has been your level to buy and go and sell off of, right? You get long off of it or you're getting short at it, okay? And as you get away from it, you take your profits. So this is still a low volume pullback above 180. We have not broken 180, but I am curious if we can. I am curious today if we get this pop up here, we could look for that 180, 150 level is where I'd like to try to get it. I don't want to be perfect on this trade because I'm up money already. But I would like to try it. I would like to try to catch. I mean, because look at this, right? We're down 0.2% right now. Even if we have a percent and a half to 2% down day or up, which would be really nice. You know, I would like to be able to catch that move. So as far as, you know, where Tesla is right now, it's still flat. We're flat, 0.10%. So we still have a move. And you could look at the options chain for yourself and say, hey, if I spend 20 cents both ways, can I be profitable on a small position and put the long and the short on? Because if you still have a gap fill. You still have this gap up here. It's a small gap. You have a gap up here at like 187, 188, and the deltas were still telling you the long was the trade. At least even this morning. So the put side kind of paid, but it's just like, look at the volume, right? If you're a person that's like, hey, I want to know what's going on here, look at the volume drying up on that bounce back. Let's do it. It's time to do it. It feels like we're going to go to 180. It does. And I want to take part in this. Come on, just give me a quick pop, lock, and drop. Like, quick pop on low volume. And I want to try to take this down to the 20-day moving average on the daily chart, which would be your bottom right. I missed Coinbase. Again, guys, I was late this morning, so I do apologize. I had a few things to do. All right, 15-minute chart is finally underneath that 9 EMA. What's going on? Hold up. What's going on here? Sorry, guys. Hold on one second. Oh my gosh. I don't know what's going on because I'm talking to you guys. I don't really know what's going on. Let me pull up the SPY. Yeah, there was a really nice reversal in the S&Ps. But it's on low volume. I wouldn't trust it. I mean, you could get a move back to that pre-market high, but it's gotta be a trustworthy move. So there we go. Here we go. We're gonna start making some ground. Can we start making some ground? Look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA has room back to 130, 130, 250. 130, 130, 250 on NVIDIA, guys. Let me pull up this 15-minute chart. The bottom left. Look at this range you're in. This could be a really nice trade. All right, this could be a nice trade, but you got to get above 127. You got to get above this and start closing up there. That's a nice hammer candle. You have some really nice volume on NVIDIA today as well. Look at the volume on NVIDIA, actually. This looks like the most volume we've had in a long time. So I would look for pops back into 130. And maybe even 130, 250. I could be wrong, all right? I could be wrong there because I haven't really looked at it. I had a couple errands to run this morning. Yeah, look, see here, guys. This is your entry to go short or sit to see if you can break and start closing above 127. I take it maybe VWAP is there, or you're just below VWAP. I don't have it on this. But, all right, so there's Tesla. Like I said, Tesla. Let's go, Tesla. So if you looked here at this 1 minute volume, look at that breakout. That's a nice increase in volume. You really haven't had anything to compete with it. So that's why I said, think about it. If it's worth putting on a small position, you know, both ways, maybe. You know, if you can get like a 185, 184 for, let's see what they want for it. And let's see, 15-minute chart. Is it? So 177.50, you have a 15-cent bid ask there, and then 185s, or not 185s, but yeah, they're like 20 cents or so. So yeah, man, I think, or they're 40 cents, right? They're 40 cents. I think they're still trying to lock people in on those. It's weird. It's so weird. I'm just seeing two different stories here with Tesla. If anybody has a stock they're watching that has volume, relative strength, relative weakness, you know, feel free to throw it in the chat. And, you know, let's make some money together. Let's do it. Let's make some money. Let's, you know, it's why I started this channel. I started because I felt like people were getting taken advantage of and not even realizing it. You know, I do want to get I want to get this book done. I've been working on it for quite some time. Whether it's they don't tell you everything, right, that they kind of know or put enough effort into it. There's a lot of data. You know, a lot of these people are data brokers. You know, they kind of really want your data. And you know, it's neither here nor there. It's okay. I don't hate the player and I don't hate the game, guys. This is what America, you know, it's America. You know, it's okay. But, you know, for anybody that doesn't have thousands of dollars and would like to learn how to trade the markets and have the question. DJT, yes, thank you, Brandon. Sorry for the rant. Excuse me. Fuck, Tesla just started to go down too. Nice. I traded Tesla DJT yesterday. Damn. I missed this. Sorry, do I have the charts? Let's put it... I'm going to put on the bottom right. Do you want a 3-minute, 5-minute? No. Hold up. What's going on there? Let's go. Let me pull it up right here. So here's, let's go take it to the charts. All right, DJT. I thought we had room back down here. Let's go to, so that daily chart. I thought DJT had room to get back down here at $25. And I said that yesterday. I said, watch, you know, I think you could test this level down here. Why? Because if I show you guys, because if you look at this candle, right, always think about this, because these setups have happened. We did it with Microsoft Long, offered the same setup. I'm going to show you an area, right? Once you, let's just say this support level right here, right? You have this range, you have that candle breakout there. Well, look at this candle right there. Look at that candle. That's pretty much a wall separating all of this price action for the most part, in my opinion, that says once you break this mild support level and that 200-day moving average, you have nothing stopping you to get down to $23, $25 with that breakout candle. And we've been doing it with Mike. Look at it. Like look, you're just going to straight shot back down to $23.50, right? I would say you would start seeing some support around $25.18, $25, which is you're about there now. And watch that whole area. So once you broke this like support level there, that candle, those breakout candles leave you with a lot of room for extension. Like Microsoft, we were able to make a lot of money on Microsoft longs because of this very setup, which I'll go back to DJT. But if you look here, this was our trade. We did it to the left too. You can see this breakdown. We're like, hey, we get above 424. You know, we have a straight shot from 425 to 433, 435. We have nothing, and look what you got. You got the breakout, you held it, At 420, bang, it was on. And really, it was from down here at 416 because of this candle. I'm like, guys, we start closing up here at 417. We have to look for a move to 425 and possibly even 430. It was a nice $10 move. We did it back here also, right? Once you started to break above, you know, we did this one right here, this range, right? There's a nice range right there. We took that one. We took this one. Really, this one was from back there to there. All right, so anyway, look for them, right? If you look to the left, you're like, man, that's a nice breakout candle. Chance, like, because I picture it like a wall, right? Once you break the support level, nothing. You have nothing stopping you to fall until 23.80, 24. You get what I'm saying. So I didn't mean to prolong that. I just wanted some people out there to kind of, if you guys start seeing those setups, because this rally was based off of that setup all over the place. You can find them all over the place. You know, just once you break above a certain point, when you look to the left, there is just a massive amount of room and nothing stopping you to go there. And that's where your trades really are. Those are those easy money trades that Lance talks about. In my opinion, at least they've worked for me. You know, and we've traded them here. So DJT, you have this pivot low. I mean, I wouldn't find a trade here either. Look at the volume. I think yesterday, today's a nice day, but look at the volume yesterday. You know, really, you had a lot of people that hopped into it yesterday, which we did. I brought it up yesterday. Look at the volume. The volume isn't as, you know, I still think you have room, but there's not as much volume as there was yesterday. I just think, you know, you start getting down, what was it, 25.08? 25.08 or so. From $25 to $23 I would watch, is what I would watch. Let me get back on Tesla. All right, so the volume, you guys can tell to the sell side on Tesla is falling apart, or it's not falling apart, but it's just really slowed down. So we might consolidate here, because you can see now on the 15-minute chart we're stuck between 90 MA and VWAP, so we could get in a bit of a chop here. What I do like is that we have some okay volume with it today. There's still some okay volume. It's just each day that goes by, the volume's kind of pulling back a little bit. So here we go. Now I want to see this pull. Well, look at these hammer candles, right? Look at those holding low a day from yesterday. Look at those tails that are in there. So the thing is those tails are not met with much volume. It looks like 182.50. All right, prior double top. Oh, and we did it with Tesla as well. We did it with Tesla with these breakouts. So I would like to see if we can break 180, guys, and try to get to this 20-day at like 178, 177, 50-ish. We need something here. Where's the SPY? I mean, I can't really use the SPY to trade Tesla. Tesla does kind of is the one stock that does what it wants to do. I did notice for a little bit that you were seeing Tesla rally on days that the S&Ps and the overall markets were down. It's not something that I like put in and really judged. Like I said, hey, how many times was the market down versus, you know, the date was that Tesla was up with it. Like some data that I collected to say, hey, this works, you know, X amount of times. I haven't done that, but I did have taken notice to it. Another thing, too, that I'll mention to you guys is pay attention to the days of the week that the market moves. We've had a lot of Mondays this year that have been like breakout days. You know, consolidate for 2-3 days, bang, right? Open the week up just ripping and roaring. And then Thursdays are some other good days, but you know, it all depends on what you know, when the data comes out and stuff like that. But just keep an eye on that, right? For anybody that's out there listening that is new, pay attention and just notice the days that the market has those nice long leg extensions, and think about what day it was and say, okay, today's Monday. We had a nice long volume rally. Let's see if that happens again next week. Let's just see if, you know, 3 out of the 4 weeks we just get like a nice move on Monday, whether it's to the upside or downside. Is it on a Thursday? Is it on a Friday? Right? Are they, you know, so it's just things that I've paid attention to, because if you do, 2023, in 2022, with Thursdays were just huge sell-off days. You know, at least 2.5 to 3 weeks out of the month. You know, you would have a week there where it wouldn't, and you because of data or for whatever reason, but you can rely on those. Like if you're seeing, you know, something that's in motion stays in motion, right? So, all right, let's see here. So look at Tesla, right? Tesla's not breaking out on volume, and I really want to try to catch me a trade here. It doesn't feel. This is a nice little double bottom there. Let's look at Coinbase. I haven't looked at Bitcoin, so this thing is still just falling down to the 100-day. I need this to save. This was another trade that I talked about for the past couple of days. Was once we broke this level right here, once we broke here, right, that candle, or even up here, really, if you started closing here, chances are we were coming down to 220. We had really, you had a little support level here at 225, so bounce backs into 235. We look to get short, which, you know, you had a nice pullback and a rally there yesterday. You closed yourself right at it. Come in with a gap down today, which is in and of itself a pullback, bounce off the 50-day, reject. Now we're going to go down. You crack that level. Now you look to get back down here at 220, 219.70 to 220. And you should see over the next few days, see if that happens or comes to fruition. You know, it's worked for the past 5, 6, 7, 8 trades. You know, just figure out where it is you're entering. You know, whether it's like break and retest or high volume, like support areas or whatever. And you know, give yourself time too. I think a lot of people fail at options because they don't give themselves enough time. They want to play weeklies and they don't understand delta, gamma. And they don't even understand. They don't look at it, so they don't know. Hey, I'm going to lose 35 cents for every dollar it moves, or I'm going to lose 60 cents for every dollar. And you're like, damn, you're paying $1.20, so you're down 50% on a $1.52 move. You know what I mean? So just be smart. Just be smart out there. If you have questions, you can always throw them in the chat, and I'd love to help you guys. All right? Because you can easily, just by looking at your delta, just make a quick observation. Okay, 20 cents. Okay, you know what? We'll say I'm losing 20 cents for every dollar. For the most part, you know, it'll change, but you can say, all right, let me manage myself. If I want to lose $100, let's, you know, maybe I'm cool for buying 4. Let's just buy 3 contracts because we know that delta is going to get higher or lower depending on how this, you know, how the market moves. Or maybe you're, you know, you got a 25 delta and you're going to, you know, use $100. You know, you can see, all right, I can buy 4 contracts. And it's, you know, from where I'm at, my risk to reward, you know, you can go a little bit more in depth, but to keep it quick, that's what I do. All right, I just look at my delta so I have an idea where the stock is at. Like Tesla's still flat right now. DJT is down 4%. Man, so if DJT does bounce back, if you can get a bounce back to 26, I wouldn't mind taking this thing. And I would watch out. There was an interview with Chamath. Onomatopoeia, like I don't know that camp song. All right, Nvidia's bouncing. There goes Nvidia. Nvidia closed above 127, guys. Nvidia's closing above 127 here. Look for the top end of that range at 130, 132. Nvidia might be a nice trade there. So he came on, right? He came on and they pointed out, hey, you know, it goes to show you what the media and the things have said around us to make us feel a certain way. And you could tell that a lot of them were already persuasive. You know, it was just, there was somebody in Biden's camp that was like, not in his camp, let me rephrase that, was kind of like, you know, leaning more towards what he had to say. And he wasn't doing the hateful things and that he did a while ago. But anyway, so that relates to DJT because that interview, I think within the first hour, had 100 and some thousand views. So I'm wondering if you get some type of catalyst with DJT where there could be talks about it, and maybe like just saying, oh, you know, we're starting to get these latest polls that, you know, he's up, blah, 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 and maybe you get a bounce out of DJT, because you got to look for support down there at $23 to $25. All right, 23 to 25 is what I would be watching for. And you're down already 3.5%, so, or, you know, pretty much 4%, so maybe you do get a bounce down here. You know, maybe you could bounce, take it back to high a day, but I'm not sure. Coinbase, I will say Coinbase still, I'm looking for it to get to the 100-day moving average. I'm looking for it to get to the 100-day moving average. All right, 220, 219, that's where I'm looking for Coinbase. NVIDIA rejecting 227 now, it looks like. So again, you needed to close up there. Wait, yeah, you needed to close up there. Let's see. I know you guys can't see it because I can't really see it, but I had to look. Yeah, so there she goes. Let's see here. Watch NVIDIA. This is your pre-market lows. Pre-market lows on NVIDIA. Let me get my charts set back up again, guys. I do apologize. There's one thing I don't like about this, and I'm thinking about going back to TC 2000. No. Just because, like, you know, even if I go from one stock to another, it should still put it to where they should have it engineered to where you're still seeing, you can still see what it is you're looking at. It's not like, you know what I mean? I can't explain it. Like, not all over the place. Like, it should be there where it just automatically resets to a, you know, according to the stock itself and how much it's up and down. It should just be able to fit itself in that screen. And it doesn't. Alright, bang. Hold up. I do apologize, guys. Just give me 1 second. I don't know what happened here. Oh, that's because the thing moved up. That's why. That's what happened. Alright, let's see. Are we getting some support? Nah, there's no volume. This is, I think they're going to suck people in on the long here. Unless you can see, unless you start getting some volume, I would not, I'm not falling for it. I'm not falling for it. I'm looking for this rejection at 182. Watch VWAP. Alright, let me do this. This, and this. Yeah, I didn't really do a big analysis on DJT because I felt like the moves kind of, like, you already had to be in it. We were watching it for a couple weeks where, you know, we said, hey, man, this thing's got some nice downside. And I forgot about it. Sometimes that happens, too. It's like, you know, it's kind of good, I guess, to put a sticky note and say, you know, don't take it off of your monitor for 2 to 3 weeks so you don't forget about some names. Bro, a breakout on Tesla. If we can get some volume in here to like 185, 186, man, this could be a nice trade. I'm not sure if we get it, but I can tell you guys right now. 183. Let's see here. Can we get something to change?
I'm wondering, and I know the New York market is very different from many other markets in the country. Maybe it's completely unique, but it does seem like prices are really coming down. I've noticed a lot of price cuts in the market, and I'm wondering if that's what you're seeing, and if sellers are really reflecting the idea that perhaps in New York there might be inventory that people don't necessarily want, and they have to adjust their prices to reflect the mortgage reality.
It is somewhat of a confusing market.
Free. Everybody wants free shit. I just seen something on, not here or you guys or anything. It was something else.
Coming up, natural gas storage at 10:30.
Right now it's 36.1% of all homes on the market.
A build of 69 BCF is expected.
This time last year. Last year was 31.4, so 6% higher.
Give me 1 second. I have to use the restroom, and I think Tesla's getting ready to go. Come on, man. Let's do this. What are you going to do? What you want to do? What you want to do? Come on, you want to break? Fucking right, baby. Let's go. What's that volume?
their skis in the way of supply. Well, there's no
All right, you know what, guys? I'm just going to go in for a 177.50. I'm just going to buy it because I can make it free. This was lower volume.
Adam F. mentioning SLB.
And I want to see if I can try to buy this thing both ways, because I do think we could try by the end of the day. You know, Tesla is flat right now. We are floating flat. Let's see. Does it hold? I'm not in anything. Let me use the restroom. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. Just watch if we reject this close. All right. If we hold it, let's look for another run back to high a day. But you got to get above and take profits up there at 182 to 182.50. Take profits and unless you want to hang on and be a hero, go ahead. But I like my money. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back, guys.
other market drops in Florida than any other market. And so I think that's the market that may deal with the pain.
Is it predominantly single family or multi as well?
Single family, condos, both.
Yeah, gotcha. Robert, appreciate the time today.
Glad
Thanks
to be
a lot
here.
for coming by.
Coming up after the break today, Ferrari revving up higher or outperforming Ford, GM, Stellantis, and the S&P over the last year. And today, the luxury car maker revealing the next chapter in its future. Robert Frank is live in Italy. Hey, Robert.
Carl, this is the famous Ferrari V12. This is the beast of engineering that has powered Ferrari for nearly 100 years.
God,
Today,
I'll be
Ferrari
right back.
launching this factory that will make cars with this engine, as well as the first all-electric Ferrari. We're going to tell you what an all-electric Ferrari might cost, what it might look like, what it might drive like. Coming up after the break.
Okay, you know what? Let's do some homework here. Let's do some work. Let's turn this off. Let's do some work. All right. Let's see here. Let's go to this. Guys, you know what? You know what? You know what? Let's get a little pull. Yo, let's go. Let's hold this level right here. You have look at this trade line. You're above the trade line. Watch the hourly trade line. I know it might sound crazy. Look, resistance, right? Resistance. Look, bang, bang, bang. We're above it. Let's see if we can't try to get to the upside here. I just don't think the volume's there. I just don't think we have the volume, guys. Unfortunately. You're still holding that pivot low from yesterday, that close. I think we have a room for the long if we go next week, but we need a short-term pullback. I think we need a short-term pullback. I do. I think you get a pop here or like a little pullback. I want to get that pullback, and I think we could hold 150, depending on how we pull it back in there. It's tough. It's really tough. Let's see. Is this overdone on the 1 minute? No, it's not. It's sitting right in the middle. That sucks. All right. Might be watching the wrong thing here, but that was a massive buy volume right there. There was a lot of people looking at that 184 level saying, hey, that's our guy. Go get him. There she goes. She popping. She popping. She pop. Okay, so
Ferrari shares an outperformer on the year as the company bets big on an electric future. Robert Frank is live in the company's new factory in Maranello, Italy, and joins us with an inside look.
and I don't trust that SPY move either, because that SPY move was on very low volume. I don't trust it. I don't trust it. This seems like the hard thing to do, honestly. Ooh. Let's do it. You know what? I'm buying it. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Hold up. Hold up. The 177.50 put. Hold on. I'm not in it yet. Not in it yet. I don't think it's going to matter much now when I take it. Let's do it. Even though I think we could get a pop. All right, I just took the 177s, guys. I just took those 177 puts. I only bought a couple. Very small. And you know they're going to fill me at 15 cents. You know they are because I'm market ordered in, and that's what I paid. All right. So I have that. Got a couple of them. I don't like the... I don't like the put side, guys. I got to be honest with you. And, you know, I got to be honest with you. They might sit this thing sideways. I might have to find something else or find some news to trade. Look, the volume just fell apart there. Am I missing something? Am I missing something? Watch it bounce. Here it goes. It might bounce. Let's it feels like we're gonna get a quick bounce, but 185, 20. I'm gonna try for a... So tough. I want to try for a long here. Yep, I know it. Like I say, what time is it? It's 10:30. I should have just traded the SPY, but it's just part of me feels like just weird. I might end up not watching Tesla because I feel like the SPY right now might give us a better opportunity. Today's OPEX too, I think. And I haven't been able to do much work this week. I was really busy. So, come on. Trade line, reject it. What did I do? Did I get that? I got them for 15 cents. I could have sold them for 17. You know, guys, I might end up just throwing on a 183 long. Yeah, let's do 183.33. Those numbers are so weird. Yeah, that was a mean rejection up there at VWAP, so I'm going to relax and put out a limit order.
71 PCF. The consensus was 69 on natural gas storage.
I'm going to put this up here so I can see where some of these orders are going.
Moving a bit here, $2.73.
Yeah, guys, I don't want to do anything crazy here, so...
On the data.
Means for production and development cycles, right? That cycle's going to shorten? People hope. They hope that production cycles will shorten. I mean, already Ferrari's coming out, I think, with 14...
Yep, that volume's coming in on the buy side. Watch out. Watch out, guys. Again, I'm just trying to trade this, trying to figure out what she wants to do and trade what I can get. You know, I'm just taking profits as I get. You know, again, I would urge you guys to not take these. These are not confident swing trades that I like. Like, hey, this is a beautiful setup. You know, so let's see if we can just try to test low a day, but I doubt it. I don't know. She might just sit here and get pinned. It doesn't seem to want to break the 90 MA on a 15-minute chart. So you may try to get a test of VWAP again, which is probably going to come in now. But who knows? Yeah, it looks like she's going to try to test VWAP again. It didn't break there. Let's see. Yep. All right, there's the long. Look, on the very low volume, too. Very low volume. All right, and if you look at those deltas, they told you. Yep.
Enterprise Mobility,
There it goes.
guide companies to unique solutions from our team of mobility experts. Because we believe the more ways we all have to move forward, the further we'll all go.
Yeah, and those are so much like, yeah, they really want to. This thing's probably going to go higher, but I don't. You know, if I had to like read this, like I'm seeing, I don't have conviction. I feel like we could. It just feels like you're not getting paid on either side, even if you're right. You feel what I'm saying? Like, you get your pops, you're going to have to scalp it, take it, because then it's like, well, you were back above 182.50 and then you broke it. You know, so
Made by vets and delivered right to your door. Precisely portioned.
do we get another test of 184? I doubt it. You know, she'll probably run up to 182.50 and then start rejecting. I don't know. I should have taken that 17 cent that it gave me right off the gate, right out the gate, just to move on from it.
Wait, I'm gonna do my laundry. Better hurry. Then I'll schedule. Sign up for Rinse at rinse.com to get.
Which I have out there. I have a limit order for 17 cents. I'm not sure if I'll get filled. Let's see, Spy. What do you want to do? Yeah, maybe the Spy could help us out too. Well, you know, even though I don't believe in much conviction from either one of them. You know, I feel like it's not a good idea to use Tesla. You know, unless the Spy is massively selling off. So I have a limit order out on those. We'll see what happens here. It looks like you're just playing this range right here right now, which is like right here to probably even there at 182.50. This looks like the range is just playing around in. I would like to see if you could try to get an extension, just even test low a day and put in a nice like double bottom, you know, something like this where it just rolls up, pulls back, and maybe you can make another lower low, suck them in, get long at 180.50 for next week, and then look for that. I don't know, you know, it's tough. Yeah, they're not going to fill me on those. It looks like. Here it goes. Watch for the breakout here on Tesla. Watch for a breakout. There's just no volume, man. That pop is on decrease in volume. This is a nice bear flag. It really is. It's a nice bear flag in my opinion. And look, if you start breaking above here and closing, just like we talked about a little bit ago, if you can get above 182.50, then hey, you know, let me get rid of this. I think I got to go back in here to get this order. I want to give it a little bit, but I feel like we're not. Look at all these wicks down here. We're going to the upside. Let me get out of this and get rid of this for a few cents loss. And I think you're going to get that breakout. Once you start getting the 90 MA and VWAP, you're going to have a breakout to the upside or to the downside. The downside isn't where you want to be, though, because the downside is met with all tail. So, like, every level, right, 181.50, right, support, 181.38, 181.33, 181.07, 181. You know what I'm saying? So there's like support. Here, we start breaking up above here. We had this nice long candle, and we ain't got any resistance until we get to 130, 183, whatchamacallit. So, you know, let's see here. Look, but once again, which could change. Look, a decrease in volume. All right, that volume is pulling back on the bounce higher. So this is why it's like a no trade for me right yet. I should have taken the long side like I said. But it's all good. It's very small. I locked in some nice profit this morning. I hit it hard. I'm just gonna wait a minute and see what happens here, because if the SPY starts to pull back, what's that do to Tesla? You know, what's that do up here at 182.50? Wait, did I get rid of that red? I had a red box there. Yeah, I didn't want to do that. I don't know why I did that. There you go. Alright, I did not have the chat up either. What's up, Ace? How you doing, bro?
So do you think that the remedy for this, though, seems anti-capitalistic, in that you would have to have government intervention, you would have to have, these, rules and regulations in place to stop these large companies from getting larger, from earning more?
Alright, so pay attention to, I guess, what is that? Tuesday. Tuesday is low. Tuesday is low. You are above VWAP on the 15-minute. You might start to get a breakout here, but this volume is poop. All right, come on. What are you gonna do, Tesla? I knew it. You fucking bastards. You fucking bastards. I should have got out when they gave me 17 cents. I'm trying to wait for a pullback here, because I still think I could get one. So I'm gonna relax. It's a very small position. It'll just take from my winner this morning. All right, that's what it'll do. If it's only a little bit. It really doesn't even matter. I was just seeing if we could get this breakdown here to the 20-day and try to get to it. I'm gonna hold on to it. Yeah, this is. Let's see. Let me pull this back, because again, I still want to sell it when there's some value to it, but I also don't want to I don't want to sell it too soon. So where am I going to sell it at? Look, we're closing above there. Pulls back. People are probably going long again right now. All right, so this was our level that I was watching, was 184. And we broke it on an increase of volume, so it should act as resistance. It should act as resistance. Has, the probability that it does is... Man, if we get a gap fill today, though, that's what I was ultimately looking for. Was a gap fill, to the left of us. There's a gap up there. All right, let me see. So I got 15. Man, this sucks, because 10 cents to 15 cents is a 50% trade, right? So to try and get 17, it's almost like pretty much 70% outside of your commissions and stuff. Are we going after 186? I just don't see the volume to the buy side. That's my only problem. Right? It's my only problem is like this volume compared to this volume. It's just okay, because the majority of that is actually probably buying. Yeah. Like look, like you see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? All right. Let's do this. There's support right there. Let's see if she turns that into support or breaks it. You're back below VWAP. Trade line. Let's see. This is a determining factor right now. What's it going to be? What is it going to be? That's a nice flat top resistance. You turn it into support. Let me get rid of this. Hold up. Is she turning it into VWAP into resistance? You're bound. Nope. She just ripped. Hold up. Hold up. Just stay. Just hold. Hold on. The volatility should still help me get. I still think I'm wrong. That's why I think I'm right. Does that make sense? Does it make any sense? I think I'm right because I think I'm wrong. That was the most reverse mind fuck. No, so here it goes. It's as simple as that, right? You break out, nice little increase in volume there, but ultimately I feel like, let's look at a 5-minute just to see where the volume is here. You know, volume is very low to the buy side, so, you know, your deltas though are telling you, you know, you're going higher. They said that yesterday too, and it went lower, but let's just hang on. Let's see what happens here, because the SPY is kind of drying up too a little bit. So I'm just hanging on here. I don't want to hang on too long. I don't want to overstay my welcome. But oh, you turd burglar. Damn it. I should have sold right there. That was it. Look at the volume right when I said that. Look at this volume. Look at it. Right there. Fuck. Alright, let's just see. You're going to have a runner here if this thing breaks. If this thing breaks, I'm okay taking a small loss. We still have not... It's going to happen, though. Here it goes. What time is it? It's 10:45. Let's see. It should start to break out very soon. Should start to break out to 183 and go back to high a day. And the volume on the SPY gave up too. To the downside, it looks like. Alright, there it goes. And then we look for 186, 186. It's just so hard to go long because I'm going to do it. I'm actually going to go. Alright, guys, I'm going to go long. And I know this is crazy. This is so far out of the money. But I want something to match it. Come on, you gotta break out. It's gotta break out.
With the Fundrise Innovation Fund, you can invest in some of the world's top
It's gotta break out.
including those leading the AI revolution before they go public. The future is now open for investment.
Invest with an advantage with CNBC Pro.
CNBC Pro is for all those investors out there who are following news and trends.
Let's see here.
CNBC Pro gives
Is
you
that
the
it?
tools that you need, access to market-moving interviews, global market experts, and
I think on the longer term trend, it has a pullback left in it. I do. I do. I think she has, you know, a mild look, like, I don't know, like a half hour worth of a pullback. But from now till next week, I'm bullish. I'm bullish Tesla. Like, I don't want you guys to get it twisted at all. Don't get it twisted. I want to be long Tesla. But I think, you know, in the near... Oh, my God, you asshole. You're such a fuckface. You're such a dickhead. Such an asshole. Alright. It's just gonna... don't even trade it, guys. Don't even trade this. It's just gonna piss you off because it's gonna pull back. It's gonna get back below that level, and you know, you get a nice pullback to 182.50 and hold it, and then you could look for like a nice big volume breakout day. You know what I mean? I just don't know if you're gonna get that today. There's not any volume, so I'm gonna get out of this. Take a small little loss. Still green on the day. Take a little loss here. What was it? So it was the 177.50s. 177.50s. Shithole, man. So I'm down 50% right now. And there you go. Like you said, once you get above here, you start closing up here. You pull back to it, 182, bang. All right, you got to watch 183, 183.50. 183, 183.50. Just feels like short term she might want to pull back a little bit, but we'll see what happens here. We'll see what happens. You can see this breakout is also on a, decrease in volume. All right, all that volume that you did have, right here, you guys can see that. On where? That. So, did have volume on the way up too. I don't know, guys. Anyway, let's move on. Move on. If you guys want to try for the long, you're more than welcome to. Just make sure you go out to next week or so, because I still think you might get a small pullback. Or something could happen that might be a little fishy with it. And like we said, now it's up 0.7%. We were trying to capture, and I was telling you guys, could we buy it both ways and still profit from it? I think we could have. So I would look for, you have nothing stopping you to 185. All right, 185, in my opinion, would be, which was the opening price from yesterday. And 184. This 184 level is the level I'm watching. Right there. Hold up. Let me.
They historically have been great storytellers, and the Olympics is a great avenue to tell some stories. Brian, we'll see what happens this summer. Talk soon. Thanks. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
As we have to break, let's take a look at the biggest gainers on the S&P 500 for the
And the breakout.
up by about 9%, followed by Caesars, Corning, Globe Life, and Fleet Corp, which are all about 7 or 8%. And still ahead, the countdown to CNBC's annual top states for
It's the
business.
final countdown.
Scott Cohn, who is in Baltimore. Scott.
Hey, Melissa, we came to Baltimore because everything that they're doing in the wake of that bridge collapse back in March is just a fast motion version of
Look at Coinbase as well.
every state. 54,000 projects under the bipartisan infrastructure law, $500 billion in new spending.
You're getting some breakout points here. What's DJT doing? Still pulling back. It's the final countdown. I would like to try and take an NVIDIA position, but damn it, my sandwich is cold now. Fuck. Fucking Tesla, you're an asshole, bro. Oh, now it wants to break out on volume. I got you, bro. I got you. What's weird is those options did not go down on that rip. So if we get a pullback, I'll get out of these.
Fixed income today helps secure tomorrow. Our time-tested fixed income suite, backed by over 145 years of risk experience.
I wouldn't mind trying to put it at 10 cents. But I don't want to be trying to sit in a limit order.
about understanding what just happened in the market sector is very good of mine. I'm looking to talk to all investors.
Coming up at 1 p.m., the Baker US rig count.
Investors, I'm always like,
Closing bell overtime, 4 Eastern, CNBC.
Thinking about selling a house? We buy houses in any condition. House needs updating or repairs.
Come on, give me 8.
Just sell it as
Give me 8.
dealing with a vacant house.
Come on.
Tenants, no problem. Just sell it as
Look at that rejection, man.
just tired of making mortgage payments? No problem. Just sell it as is. Get an as-is cash offer now by calling Diamond Equity.
Call 1-800-452-5446.
Diamond Equity is Atlanta's largest direct real estate buyer. We even buy condos, apartment buildings, commercial and industrial buildings, and vacant land. We pay cash.
All right, I took that off, guys.
You don't need to do
It's all good.
call. You pay no agent fees, no
It's still green on the day. You know, I had a chance to get out there at 17 cents. Oh, wow, look at this. Why did I not look at that? Now I see it. Oh, my God. I just got duped. I got duped. It's all good. All right, let's go to the SPY.
Yeah, that would, Mike. You know, behind me, the site of what used to be the Francis Scott Key Bridge has really collapsed back on March 26th. Last week, a big milestone when they got the navigation channel open faster than pretty much anybody initially expected. Now, they want to get a new bridge built within 4 years. They hope to have contractors
Yeah, I don't know about that.
summer. And they also want to take this opportunity to look beyond the bridge at all of the rest of the infrastructure around here. The roads, the bridges, the tunnels, everything. The first step is to have public
The bridge isn't open, so they're talking about this bridge on CNBC. And,
Secretary Pete Buttigieg told me this kind of work is going on in pretty much every community in the country. He is overseeing
it's not open.
4,000 projects, $500 billion.
All right, so what's going on here? So we have a resistance level up here on the SPY, like
Not enough to get ahead of the
545.
infrastructure needs across the country.
I think it's not too soon to start thinking and talking about what the next 5-year package ought to look like.
Do we get a bounce to 547 again? That's what I'm wondering.
You doing robust investment
Because you turned,
traditional
right? We turned that previous pivot high and resistance, right? Look, you rally, resistance, resistance, resistance. You break above it. Okay, you come back down. You break through it. So what's it do? It goes back to that point of resistance. What happens? Down, up, down, up. But look, what about the support level, which is right here? What about the support level? You need to turn that support into resistance. So I wonder today if we go up because we broke it and then clearly made it resistance there. Are we going to pop and get a resistance level? The volume is pretty serious on the sell side. I doubt it, but we'll see. That could happen over the course of a couple days. At least 546. But
That needs to be fixed. But I guess how fast projects can get done and general receptivity to doing big infrastructure projects, I assume varies massively by state. Yeah, it does. And that's one of the things that we look at. In addition to the infrastructure category, we look at business
So-
readiness. And this year, because it's such a big deal to do infrastructure, we're incorporating land use rules in it. How fast does it take to get a permit done?
I'm trying to chew my food, so give me 1 second.
Of sites that states are offering to companies for development. Companies want to work fast, particularly with all this money at stake.
So I wanted to let you guys know
So it really has transformed things in a lot of ways this year. You know, for a long time we were talking about taxes and incentives.
about, like, to think about and just mention some of the stuff that's going on.
Really has a new place now because
All right, you have now NVIDIA added to a larger portion of the XLK. So, which is around 20 some percent. I don't know the exact number, but I know it's in the 20s. I want to say 26, 22. But you have that added to a larger weighting, right? So if it pulls back, it pulls back. It will mean more than it did before. Secondly, energy. Energy's been pulling back. So with tech being able to rise and all this stuff, you've had energy pulling back. So energy also hasn't been your saving grace for when you have, okay, well, you have this part of the market that's going higher when tech falls. Now, when things start to pull back, coming into an election, secondly, NVIDIA has already started declining earnings. They said some good things about, orders are pretty much said for and filled. But if we go to NVIDIA, you're going to see that growth has stopped. It's still growing, but it's not growing at the same rate of change, right? 80 cents, $1.09, 207, 402, 516, 602, $6, 585, right? Could that happen? Possibly. Could it go higher to 7, 8? It could. If it does, then watch out. You better not be short. You have this, this reversal candle up here. NVIDIA, I do know if you do break below 125, 124.85, if you do break below there, you should see it back down to 120. But think about that, right? You have earnings. You start to have a lower guidance in earnings. You have energy pulling back, which means that sector, along with gold, copper, and all that stuff, may also start to pull back. So they're not going to be green like they were to really get this market going, or at least the indexes. I will say that, there is a lot of money that still had to be put to work and stuff. And, it's just, you have to just be careful. That's all. I still think we could go higher. I just think you have to realize what's going on, okay? Banks are still doing okay. I liked Goldman Sachs yesterday. Today, JP Morgan's down a little bit. But keep those things in your mind, okay? We've had energy. I just sitting here feel like I'm repeating myself, but I don't know if I'm making myself, if I'm being understood or not. I don't really, I'm not a very good speaker, but, I think I can at least get the idea out there, right? And it makes sense. If energy's pulling back, these rallies aren't lasting. And they aren't lasting as long or going as high is because the participation from the sectors isn't really there. Now we've just shifted NVIDIA's weighting, so it's really going to matter now. And then presidential election on top of a decline in earnings from NVIDIA. Guys, I'm telling you, I think this could be a recipe to give us a pullback for a buying opportunity. So be prepared. Be prepared and don't get scared when it comes, depending on what it is. As long as it's nothing crazy, right? As long as it's nothing crazy, you should have already locked in my opinion. I don't care how much, how little I should say. I don't care how little. You should have locked in some barbelled treasuries, 3 months, 6 months, 7, 8, 9, a year. So 3 months, 6 months, a year, 18 months, 2 years, and just let them roll over. So every single month, and you should have that working for you. You should already have that going. If you did not take advantage of it, it's a shame because that you're not. Who knows when the next time rates are going to be up here? You already missed a 6.5, nearly 7, I think, right? Weren't we at nearly 7%? Like 6.8, 6.5 for a 3 month and 6 month? For anybody that remembers or looked, If you didn't take advantage of that, just don't miss it next time. Let's go to the scanners and see what we have going on here. Let me pull this up.
We're waiting for the hedgies to go to the Hamptons.
At which point you think there'll be some bargains?
I do, yeah.
To what degree? What's a reasonable drawdown in some of these favorite names?
Well, I think you know, if you look historically, we get a 10% correction about once a year. We had a 5% sell off. I think we could use a correction, and I think it would make everybody feel a lot better about the lofty levels we're at.
Yeah, but then if we rip and rally off of that, people aren't going to feel so good. They're going to be like, damn, we're going to need a big one. I'm telling you guys right now, just, man, the opportunity that the market gives for anybody that bought anything and still holding it now from like 2018, 2019, 2020, whenever you got involved in the markets, like, I don't know. It's just the greatest. At least even I should say, you know, because it's a little bit different the past few years versus, you know, the early 2020s, not early 2020s, but like the, you know, 2016 to 2020. You know, the market just grinded higher, but the amount of like 100%ers and 10 baggers that were made, it's just outrageous. And I think I'm going to be looking for you know, some of these biotechs. I still think there's some room. You just have to, you know, read the chart, and we'll do that. We'll go over some charts. You know what? It's 11 o'clock. It's Friday. Why the hell not? Like, look at this setup. I already like this setup. I'm going to tell y'all right now. Look at this. This is a beauty. Look at that. Look at that. No. What are you doing? Boom. If we can break above that, right? And what did we say? Look to the left, right? You have a mild level right there. But outside of this level right here, if you break through that, so there.
You know, it's been a tough place to be. So you think it's really the labor market that will ultimately entice the Fed to do its cutting?
So there. So what is that? 138, 137. Right now, 137. You get a pullback. You break out and close above there. Uh-oh, Exxon, there's news. Look at that. You got all that room, guys. Just rip and roar. You just rally to 143.50. All right, let's do it. Looks like Exxon has a news outlet. Come on. I'm watching this level right here, guys. Right there, 111. Come on. 112. XOM. You guys didn't know I'm a singer, did you? Yep, I sing in my part-time. Yep. No, I'm just playing. Come on, man. Let's fucking go. Come on. Let's go. Come on. I was trying to get into 112s, but that's not going to happen now, I guess. That ain't going to fucking happen. You fucking asshole piece of shit. There's like no volume here. So I'm looking at the 112s. You know what? Let's go out next week. What do they want for next week? What's today? 21st. Yo, what? What is this? What the fuck is going on here? Guys, what is this? June 20. What is going on? I don't even know what the hell this is. Are they warrants? I would love some help with that. I've got to be honest with you. I would love some help there. I still like 112. I still like 112. I still like 112. Still like 112. Give it to me. I'm going next week. Next week, 112s.
$2 now on excellent.
I don't know what it's going to take to change that. And there's an insatiable appetite for bonds in this sort of shadow banking system of insurance companies and pension plans. So I think it is a more stable market, despite how volatile it's been on our, from our standpoint of just, these 20, 30 basis point moves in the 10-year. I mean, I've been at this a long time. I've never seen it. I mean,
I remember when it began, we were like, what is going on? And then it never stopped.
All right, let's do it. I'm going to go for it, guys. And I'll put a stop loss pretty close. Really, everybody looks like they're sitting at 111. So we'll look at that for the 28th. Let's see if we can get a pop. Let me look at the chart real quick.
yes, for sure.
Nancy, stay close. I'll see you next time. Thanks for coming in.
Thanks for having me.
So that's a 20-day. That's a rejection off the 20-day moving average. Nice little rejection point there. And the 100-day. Wow. And the 100-day. How about that? Ooh, how about a 2-for-1? Yes, that's because we do not trust you, Biden. We don't like a chokehold on the American people and businesses. Let the people thrive. Stop dictating what you think is right and let people live their life and do what they feel is right or wrong. Oh, my migraine, I got a migraine. I got a migraine.
NXL, more highs now, $2.
Alright, let's do it. Fuck! Every time I go to look, it does this, man. It does it every fucking time. All I wanted to do was just have a check. I just wanted to look. That's it. You gotta be kidding me. I don't know what the last price was. I don't know. Where's it at? 74. 74. So I know I gotta get a better price than that person. 74. Gotta get better than 74. 74. Let's see. Wait. 28th of June. 28th of June. Okay. Oh, I'm looking at 112s. No.
Up next, one of the largest uranium producers in the world joins us. The CEO of Next Gen Energy is here at Post 9.
Plus, huge price target raises from MicroStrategy and Apple, and a giant upgrade from Nike. Plenty of money movers still to get to this Friday. Stay with us.
What's this?
My new pony and I love him.
Yeah, no, thank you.
I ran the numbers on Quicken. It's totally in my budget. Bad, Mr. Sparks.
You know, watch out for 113.
Tracks all my income.
112.85.
Built me a personalized budget, so it's
Could be a little fishy there.
This is amazing.
I know. It is. Yeah.
Do more with your money.
Hi.
Rated the best budgeting app.
It's a lot of money. With the Fundrise Innovation Fund, you can invest in some of the world's top tech companies, including those leading the AI revolution before they go public. The future is now open for investment.
Alright, I cannot play around much longer here.
There are certain things you can do in a house that will last for the ages. TimberTech decking is one of them.
Cannot play around much longer.
Father's choice for all of the things that we wanted: appearance, durability. It was a no-brainer.
We love the TimberTech product so much that we had to do the railing as well.
With what we've experienced with TimberTech, there is no other choice. It's that good.
self-directed individual brokerage account over to Robinhood and receive a 1% bonus. The bigger the transfer, the bigger the match. You transfer, we match. Offer ends June 28th.
What do you guys think? What are y'all's thoughts here? You guys like it? I mean, I think we can get down to 111. You have a little support level down here, like 111.75 or so. Fuck. Wait. No. I'm gonna miss it. Fucker. You asshole. Fucking dickhead. I'm gonna miss it. I'm trying to get in it, but I gotta beat that price that person had. 72. 74. I can't do 74. No, fuck no. They're trying to get me well above that. You're crazy.
$2.43 now on next win.
Make your next special occasion delicious.
Nobody wants to get short yet because they know. Come on, man. Just give me that bounce, bro. Give me that bounce, please.
$430 after MicroStrategy acquired 12,000 Bitcoin through a new convertible offering.
Okay, so hold up. Yeah, here you go. So you have room here from 111, 110.86 all the way up there to 113.27. And what did we say? If you back this out, it looks like one of the main levels on this is really right up there at 113. So if I pull the 15-minute chart, look, it's below VWAP now. Come on.
Are you on track from a cost and timeline perspective?
Yeah, we're in the, after a 5-year process of permitting, we're in the final hours really with respect to the federal permitting process. We have our Saskatchewan approval for the project, and we have full support from all the local Indigenous communities as well. And so we're really waiting on the final review of some minor aspects, all of them important, but we expect in August of this year the EIS will be deemed final, and then there'll be a short commission hearing after that, and then approval.
It is what it is, guys. Somebody else got the 77 cents. That's not me there. But, you know, congrats if you guys took this. I was fooling around looking at prices. I was looking at levels and stuff, and I had my chance to buy the pullback, and I did not. Or the bounce back, and I did not. I still think we have room. I do. I still think there's enough room left. I think there's some meat left on this trade. And I gotta change what I just did there.
AFT and AIF, Apollo Senior Floating Rate Fund and Apollo Tactical Income Fund announced shareholder approval of mergers with Midcap Financial Investment. That's AIF and AFT.
Nuclear energy by 2050, and at the same time, supply I don't think's ever been more fragile or more risk, particularly for the Western world utilities, Europe and Asia, due to the Russian uranium ban. And
sorry, I was watching this thing here on CNBC.
and so there is a very high security of supply issue for Western world
Damn,
utilities.
110.
Being in Canada, the
So you have room here.
uranium production
If you hold, so who is this? I forget.
to the north of the US, which
He's talking about next gen. He's talking about uranium and stuff on CNBC, and I just. All right, so 111.75. You have room to like 113, but like you start breaking that close from yesterday. You know, you got support down there. It's a 200 day at 109.45, 109.50. So that could be a nice little move. I'm missing this trade, guys. Damn, you're already up 10 cents on 70 cents right now. Fuck. I'm so pissed, guys. I am so pissed. Alright, right here would be a nice level I'd like to get to, 110.54. You guys can see resistance, support. And that's what we look for.
The whole debate around nuclear energy has now shifted more to the scientific fact as opposed to some of the false ideologies that have been generated in the past, like on the show, like The Simpsons.
Some argue that in Europe they wish they hadn't been so cautious, right? Given the corner they've been painted into on the security front.
Yeah, that's right, and particularly Germany, an industrialized nation, they need cheap, reliable power, and it's really
right there.
Put a bit of a real handbrake on their economy. They've been importing.
NIBF getting up on here. Victor Foxtrot, $1.20 at the high.
Congratulations, guys. Congrats if you guys got in there at the low 70-cent level. 72 to 74. You had an opportunity to get in. It's a nice job. It's a nice job. Motherfucker, yo, I'm so pissed, bro. These things are going to be in the money very soon. Why is there a 15-minute chart up there? That's what I have to ask. I need to know why there's a 15-minute chart there.
Coming up, a rare exclusive with the CEO of Ferrari's next as Robert Frank is live in Italy after the break.
Plus, who is getting customer loyalty right now in retail? UBS has the winners and losers coming up. Money Reverses back in a moment.
So, all right. All right, so this is Tesla. I just want to get my charts filled out correctly. You know, as you get paid on those Exxon shorts, take your profit, guys. Take your old profit. Not because I don't think we can't get down to 111, 110. It's not that I don't think that. It's just, you know, you want to protect yourself. That's what it comes down to, is protecting yourself. All right, so let me do this real quick. All right, I only have Tesla up because we're watching Exxon right now, XOM. The next week, 111 to 112 puts. I like the 111. There's more volume there. Let's see if Tesla does end up getting back down to this 20-day moving average. I would not trade those puts because the deltas are telling you you're not going to make any, like, it's just not favorable yet. Doesn't mean it can't be, but yeah, so there's that. Give me 1 second. Let me just get my charts done. All right, let me save this. Bang. Take me 2 seconds. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom. I just hate that I have to do this every time something happens. So I do apologize. And that level, put that level on your charts, guys, is on Tesla 184. That's your level. All right, let's see here. Honestly, if Tesla can hold this level now. If you can hold 182.50, chances are you do get your rally up to 186, 185. Let's see. And you have a gap fill up there. I'm not saying, you know, buy a daily today thinking that it's going to happen, but maybe next week, you know, this is important here. You have the 15-minute trade line getting ready to cross up through VWAP. Boom, let's go. Let's see if you get an extension here on Tesla. Let's see. Watch the volume. Keep your eyes on the volume. Let me pull it down. Save it. This is what I hate, guys. I do apologize. I got to save it. Boom, boom. Apply. All right. Again, next week options. Just put yourself in a good position, right? Where there's volume and all that fun stuff. Know what the delta is so you can manage your risk. At least know what a delta is and what it's telling you. That way you know, okay, if I buy 10 contracts, if I lose 30 cents a contract, if I'm losing 30 cents a contract, you know, and I want to lose, let's just say 90 bucks, 369, 3 contracts. Damn, she fine. That's all. Let's go back to Exxon real quick. So we're looking to get to 110, 111. So you could have got these around 72 to 77 cents. Or I'm sorry, 72 to 74 cents. And the last fill here was 80. All right, these are next week 111s. 111 puts. I'm going to try and wait for another pop back up here. I doubt I'll get it. But I got to be honest with you guys. I think if we can break this level here, we have room down to the daily trade line at like 111 flat. And I think we can do it. I'm trying to be stubborn and I'm trying to get a good price. That's all it comes down to. I ended up, there was somebody on there that's out 74. I was trying to get 72 cents. But I was going through the charts to really see where my indicators were to get my timing, down for my entry point. Like if we go back, everything is, to me, it feels like this pop is a nice opportunity. I mean, you know, sometimes I do that, and that's where I could fault myself, is that I try to be too perfect at times. And other times when I'm scanning through the charts like this, really watching my indicators, MACD, RSI, and volume, I end up missing the entry point. But I have to do it. Because you know why? I don't get nervous and say we get a break and retest or we have a head and shoulders. Like, when I know the volume and I know what the indicators are telling me, then I know where my entry is. And I have the confidence. I don't have to question myself. I know people like to say, like this is it. But go back and watch them. See if they ain't scared to death. All right? See if they're not scared to death. I see it all the time on YouTube. I'm like, they're like, yeah, it works. Like there's so much confidence in the trade setup. Yeah, that's fine. That's cool. But why are we just like, you can notice if you just pay attention to their what they're saying and like how they're acting, you can see they're coming up with every other scenario that could go against them because they don't know what the indicators were telling them. And I told you guys on Tesla, what did I say? I said we could have a short-term pop for about a half hour or so is what I would be expecting. But again, everything was about in the middle, so it could have went up. The reason I said it could go up is that, you know, it would go up to come down. But then for next week, I know I may not be saying this right, but I think the longer-term trend on Tesla could be to the upside. At least it has room if it can get some news or something. Tesla has room, like going to next week, has some room back up to 185, maybe 190. I do believe that. Doesn't mean that it will, but those indicators can give you an entry point. Anyway, let's get back to this. So 15-minute chart. I want to see, this is the target, right? Which is 112, 111.75 area. And you're pulling back into it now. If we do break this, we could look for a nice pullback down here to like 111. And it could be in the money very soon. I think you need to get a pop now. Look for a pop back into VWAP and 9EMA, which could be a nice entry point here. Right here, right? Look for this pop. Maybe, and I think you could even get like 112, guys. I'm going to wait for that. I think you could get 112 to 112.20 in that area. Let's see. Let's see what happens here. All right. So let's go here. So Exxon's on watch, and again, that is the 111 puts for next week. next week. They're about 76, 78 cents right now. You could have got in at the 70-cent mark, maybe even high 60s, and taken that to 80-some cents. Would have been a nice little trade there. But again, I had to scour where am I getting in, where am I getting out? What's the chart really telling me? Can you guys tell me what this is also, if anybody that knows? It says 232 out of 100, US 39.64. I don't even know what this contract. This is a weekly contract. I don't know if it's for the warrants or if it's because of OpX or something. But I don't think out of all of the years that I've been trading, that is new to me. I don't know. It's weird. I don't know if it's a Thinkorswim thing or what. All right, Exxon top left, NVIDIA. You did get that rally. We said 127, correct? The break above 127 and look for that 130 to 132 rally off of 127. It's a little bit more. If you're a person that's buying options, it's a little bit different than buying the stock because you want to, you're fighting time, right? So go next week. Do yourself that favor and just go out next week. Or if you're doing a weekly, make sure in something that has, at least for the stock, like 2-3 times the volume and has continuation. But today, I don't know where that's at. I was busy this morning and I did see the news, so you could see some of these drug makers. Like Gilead is up nice today. So if Gilead starts popping off, watch, that could, weirdly enough, it could affect like DJT, Carvana, Novavax, all those. TXN, so semis are down. And remember what I was telling you guys, right? NVIDIA has been added to the XLK with like 20-some%. On the down days, it's really going to hurt. And on top of that, you don't have energy climbing like we had, right? You had banks, usually you'll have technology, banks, healthcare kind of moving up, and just energy is just like flat or going down. But you had energy supporting, the down days. And that's why when you would see semiconductors down, but the SPY's still going higher for the ones that paid attention, it's because you still had energy and copper and uranium and all these auto manufacturers and consumer cyclical energy, real estate going higher. They're not going higher anymore. So when you start to get the pullback, add on the percentage of NVIDIA, add on tech coming down, energy not going up, real estate, industrials and stuff, was really that back end of the SPY to help it go higher. We could start, it's not surprising why we could start seeing a pullback here. Just keep that, add on later on down the road, the end of the year, declining earnings and the presidential debate. Just keep that in your mind. All right, so there's your pop on Exxon. I'm going to stick to my guns here and try. Wait, it is there. It's there now. Let me do this. Let's do this. I mean, I want this. I'm not in a hurry because, honestly, technically you want like 112.40. I will try it again. I will try it again up here. All right, this green box is your 20-day, which also you have the 20-day and 100-day moving average, just to give you guys an example. Also, don't be afraid of the other side of this trade, which is to the upside, because you have a lot of room here. You broke above this 111 candle, right? If I were to look at this as a trader, I'm saying, hey, I ain't got nothing stopping me really to 114. So there could be a nice 114, 112 to 114 long there. You got to get above the 100-day. You got to get above the 20-day. That's why I feel like you're more prone probably for a small little pullback with the news that just came out. I forget what it was. So, so I'm watching yesterday's close. Okay, yesterday's close to me is important because you had a nice day yesterday with it. And I'm looking at the bottom right, this daily. So to the downside, right, from yesterday's close, I have pretty much like this to the 200-day. And then to the upside off of yesterday's close. Because what I'm saying is if I'm looking to the left, I don't have any support. Until where? Where's my support? My support, this in the middle of this is not support. There's no support there. You have the trade line. You have the daily trade line for a small bounce. Chances are you just continue to the downside until you get down to like 110, 109. All right, that 200 day. So, and same for the upside, right? So that's what I have for the downside. And then the upside, I should have room to 114. So either way, we have a move here. You got to get through the 20 day and the 100 day. So we'll see what happens. Just keep an eye on the volume, see what happens. I wasn't able to get in there. It's all good though. It's all good. 2 trades today. Nice long up to, so the game plan this morning was a 184 rejection, long to 184 on Tesla. We got that long, and then the rejection off of 184. And I was actually thinking Tesla was going to, get back down below that 180 level and just touch the 20 day and maybe like 177, which still could be the case, but the options, the Greeks kind of said, hey, it'll be a choppy day. It's probably best you go long or don't do anything at all. So, yeah, so that was my plan there. We took that nice green trade to start the day, and then a very small position size to the downside, and took a small loss there on a really small position size. So it's all good. And I did say that, I did say, hey, very small, guys. Don't take your profits away. If you want to stay profitable, you got to make more when you're right than when you lose when you're wrong. Then you lose when you're wrong. So, all right, there was that pop. Tesla's not moving. Let's see here. Let's go to I was talking about IBB, especially if you start seeing future Fed rate hikes, pullback, Fed fund futures. I'm sorry, I get tongue-tied every time I say it. If you start noticing them pricing in a rate cut more sooner than later, watch this sector. All right, watch this sector. Dude, what is going on here? Just random shit popping up. I think you have a flat top resistance here, and you could have a really nice move here. If you start breaking and closing above this 140 level, watch out. You got a small resistance level here. If you look right here, look at that. Look at that. Bang. Let's go Boeing. Boeing. Sorry. I knew this was going to happen. The minute I just bring something up to you guys, this actually looks a little bearish. Putting in a lower high. This thing might actually pull back again.
Boeing hitting 178.41 at the highs.
Shit. Look, pinned right on that level. Where are we going, guys? Look out for 180 on Boeing. 180 on Boeing. If you break above there, 178. Watch 180. 180 and then 182. 180, 182. Shit. I would say 184, but 180 is what I would watch for. That would be your target. Come on, bro. Right there. It's your target there. 180 on Boeing if you break above. Let me do this. I don't know what the news was. I don't know. This could be an inverse cup and handle. Watch out for that. If you start getting some tight price action up here to like 183, right from there, and then you would be like, oh shit, 184 sell-off, bang. Then that could create a buying opportunity for Boeing. I'm still waiting on it. It's just whether or not the market's going to give it to us or not. Will the market give us another shot down here at all-time lows? I doubt it. I know things are bad, but I think they need to. Like, in order to bring in some buyers and get this whole thing over with, I think they really need to just say, you know what, let's flush this thing out. Let's flush it out, and then you see if we can't get some buyers in here. I know they kind of already did, but I don't think it gets interesting until 160 to 140, honestly. Maybe even, I'd have to look at it. Again, I'd have to look at it. I don't know their float and all that shit, but all right, so you got to pop there into the 50-day moving average, inverse head and shoulders there. All right, here's your 50-day. You did reject 178. You have a double top pivot high up there at 180. So watch the 50-day if you are able to get above it. All right, there's your 50-day. I don't know what the heck is going on here.
That will unlock a bit more activity. A very notable point that I think will be useful for the audience: every 25 basis point move in mortgage rates equates to about a 3% reduction.
I don't even know what the news was. Do you guys know what that news was?
Mortgage rates going down 50 basis points, maybe someday 100 basis points.
Yeah, so if you guys see the if you notice the boxes and it's not at like a resistance or support level, it's more than likely a moving average. If you just ask me, I'll let you guys know what it is or what it isn't. Man, 180 180.15. Let's see if you get one more pullback into yesterday's close, this 176.30 area, 176.50. See if you can't break above that 50-day and actually try to get up to 180. I don't see why we couldn't. I really don't. That's a weak weekly chart. That thing is weak. Oh man. It's like that weekly candle looked like a daily candle. If you guys seen that. All right. Let's see here. Let's go. Let's do this. All right. So, yes, room 30-minute. Sorry, I meant to go to hourly chart. I don't think Boeing's going to do anything. I'm not touching it. I wouldn't touch it. It's just going to sit here. Look for a small little pullback. See if you get a buyable dip right down here, guys. See if you get a buyable dip. 174 with confidence. All right, I'm confident in this. Kinda. See if you get a pullback down here. If it starts to, I'll give you one or two scenarios, even though I think this is probably the more likely one. Yeah, I'm going to go with that. I think if you get that pullback there, look for the pullback into 174. I'm going to change it up. I think that's a better decision, in my opinion. I think that's more likely to come than the 180 level is. I think you pull back to 174, 170. Wait, that is a big move. So, low a day, 176 to 174 pullbacks, and then maybe along into 180 if you want to look at and play Boeing. Okay. The airlines, if you just ask any trader like that's been around for a while, airlines are nice. Not Boeing in particular, but like American Airlines, right? UAL. These things can actually make you a lot of money with low volatility, not a high account. Delta Airlines. Think about them, especially when they're in the news. Keep an eye on them and watch the options. I love trading them. I'm not even going to lie to you guys. I do. You know, I do like volatility and love volatility, but if you want to make money and focus on learning how to trade options and not get your ass kicked, these can be good good alternatives. They really can. All right. So let's go back. Go back to where you were. I got to do this again. I know. Let's see here. That's a nice level too, right here at 176. We already set that 175.90. All right, let me move on. Let's go look at Bitcoin, Coinbase, all that fun stuff. I don't even want to get wrapped up into this because it's just right back to where it popped. So again, chances are I think you see a pullback in Boeing. I do. I think you're going to see this thing back down here at like low a day to 174, 175. Just my opinion. That's all it is. It's just my opinion. That's all it is. It's just my opinion. That's all it is. Okay, the vid. Just not doing anything for you, man. It is what it is. You know, it's Friday. It's lunchtime. It's to be expected. DJT is turning around. DJT, it's a small, low volume lunchtime breakout. which would be up there at $26. $26 would be a target you could look for. Yesterday's pivot low from like 10:30 yesterday, 10 o'clock yesterday. Look for 26 on DJT. Coinbase is just, in my opinion, flat. Got that pancake, pancake thing going on today. SPY is flat. We haven't even, so we opened up on the S&Ps. Guys, we opened up at 544.47, and where we're at? We're at 544.57. We're up 10 cents, and that's off of this pop. So the markets haven't moved. We have not moved a bit. The Qs have pulled back a little bit. Let's go look at the Dow and small caps and maybe even ARK. The Dow has a little bit more movement. I talked about Goldman Sachs yesterday. IWM. I mean, you can see. Speaks for itself. ARKK. Nice little move, but not really. So the markets are a little slow today. Don't get hung up on one idea, one trade. If you have questions or charts you guys want to cover, you just let me know, and we'll go through them and get some levels and see what the indicators say. Like, where should an entry be? XOM starting to drop now. That volume has pulled back though, so if you are short or you did grab those puts, take your profits on the extensions, because I weirdly think, damn man, I think this is the trade. I messed up, guys. Fuck. If I listen, I was trying to get a better entry than 74. So if I can't get 74 to 72, I'm gonna let her go, because 10 cents on 70 cents. It's a nice little trade there, right? It's a nice percentage, I should say. Fuck.
Hey, good morning, Carlson. According to a source familiar, this is not going to be like the Vision Fund all over again. VCs like to call SoftBank's last offensive era one of, quote, spray and pray. Back then, from about 2016 to 2019.
I want to thank you guys for joining us. If we help you guys learn anything, if you make any money or would like to help the stream out and give back, we use it for scanners. It goes to the stream if you want to donate. Links are in there. It's up to you guys. You don't have to, but it is greatly appreciated. It does help to go to scanners, Squawk Box, and, the will to get up and do this every day for you guys. I just feel like, again, that, there's a lot of people that get taken advantage of, I feel like, and sometimes there's other ways to do it, right? Don't you get your food before you pay? You eat, you get your food, you eat, you experience it, then you pay for the experience. You don't just pay somebody and then don't know what you're getting and then get upset. Anyway, all right, 20-day, you got to pull back. Look for one. Guys, you guys might be in the money by the end of the day. I think that's a high likelihood, is that you'll be in the money here on these by the end of the day. I do. I truly think so. So, look, here's my plan. This is my plan. If we get one more pop into 112, I'm going to take it. We get another pop into 112, I'm going to hop on this with you guys. All right, I will be short Exxon if we get a pop back into 112. We just need that 112 bounce and I'll get back in it. So what I could do is set an alert. Create an alert. See, it doesn't show me there. That's not, no. Let me do this. It's going to break. It's not going to give it to me. 112.02. What? Okay, 112.02 roughly. Create. And it already did. So you guys can see here, right? You guys can see that support. I know it's hard to see because it's small. That's what she said. No, I'm just playing. She did not say that. Listen, there's nothing wrong with it though. If that's you. Fuck. I feel like that's a bounce back into 112 already, and you're getting the follow through off of that now. So unfortunately, I think I'm going to create it, and we'll see what happens here. We'll see if we can get that bounce back, but I don't think I'm going to be able to. I think that trade should have been taken when we mentioned it, and we had an opportunity to get it at 72, or really, I don't know. I'm going to say 68, 69 to 74 cents in that range. So, great. You're at 90 now, pretty much, trying to get there. Yeah, last fill was 85, 86. Somebody just got filled at 84. There you go. Let's get that bounce back. I do want this, guys. I do want this, and I think we can. You just got to give it some time. Remember, it's lunchtime right now, so you may just you're getting that follow through right now, and then you could get a bit of consolidation and wait. Just be patient. But so far, that's a nice 20. What is that? Really 70. It's a nice 10, 12, 15 cents on 70 cents. Not that that's a lot, but if you look at it at percentage-wise. All right, let's move on. So if you guys, again, have any ideas or see anything that's moving, just shout them down below. Or if there's anything you guys want to cover, any lessons, charts, you guys want to talk about anything, it doesn't matter. You know, post it down below and we'll get right to it. DJT. Let's see here. What are we going to do with DJT? What are we going to do with you? So, I told you guys earlier, and anybody that's, you know, been here with us for some time now, we've already, back here, been wanting to short DJT. For a few reasons, right? We said, hey, if we can get below this level, like 40, 39 level, that we had a nice opportunity that we thought we could get down here to 30 bucks. And we're like, man, that's a $10 move on a $30 stock. At the time it was 40, a $10 move on a $40 stock. Hey, man, that's a nice move. That's some change, all right? What are the options going to be like, right? So, I forgot about it. We watched it, right? There were days that it moved. See, I think it was here. I think it was that day. It moved. We were consolidating. Bang, bang, bang. Resistance. And then it pulls back, bounces, and then it just went. And it was like, you look back because you forgot about it and started trading other things, and you're like, it did the thing, you know? So, there's a good way to help solve this, and that is if you have a sticky note or anything and want to put it on your monitor and say, hey, I'm giving this 2 weeks. This is the date. You do not remove it. Like, let's just say it's January 1st. You put on there February 2nd, okay to take down. Every day you'll see it. It's there, right? Even if there's a list of names, like you have 3 or 4 that you just want to watch, and you say, hey, this is when I can take this off the monitor. It's not there yet. It's in front of you every day. You train yourself to look at that and to say, here's the list of stocks. Like, usually people will build a watch list by first going over the news and what earnings, or not necessarily earnings, but what are the news catalysts, right? What do we have? Do we have jobless claims? Is it New York Empire manufacturing? Do we have Michigan consumer sentiment, inflation? So you see what you have with the data. Then you go to the news. And you can split it up between a couple ways, right? First, you look at mega cap tech, your Apple, Microsoft, Google, NVIDIA, Tesla, Netflix, Meta, and see what they're doing. Are they putting up any signals for like a buy or sell trigger, like a pattern? If not, okay, what's the news? Okay, and then with the news and or earnings, you coincide with the sentiment which would be the, the data that you're going to get, or the sentiment of the overall market. But you could, I forget, like what I was getting at is like covering those stocks, right? As you're coming in the morning, you're saying, okay, I'm going to have this up here for about a month, and I don't want to forget about it. So you have a list of like 4 or 5 stocks you're concentrated on. Let's just say like Reddit, DJT, Carvana, Kava, MasterCard, or not really MasterCard, but Netflix, right? I do not want to forget about these 3. Everything else can come later. Let me look at these 3, see where they're at, pinpoint where I want to be short or long, and then you move on to like, what's gapping up, down, this, that, and the third. I think these are just things that help me, that could help you. I did not have DJT on my monitor though. That's why I forgot, because I started trading Tesla, right? It's usually what happens. That's how we actually took, I think it was, I forget what name it was, but Tesla had earnings, and the same day Tesla had earnings, Bank of America came out with I think it was either a downgrade or an upgrade of the name we were watching for like 4 or 5 days, because it was like gearing up for a nice big move, and people were watching it. A couple days had went by. It was like 3-4 days, and then Tesla earnings. The very next morning, right? Coming in that morning, Bank of America downgrades, boom, and it was Boeing. That's exactly what it was. It was Boeing's big move. That's exactly what it was. It was Boeing. That's right. See, I'll never forget it, because we kept looking at it. We're like, okay, look, it's day 3, day 4. Some people are falling off the bandwagon here, and that's what they're doing. They're holding this thing up, putting some time behind them, and people forget about it to make the move that's coming happen. Let's not forget about it. Tesla earnings came out. Very next day, what happened? Bank of America downgraded Boeing. That was all that it needed for like a huge day for us, man. It was a huge day. It was just awesome, because obviously everybody's going to be worried about Tesla. I think it was right here. You could go back and look, but I almost assure you that this gap down, this gap and go, was Tesla's earnings. Or it was this day. It was this day there. It was this. I think it might have been this break, because we were watching. It might have been this day here. You'd have to go back and look. It's either 125, 116, or 311. I think it was like 312 or 11 or so, but I don't know. It's weird. It was one of these big days that we took and had a huge move on Boeing. But, that's what happens. And if I'm correct, it was Boeing, because Bank of America downgraded Boeing. If we go back, I'm actually just kind of curious, because it's lunchtime. We don't really have much going on. We could say, when did America downgrade Boeing? When did it? So 125 2024. 125 2024. 125 2024. It was right there. That big day, guys. We were there. All right, so 125, right? Let's go to Tesla. When did Tesla have earnings? It should be the day before this. What is this? Look, 125, 124, right there. That was it. Right there. That's 125, 124. They had earnings. So remember that, right? That's a lesson right there, and I'm surprised that I remembered it, but I did. That we were sitting there waiting for Boeing. We're like, we know this move is coming. We know it's coming. It just, and I said it on here. I'm like, give it 3-4 days. They're just going to let people forget about it. They're going to hang the price action, just consolidate it day after day after day. And the minute people forget about it, it was the minute you're going to get it. And you know what came up? Tesla's earnings. And that very next morning, as well as everybody's watching Tesla. Oh, Tesla. Bang. Bank of America downgrades Boeing. Released early in the morning. Huge day for us. And that was the cat. And we sat there and we waited because we wanted it. We were not going to forget about it because we knew what was coming. Just when. And what was the catalyst going to be? And we found out what it was. It was Bank of America giving us the green light. They handed us, and I told you guys, that was Bank of America giving us our Christmas present. They just handed it out. Here you go, Boeing downgrade. Fucking 10-point day on Boeing. It was sick. It was a nice day. Anyway, so that's that. So that's something you guys could use to help you, because it's the worst, man. Like DJT. This is what I'm talking about. Like, yes, you know what? Maybe there's two ways you could go at it, right? Putting it on your monitor or having a list of like 4 or 5. You don't want it like 10, 15 stocks. You could. But me, I don't want anything more than like 4 or 5 names that I'm waiting for a breakout or a breakdown that I want to keep watching. I want to be able to just be able to go through that list every morning and say, okay, I don't want to forget about these. Bang, bang, bang. Go through them in the morning, see where they're at, and look at the news. Is there any upgrades, downgrades? You know, how long has it been? You could actually start, you know, data setting these, saying, okay, when we have moves like Boeing and stuff, on average, how many days go by, you know, before they give you the actual extension move that you're looking for? You know, we could do that, right? Is say you could use Python or whatever it is that you use and say this one was 6 days, this one was 5, 6, 6, 6. Like, do you see a trend there, right? But anyway, or the other route is you could just swing trade and give yourself a lot of time, kind of like, you know, you got to get your entry point correct, and just set your stop loss and stick to it. And if it has not stopped you out or not above your, you know, it hasn't, the price hasn't gone where you said you were going to stop out, stay in it until it does, no matter how hard it is. You know, you should already know with the indicators and how to read a chart, really where you're still be able to be confident in that trade. The only reason people, in my opinion, aren't confident, the bigger reason, and I'm going to say outside of a position size, because you could even have a big position size on and be, you know, a little nervous of the position size, but I think it's because you don't know how to, they either choose not to or don't know how to really read the chart and use all the things that it's telling you. Because you should be able to have confidence that, like, hey, unless the NASDAQ breaks down or some news comes out, we're going to bounce from now till the next half hour, 45 minutes, still expect a longer term trend to come down, right? We get that bounce, get your entry, you know, give yourself time if you're in options, or don't, and, you know, experience, you know, why you still haven't been profitable. I'm not saying you guys haven't been. I'm just saying, you know, keep saying the market is rigged. You know, you haven't played it correctly or made enough different type of trades to show yourself and keep track of them to say which ones work and don't work, and on what days did they work. So it takes a lot of work, and a lot of people don't do it. You know, I could do a lot more work than I do, you know, but I will say that I do like to have, you know, I do give myself confidence when I'm in a trade. You know, sometimes I even know when I'm wrong and when I'm doing the wrong thing, but I still do it anyway. You know, and I know I'm not the only one. I know there's a couple of you guys out there that have probably done it too. Like, you know, oh, I'm going to go short. I know this thing's going to go higher, but I'm just going to go short because it's going down right now. And I'm doing exactly what I shouldn't do. And I know that the market's going to reverse, but here I am still going short anyway. The market's been going up for 3-4 days, and yet here I am trying to short it. It's just weird psychology in us as humans that, you know, we're trying to just get that little pullback, like it's going to pull back and then go higher. And we just want to get that pullback instead of going long the pullback. It's funny. Been doing this for a long time, man. I don't care how long you do it. You'll still, from time to time, do some just dumb stuff. You know, it's hard. You know, you physically gotta, especially when you have some real size behind it. You know, you really watch what you do when you have some size behind it. But when you're just, you know, a few $100, maybe doing a lot of, I don't know, maybe you're just doing some dailies. It's Friday like today, and you're just trying to get a range. I don't know. You know, you could be a little lazier then, but size, in my opinion, for me, kind of helps. It's like, yo, you damn sure about this, right? You know, like, I still know that the NASDAQ could lose power, and my broker could just automatically close down and not fill me for whatever reason, or something could happen. right? And I could still be right, but still lose because I can't get out of the position because it's a daily. But anyway, AMD had a nice day yesterday. This week kind of was like a week for me that I feel it's going to be going into next week. I feel like it's going to be like, all right, let's come up with a game plan. We've had Coinbase, Tesla, a couple of these nice trades for the past, 2-3 weeks. What's next? I feel like this week with a holiday during the middle of the week, and it just feels weird. Like there wasn't much volume this week. We had a nice move Monday, but it's been pretty boring mostly, and it's been a little weird with the vacation and or the day off on Wednesday. So let's see what happens going into next week. I need to keep Exxon up here somewhere, guys. I do. I know Tesla's bouncing there. See, Tesla's just sitting sideways. That's kind of what I thought. Damn, 111.75 now. Did anybody take these? I'm just wondering. Did anybody get in these June 28th 111 puts? 111, right? Yes. Should be 111. Yes, because of the volume. Yeah, the volume's definitely increased. Exxon is something that's not going to move with a lot of volatility, so you'll have to give it some time. Maybe trade the range that it gives you. Right? Like right now, taking your profits and see if you get a 112. I still haven't got my 112 entry. If we do get back there sometime today, I will try to take this possibly. Because the other side of this trade that I'm looking at is if this area holds. If we sit up here and hold 111.50, chances are we're going to break that 20-day. But I don't know. I don't think we do. Yet. I don't think it happens yet. So. I wouldn't mind trying for 112.25. I just don't know if I'll get it. Damn, yeah, they were talking about Starbucks this morning. So Starbucks, we bought that the day after their earnings in the long term. I told you guys I was grabbing some, just for disclaimer, and going long good companies when they're down. Right, it might be hard for some people, but if you can do that, you will be like Nancy Pelosi and the rest of them. That's all they do, guys. When good companies see downturns and there is, prices that are distressed in valuable companies that are not going anywhere, that will rise in the next 5 to 10 years, or should at least, as long as we're here. You gotta just go long, buy some and then grab some leaps and you'll do good. Like how many of you got, like we bought Apple. We bought leaps on Apple and went and added more. You're getting paid for it now. The timing factor is one thing, but if you just concentrate, right? Here's the thing, right? Because I'm going to show you guys Starbucks. Here's the thing. Not only did we buy this the very next day, right? We bought this down here in front of this level, in front of the 73s, the low 70s. We had about 5 to 6 breakout days that we took advantage of. And these were really nice trades. Really nice trades. Right? Right here. Look at all these breakout. The thing is that it has volume, continuation, put your feet up trades, take profits on the extensions. All right, here was your first one right there. All right, right here on the lows. Bang. All right, right there. Wait, shit, sorry. All right, look at the continuation. Boom. And then what happened? Day 2 continuation. Bang. All right, consolidate, pull back to prior highs right here. Bang. Bang. Right? We were on these. We were on all of these. This one, I don't think we took or brought up until it was up there at $81. But that was 1, 2, 3, 4. I knew it was close to like 5. I thought I counted 5. Breakout days. Not only that, we own the stock. We bought some. You could have went and bought Leafs. You know, you do what you want, but I told you what I was doing, and we traded it intraday. With this thing has been an ATM machine. It's kind of I thought I was going to lose power again. Again, they were. I don't know what happened yesterday. I lost power yesterday because of either an accident, transformer, or they were working on something. But anyway, that's all, guys. You know, just when you have a company that they do business around the world, they're not going anywhere. People are still going to have Starbucks coffee and everything. It's just how it is. You know, whether there's some hard times now, buy it. Because the chances are you're not going to get that opportunity again. You know, so think about that next time that happens. If you didn't take advantage of Starbucks, that's the latest one I could think of. I'm still reluctant on airlines. And hell, even if you get paid, on this bounce back, take your profits. Take half of the profits, put it in something else maybe, Just keep working that money, man. Put that fucking money to work. All right, let's look at Coinbase. Oh, CrowdStrike. I did want to look at CrowdStrike. I've been sitting here trying to follow it for the past few days. I never got long CrowdStrike yet. Net was one stock that I wish I still owned. Actually, I would have sold that shit in the 200s. I'm going to be honest with you. Because I checked out their website, and it was so, like, homemade, shady looking. I'm like, dude, what the hell am I buying this? This thing isn't a fucking corporation. Excuse my language, sorry. And I ended up, like, sitting on it. It was just flat. I do my research. I just look at, I try to do some research on it, go to their website, this, that, and the third. And when I go to their website, it kind of felt like, it was a couple of guys that were just running some business out of the garage for some other companies. Like, that's cool and all. I love that. That is America. If you want to ask me what America offers you, I think it's that, right? The opportunity, if you take it. Sometimes you're going to fail. Sometimes you're going to make it. But if you can get one or two out of the 10 ideas that you have work, all you need is one to work, guys. And remember that. So if there's anything you want to do in life, just because you fail, keep going. Because, again, if you can just get one of them to work, I don't care if you tried to start a business 10, 15, 20 times. If you just get one to work, that's all you need. All right? And you're going to learn different things throughout those processes as well. But anyway, that's just... I wish I still owned that. I sat on it. I think I bought it at like $28, $32, and I sold it at $38. I said, I'm out of this thing. And next thing you know, the minute I sell it, it freaking runs to 200 some bucks. But anyway, CrowdStrike is one that I wish that I bought sooner. And I had an opportunity to buy this thing down at like 70, 80 bucks, and I didn't, unfortunately, which is back here. I actually had a chance, I guess, if I'm not mistaken, back here in 2020, and I didn't. I could have bought it a lot cheaper. 58 bucks, 50, 60 bucks, that's right. So I'm not wrong. And I didn't do it, and I watched this thing. It's at 120, 200, and look at it now, 400 bucks. So, it's all good. So here it is. It's pulling back now. Weird. I mean, not weird, but Snowflake. You know what? I might end up buying some Snowflake if we can get it a little bit cheaper. Let's look at it here. My stuff is frozen up. Look for support here on CrowdStrike. You do have this little area there at 370 on CrowdStrike. Maybe if you get another bounce back into 380, you could look for, look for pullbacks back down into 370. Or if this holds, maybe you look to try to go long. But look at that volume there. I wouldn't fool with that volume. It's a lot of volume today. Let's look at Snowflake, because this thing just got destroyed after the CEO stepped down. And I think it got destroyed because I guess the street doesn't know anything about the CEO, right? Maybe they know who he is, where he's been, who he knows, but he hasn't proven himself yet. Right? This is not like, oh, the CEO that turned around so-and-so, right? He's now at Snowflake, and now he's taking on the full-time job. Well, he's a proven, he's a proven CEO. He hasn't proved himself. So Snowflakes down here at the lows. I was trying to get like 110, 100 if I could. If I got to be honest with you guys, you know, you have to understand it. Listen, you're never going to be perfect, but I would say this right now, man. If you're not taking an opportunity at the low 100s on Snowflake, I don't know what you're doing. All right, you got to buy low, sell high. You got to look at Snowflake as a 10, 15-year gig, if not longer. They do it if you go to like CRM, or I forget what website I went to, and I was just randomly looking up this company, right? They're listing off Salesforce, Snowflake. It might even have been CRM that I looked up, and it was just naming off all these companies. And I'm like, damn. Maybe look up Snowflake and what it is that they do and that they provide, and you might have a different sense of them. But I like Snowflake, guys, and I might actually put in a description here that I'm buying Snowflake today. I think you got to think about it. See what, don't just dump all your money in this, and don't buy it because I'm buying it. You're buying it because you want to buy it. I would watch it. You can see that these candles are getting lower and lower. Like they're moving, they're getting smaller and smaller because, you should start to get some buying in here. I doubt, which they could, but I doubt you're just going to get a flush to 115. Save your money if you do, if we do get it. But Snowflake, I think, is something to be looked at. All right, let me use the restroom. Let me grab a bottle of water. Give me 2 seconds, and I'll be right back.
Like financials mid-May. So it's like 1 month. Right. But Shannon makes that point that, yes, it's not just a technology market, but what was a broadening has waned once again, which has led to more narrowness, which is why Bespoke is able to put out the kind of stat they do today.
Right, but they're on the long-term valuation period. They're right in the sweet spot of performance. I would argue even outperformance, and particularly if you take out the tech stocks, which you can't because they're the market, that people are pretty happy with that performance. People are happy with, and actuarially, whether it's the pensions or whether it's the endowments, 7% a year. You've already gotten that in the first half of the year.
You don't have to convince me, Steve. I mean, I've been calling for this broadening out for some time, so I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree, but I think that's what's happening coming into the end of the quarter. I think that's why these couple of days, I suspect that people are going to look to create some new trend with this. And I don't think that that's necessary, just given the timing. We're outside of micro. We're before earnings season. We've gotten some squirrely macro data. This is not the time to think that this is the setup for the new trend, for a new trend, in my opinion.
We said also triple witching in this particular quarter can lead to some volatility traditionally on the other side in June. So
if it holds
for whatever it's worth, just keep that in mind. You have a trade update for us as well.
It could be a
part of a
there.
Put spread, I think, that you put on a week or so ago.
May 23rd.
Okay.
When I looked at this, yes.
Talk us through this.
It was a good call when you put it on. I remember him talking about it. And then the market
corrected 3% immediately. But that wasn't my plan.
Take us back. Remind us what you did, and then tell us the update now.
So my plan, as you mentioned, it worked right away. But my plan was really to ride this put spread. I put it on May 23rd. It's the 520, 500 end of July put spread. And in portfolios, I spent about 1.2% to buy that spread. And then I was looking to hold it through the CPI numbers, the Fed last week, the jobs numbers the week before that, and really protect ourselves. Because I wasn't concerned about NVIDIA. I wasn't really concerned about tech. I didn't like how the market reacted broadly after NVIDIA's earnings. And the market had started to sell off. The broadening, as Shannon just mentioned, had waned. There is some seasonality to worry about here in the second half of June. So I wanted to position myself, and it hasn't worked out. It's actually, we're down on that, about 80 basis points or so. But we've outperformed the market on the way up because of how we're positioned in the portfolio. So that's how I look at things. Now, this put spread, 520, 500, you're limiting your downside if the market were to roll over with a spread. So I'm going to take some money and spend 30 basis points, which I did yesterday, and buy back the 500 puts. This essentially now leaves me long the 520 puts only. And I'm in for the spread now for 1.5% in portfolios. I'm going to see how this plays out for the next week or two, and I'll still have 30 days in time on the 520 puts and the SPYs that expire at the end of July.
So if you're getting a little concerned about the market. Hey, look, the activity from the Bank of America flow show, which we cite a lot because the data is interesting to analyze and then discuss, points to a market that still is drawing money, especially in tech. Tech funds, record weekly inflow, okay? Equity inflow, largest since March of this year. Growth funds, record amounts of inflows into those particular areas of the market, which obviously leads to questions whether there's just simply too much exuberance in that part of the market, to which we asked Ed Yardeni that question on Closing Bell yesterday. Here's what he told us.
A melt-up that is both earnings-led and valuation-led. If it was just all valuation-led, I'd be very concerned about too much speculative excesses. But the reality is these tech stocks have moved on better than expected earnings, and lots of news that suggests that the AI revolution really is boosting their earnings.
Just Yardeni, in other words, Jason, it's justified.
Yep.
That there's not too much euphoria, there's not too much exuberance. Jonathan Golub at UBS today, all-time highs. Yeah, 1999, hardly.
Yep. Yeah, so Scott, I think for me, absolutely. Listen, I mean, you know, the XLK is trading at 30 times, right? 30 times forward. Yes, we have seen some exuberance in the market, but I think it's supported by the fundamentals, by the earnings. I agree with Yardeni 100%. I think that's why we've seen the moves that we had. And I think to his point as well, I mean, it's very early stage in this move, right? So whether it's first inning, third inning, maybe we'll pause, maybe we'll get exhausted for a little while. The story is still early, and I think that's why we see momentum.
So I see moves from you too. You sold a name, and then you bought it. You bought more of something. You sold FedEx.
I did.
You want to tell me why you did that? You bought more Apollo, but take me through the FedEx sale.
Yeah. So I mean, last quarter they talked about some longer term cost cuts that I think were well received by the market. The stock was up 11% post the report. I think now a lot of those cost cutting measures are in the stock. There's some slight top line revenue declines that are expected on Tuesday of next week for the stock. So for me, it hasn't really done anything this year. It had a great year last year, so it was time for us to unload and look for other opportunities.
Yeah, and the idea of whether this whole move in the market's justified or not, J.P. Morgan's trading desk points, and how Yardeni says it's not just valuation driven, that would be concerning if it was, that he suggests that it's earnings driven. We're less than 1 month away, this is from the trading desk, of earnings season kicking off. FactSet points to 9% year over year earnings growth. That's the highest since the first quarter of 2022. Revenue to grow 4.6 year over year. That's the 15th consecutive quarter of revenue growth for that. So that points to, assuming that the numbers live up to the hype, that the market at a 21-ish valuation is not ridiculous. Right. How would you address that?
Yeah, I would. Look, I'd say that the numbers that you quote in terms of the incoming assets, I think they're valuation agnostic, candidly. I just don't think that that's what they're thinking about. I think what they're thinking about is I've still got momentum here versus the rest of the market. I got into industrials, as you pointed out, have waned, and I got my head bitten off. Everybody was talking about broadening rally. I went in late. It's always the late money that's the weak hands. So let me go back to what is working. Let me go back to what's on TV every day, not just on business shows, but elsewhere. And let me go back to what I think I know, things that I use every day. So I think that's what drove it.
Yeah.
I just don't think valuation is a big player.
I got to get to some breaking news regarding the banks. Our Leslie Picker, following the money there, has the details for us. What do we know here, Leslie?
This involves the 2023 resolution plans that are submitted by the banks to regulators that essentially, they're known as living wills. They define kind of a bank strategy for an orderly resolution in the event of a bankruptcy or some distress or failure. So the FDIC and the Fed announced today that they found weaknesses in the plans of 4 banks: Bank of America, Citigroup, Goldman Sachs, and JP Morgan Chase. They did not identify weaknesses in the plans for the other 4 banks that they studied. Their plans here, these plans come every 2 years or so. They do say that the plans for Bank of America, Goldman Sachs, and JP Morgan, this is the Fed and the FDIC, both determined that the weaknesses in their plans are determined as a shortcoming. It's a weakness that basically raises some questions about the feasibility of the plan. With Citi, there was a little bit more of a disagreement between the two agencies. The FDIC determined that Citi's plan is not credible and wouldn't facilitate an orderly resolution. Therefore, they determined the weakness to be a, quote, deficiency. And the Fed concluded that the weakness is only a shortcoming, putting it more in line with the other three banks that they identified. Citi did give us a comment on this front saying, quote, "We are fully committed to addressing the issues identified by our regulators. While we've made substantial progress on our transformation, that we have had to accelerate our work in certain areas, including improving data quality and regulatory processes such as resolution planning." That was part of the discussion actually at Citi's Investor Day earlier this week. Citi goes on to say, quote, "We've made substantial enhancements in recent years, and as we've said, we will invest what is necessary to support this critical effort. More broadly, we continue to have confidence that Citi could be resolved without an adverse systemic impact or the need for taxpayer funds." JP Morgan declined to comment on these results. No word back so far from Bank of America or Goldman, but the agencies do say that these shortcomings are supposed to be addressed in the next resolution plans, which are due in on July 1st, 2025. We also, Scott, have those bank stress test results on Wednesday of next week. So a lot going on in the regulatory world of the banking system.
Ask you as you were reading this, and then of the stress test results. Now that you mentioned that too, does this factor into these banks' ability or go ahead to return capital to shareholders? Does it factor in any way, shape?
Resolution, the living wills, not so much. This is more of a back and forth between the regulators, making sure that their plans are suitable for them in order to prevent any kind of severe impact to the economy if there were some sort of distress in the banking system like we saw back in the financial crisis. The stress tests are more important on that front, of course. It's they get this special number from regulators, the so-called stress capital buffer, which kind of indicates to each bank and to investors what they can do on the capital return front. And this season is, in particular, more important perhaps than we've seen in recent years on the capital return front, because there is so much discussion out there in terms of the watering down of those Basel III capital rules and what that means given kind of how they perform on the stress tests, as well of some capital requirements that the banks have been operating under for the past year or so, what that means for buybacks and what that means for dividends. So definitely something investors will be paying close attention to on Wednesday.
Okay, yeah, we will as well. We'll watch those stocks too. Leslie, thank you. That's Leslie Picker. Coming up, we'll do our calls of the day on this Friday, including a big upgrade for Freeport. Bullish note on one of Jason's stocks. It's up more than 8% this month as well. We will trade them next.
Halftime report. What are you waiting for? Look for us in your favorite podcasting app. Follow the Halftime Podcast now.
discount. Two calls today initiated by DA David. 3 platforms are better than 1. That's what they say. Jason Snipe, you own the stock. I mean, CrowdStrike, I feel like. Palo
Alto's only up 6%, I think, year to date. And I think this they announced a few quarters ago, and I think the market just didn't receive it too well. EPS growth was up 19%, revenue was up 15%. In this particular business, innovation is key, and they're a rapid innovator.
Bill, you own CrowdStrike.
Yeah,
I prefer that over.
Yeah, we like the name a lot. Timing was great for us before the S&P inclusion news. Information after earnings as well. Is just continuing to be a behemoth. They get that recurring revenues going. 2025 expected 30% year-over-year revenues. So I love the name. I think maybe it settles in a little bit here. I'm not maybe some gains pulled forward after that news on the S&P though.
What about Tesla today? Reiterated outperform by Super Bowl Dan Ives at Wedbush. 275 is the price target. AI story. He says that Tesla's quote the linchpin to $1 trillion market cap. Tide shifting. Do you think the tide is shifting?
Know, I am
yeah,
here.
I would never go against Dan Ives, especially in a name like Tesla. I think the peak negativity.
Sorry, if you guys want to watch what I'm watching, just let me know down in chat or whatever. I'm watching this build on a Mercedes, and you know, if you guys want to watch it, let me know down below. It's lunchtime. I'm watching DJT. I'll go over what it is that I'm watching. You guys kind of know. I'm watching Coinbase. See if we can't recover, or if we reject. More importantly, I am watching to see how we close out the week. All right, and I don't know. You know, they've kind of sold it off between yesterday and today. Going into the weekend, but does this area hold on the SPY? For the most part, you've had mixed buying and selling. I would say honestly, like if you look at a 5-minute chart, you're still, whether the volume's there or not, you're still holding 543. Nice pop off of that. That's a nice trade there. I should have looked at that again. I didn't have time this morning to have a pre-market watch list and everything. Kind of just going off of stuff that I've been watching for the past 2 weeks. So AAPL, Apple, there's some news there about AI. But yeah, anyway, let me know down below if you guys want to watch it or not with me. I'm going to use the restroom and I'll do top right, Apple pulling back on that news with AI. All right, Apple guys. Sorry it was a little late there. But not really. You got it real time. All right, you do have some room down to 208. That's probably your move to 208. Look for a bounce back off of 210, 209.50. If you get a quick little pop into 1040, maybe 1020-ish, get a little pop there. Maybe see if you can't take it to yesterday's low. It's a nice small little trade. Again, I wouldn't just assume it. You got to look at your charts and your indicators and everything and let them know where they're telling you where's your entry at, if it's worth it. If you're shorting the stock itself, that's cool. You don't have to worry about time. If you're an options trader, then if you're trying to trade dailies on it, just be careful. You got to know what you're doing, man. You got to know what you're doing. All right, overall market's up. Tesla trying again for the high of day. Once you get past 183, you have room to 184. It's a nice full dollar there on Tesla. There it goes. You got some volume behind it too. Let's go. See if Tesla can break 183. Keep an eye on it. Your volume's kind of popping there too, which is good. Give me 1 second. Give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back.
Sixth committee. The former Trump administration official made the request after a federal appeals court panel rejected his attempt to avoid reporting on July 1st to serve his 4-month sentence. And Netflix is selling its own snacks. The streaming service is partnering with Popcorn Indiana to sell a ready-to-eat popcorn bag to go with your ready-to-binge
again, let me know
TV
down below
show.
if you guys want to
Now
watch what it
popping
is.
comes in 2 flavors called Classic Cheddar Kettle and Swoon Cinnamon Kettle.
I don't know which one. There we go. Okay.
I appreciate Appreciate it, Pippin. Thank you. Up next, a number of investment committee names making some big moves this week. We'll get the trades on AutoZone.
Bear,
Dell,
sorry, I
and
did
more
not
than that,
see
too.
your. I did not see your comment, Bear. I'm sorry. What? Okay, there it is. Blue Bear, what's up, man? How you been, buddy? Google. Let's look at Google. Let's have a look. I usually look at. Oh, nice. This is a nice trend day for Google. Nice job, man. What I would do is see if you can get that entry on a 15-minute trade line somewhere down here for an extension higher, but I would not, if you're, or you got to already be in this and kind of take profit. I have marked out 183.50, 183.65. Nice volume today, double, triple the volume, so you should get double, triple the move. Let's look at the daily chart for your ATR. These are things you should be doing, which is saying, okay, you know, on an average volume day, we get $2-3 on pullbacks, right? And you get a bounce off that support and it's moved $1. Okay, you should have $2 left. Understanding the ATR. On average, how much does it move in one day from high to low? Is it $4 to $6, $5, $10? Including, and not trying to get too scientific with it, but you know, how much volume do you have that day to kind of help tell you, okay, we got a lot of volume today. Chances are I should be looking at that higher range ATR. Quick example, really quick, Tesla. I always used Tesla back in the day. You would get, on an average low volume basic day, you could get $4 to $5. On a high volume day, you could get anywhere from $7 to $9, if not $10, $12. But those two areas, you know, $4 to $5 on a low volume scalp type of day just for a trade, that's a low volume ATR that I knew. And, you know, if we have a lot of volume and there's news or something, okay, I'm looking for like a, you know, like a $9 move, right? From high to low, one of those extensions. So it's just kind of, if you use it in a sense, and again, I'm trying to get this book finished, guys. It can really help you guys just stay consistently profitable. You know, it really can. These things, and among that, it can help give you the confidence that you need. You know, so look, it's extended now. It's not even going to give it to you. See, I don't know if there's an upgrade, if there's news, Blueberry. You bought it at $9. No, nice. Okay, cool. Nice job, Blair. That's awesome, man. That's a nice trade there. Damn right, bro. Good job, man. Great job. Great job. Until we have news, like as far as like something concerning, you know, you know, if you want like an idea, like me personally, up here, if I bought it $90, I honestly would have to say that's 100% move in the stock itself. I'm gonna have to take some, and I'm gonna take that money, and I'm gonna put it in something else that I feel like is on the low, like Snowflake or something else, right? But you have to remember, technology may start to dwindle down, and you could get a better price. It's like, you know, I'm talking long-term buying. You know, if you want to create, this is how I personally create wealth for myself, is you're buying Google at 90, it's at 180, you got 100%. I'm taking 25% of that money, and I should have a list, like maybe, you know, we use some of that money for like a Starbucks, or at least if you have cash, maybe you buy a couple treasuries or just sit in cash and wait for another opportunity for your shopping list, and just start, you know, you're not leaving Google completely. You're just taking some of that profit, putting it in something else that is on its lows that you still would like to, you know, own, whether it's, you know, a year to 2 years at least. You got to give yourself that time frame and stick with it, and understand you might not be perfect and you could still be down money, so you don't just like put all your eggs in one basket. Like when you do that, you know, you want to just, you know, buy a little bit like on those pullbacks each day. And have those areas and use the chart. You know, it's kind of hard for me to like, you know, because the thing is, if we try to be too perfect like me, you sometimes will miss it, or it could mess yourself up. You can trade a core, hold a core, which is like, you know, you have your position at 90. You could have been selling puts or selling calls on it, or taking 25% of the position and intraday trading it, right? Buying the long, getting the short. And you're building insurance and you're building premium off of that long term, which would be like, buying Apple at $100 and 75% of that position just stays in Apple, then you're using 25% of that to like buy the stock long. It goes up $3, $4, $5, you're taking your profit. It pulls back, you're buying again, $2, $3, $4 profit, or even to the downside, right? You got to watch being short though, because you can completely lose it. So there's a, you got to know what you're doing. But anyway, sick trade, awesome. That, yeah, Microsoft. Yeah, I've owned Microsoft for probably 5-6 years now. Microsoft. Well, I feel like you can never go wrong with Microsoft, because the one thing Microsoft has that Apple doesn't, in my opinion, is the fact that just about every, I would imagine, fire department, police station, government buildings, they all use, whether it's a Dell or something, they use Windows or some type of open source that Microsoft offers. I don't see them all filling up with Apple, with you know, with Mac, not MacBooks, but you know what I'm saying. Maybe they do, you know. But I think that's the advantage that Microsoft has, is in its software, it's used on a state, government, and, you know, state, local, and federal, you know. So Microsoft's an awesome stock to own. It's a slower mover. You have to bear with it. Like those days that, you know, like look at this. This thing was down all year. A lot of things were down all year, but, you know, sitting through a consolidation for one, really, we're going to start here, really. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 months. If you look at your long term, and I think some people should not look at their long term, you should only, you know, because you could do your more harm to yourself than good if you know, if you're not in it for the right reasons and you think it's a long term and you're looking at it every day, what's it doing? You should know within trading and stuff where about things are and what's leading the markets, right? Tech's been very strong with NVIDIA and stuff. Banks are up at highs, or at least JP Morgan is. You know, we've noticed the Dow's been pulling back, so we know Goldman Sachs, IBM, Intel, JP Morgan pulled back a little bit. But anyway, the point is, you know, sometimes people will get frustrated, like me when I was telling you guys with Net, that I just, once I did some research on that, I bought it at the $32 level. It's like $28 to $32, $28 to $34, we'll say, in that area. It was the low 30s. And I sat on it for like 4 or 5 months or so. I sat on it for a while, and I just kept breaking even. And I'm like, but once I did research on it, and I just me looking at their website early on, it was wrong for me to do it, but I ended up selling it because I was just like, man, this thing just isn't breaking out for me. And everything else is. And that's why I ended up getting out. And the minute I get out, you know, a month later, 2 months later, it starts its rally. So you got to be able to hold them things and just say, you know what? I'm in it. I got it at a good price that I feel. I'm going to give this thing at least a year, 2 years or so, and not judge that if a company is a mid-cap company, small-cap company, and you go to their website and it kind of looks like a 20-year-old made it because they're just starting out. They're doing what they have, instead of looking at their balance sheet and the business that they do and who they do that business with. You know, you could mislead yourself, because that was me with Net. I went to cloudflare.com and it was doing, I'm like, man, this website kind of looks shady. I don't know. And, you know, you saw what happened in Net, right? I got in at the 30s. And it ended up going to $200 and some from 30. All right, like look at that, man. I missed out on this. Look, like I said, as soon as I was selling it, it went there to where, like 50 cents. No, it was back here. Yeah, it was way back here. Yep, it was right there. Look, $33. I sat on this thing for a while, guys. I'm like, bro. See, I sat on this thing for like 6-8 months, and I'm like, man. I look at their website. And the minute I sell it, it starts to pull back. And then that pullback, I should have just left some on the table, and then bang, into the end of the year. It went over 100% on that stock alone. Bang, give it another year or another 6 months or 8 months. Bang, 220 from $30, guys. That's a big trade. It's a big trade. That's a 10-bagger in my opinion, or in my book. 369. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's almost a 10-bagger. So it is what it is. You know, now you have to think to yourself, are they what they were back here? Are they still doing big business? And if so, you're going to give the time. You know one stock I regret not buying that I never owned? Coinbase. And I said it to myself when it was in the 50s and 60s. I said, why did we not buy it down in the 30s? Why? We had opportunities to buy Coinbase at 40, 50, 30 bucks. Right? This rally into the end of the year. You could have been buying it this whole time, but it's hard to buy in downtrends. It's hard. I get it. But it's Coinbase. Who else? And I think also, I don't know if the FTX stuff was going on or not. When exactly that took, I think it was going into like the banking a little bit. No, so yeah, this could have been when FTX was taking place. And that gave you a perfect opportunity to buy it. And then, I'm really frustrated with myself that I do not own Coinbase. I didn't even buy a little bit. Even if I owned like 10 shares, I'd be tickled right now. It's at fucking 220. It's in the 200s. You know, even if I could have got in at 50 bucks, 80 bucks, hell. But what are you going to do, you know? So, awesome, bro. That's what's up, man. That's what's up. So, yeah, you know, think about that. If you're up a lot, you know, have your shopping list ready and know where you're going to get that money from. Whether you already have some cash, if you want to come up with more cash, and you're up 200-300% or 100% or 50%, 80%, maybe you take 10% of that, cash out 10, 15, 20%. I mean, again, listen, I'm not telling you all to do that, but these are things that I do or like to do is, you know, all right, let's take some of this and put it over here. You know, we'll see how it performs, and, you know, it's at least paid for in profits, so you've made it free. And if it gives you, you know, another move, I think also, too, that I'm also forgetting is, like right now we've went through the past couple years, it was energy, right, coming in, you know, out of COVID and stuff. And then energy's going, the dollar's pulling back, so you get the little gold trade, which could still be on. It take a little more time. But energy, man, energy was the sector. And then we had AI, right, semiconductors, stuff like that. So what I'm thinking of even like right now is, Exxon. I think it just hit, right? Exxon, XOM, Mark. All right, let's do it. Let's go to it. So we want to look and think and kind of do our work and say, okay, what's the next thing that we kind of want to be in? What's going on? We have a presidential election coming up. You know, what's coming up here that we could look at to potentially, what sector is what I'm getting at? What sector, you know, could do well? Are we going to come into a pullback? Do we want to be in names like Kellogg, Dollar General, maybe some, like, you know, Heinz, Kraft Heinz? Stuff like that, you know. What's the next sector that's going to run? I'm always questioning that, but I didn't question it for a while there because we had things. We had semiconductors, AI. Before that, we had energy. So, all right, look, guys. So we got this pullback. We got this pullback up here. Look, it's trying to hold this level right now at 112. Where are the options at? Again, this is for next week. This is for next week. So you have to be able to manage this yourself, guys. I'm going to tell you guys when I enter and when I exit and when I take profits and stuff. See, look, these options are still not down at the low 70s. They're at 75. It's almost there, but I'd like to get this at like 69 to 72 cents if you ask me. All right, so I have level 2 up here for it, for the options and the stock. And I'm looking at the 111 puts for next week on Exxon. All right, let me go use the restroom and wash my hands, and I'll be right back. Let me see if I enter this, too. I'll let you guys know if I enter it. You okay, turkey butt? I don't know where my cat's at. I think I just heard her, and I don't know where she's at. All right, I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. Watch that volume, guys. Watch that volume. I'm going to wait to use the restroom because I think, you know, part of me wants to try to get this at the 20-day or up there at 113. All right, 113, and that 20 days really our resistance level. So I have that targeted up there. Again, I'll let you guys know if and when I enter this. I like the volume that came in there. What time is it? It's 12:30? 12:45. Okay. All right. I would like, even if we can get this down to 111, guys, that would be really nice. I might try it. I might try it. I'm just wondering if this is trying to hold or not. Let me see here. Yeah, 113 is something we got to watch for. We got to watch 113. All right, so it's above the 9 EMA there on a 15-minute chart. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold up. All right, so you tested. You're holding yesterday's close. So again, I'm torn, kind of torn, but not really. I just understand that as much room as there is for the downside, there's also that much room for the upside, which is 114, 113 area. But you got to get above that 20-day. So I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna be patient here. Let it pop above and see if we
begins here.
We're back. We have a news alert on Apple. Steve Kovac with the. What do we know?
Here's that.
Hey there,
Apple
Scott.
news.
Yeah, Apple is not going to launch its new AI features called Apple Intelligence that we heard about last week in the European
ChatGPT.
Union this year. That is due to regulations called the Digital Markets Act. That is that big, hefty tech
Remember what we
regulatory
said.
law over there in
We said the pop and drop. See what happens. Nice bull flag here.
first time to third-party app stores, and Apple telling me in a statement, basically they're not sure that
They told
these
him,
features
yeah, they
can
told you
necessarily
directly.
comply with the law. They need more time to work on it. And a couple other features that were announced last week, not related to
All right,
artificial
206,
intelligence,
205,
won't be
90.
launching in the EU either because of these laws. That includes one feature that lets you control your iPhone from your Mac. It basically mirrors your iPhone on your Mac. That also won't work in the EU as well. Doesn't mean Apple can't work with the EU and fix
Did
it and
anybody get
eventually
that
launch
pop?
these features, but at least for now, at least in the near term,
done anything yet.
EU users are going to miss out on these artificial intelligence features from Apple, Scott.
It does point to a potentially larger issue that I'm not sure we've considered enough, and that being exactly what you're talking about. Here we're talking about the EU and the countries
You know
that are
what?
important to
I would
Apple
like-
sales within
I'd
that
like Apple down here
part of the
206.
world. And then China as well.
Yeah.
And the regulatory
Oh,
issues
you do
that
have the
exist
Baker
there
Hughes
regarding
rig count
AI.
coming up as
so
well,
now you
guys.
have potential issues
So we
in
could
two
watch
major
that for
selling
this
markets
trade
more broadly
to the up or
in
down.
the
So,
world.
you know,
What's the significance
Here's
of that?
my opinion, guys. For Exxon, I wonder if we could buy a daily for the upside and then go 1 week out for the downside. All right, let's see what they want to charge here. So 73.78 for those options for Exxon. Okay, Apple is pulling back right now. You got to break through this level. You got to break these levels here. You got to break it. You got the volume. You have the volume. It's just, it's not there. I think you need one more pop. I think it needs one more pop here. Up into like, 210.16. Nope, there it goes. They should give it up. Look, you say you get that extension? It should just extend. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, because you broke the level. You broke it. Now it's like, yeah, we can extend now. You're just going to give people that give up. You're going to see algorithms give up right there. So, and then the reversal. All right, what time is it? 12:50. I guess the Baker Hughes rig count comes out at 1 o'clock. Go Baker Hughes rig count, Brazilian federal tax revenue. All right, I'll be right back in 1 second. We'll go over this. Again, I'm not ruling out a possible weekly long for like 10-15 cents and a next week 111 put. So if I pull this up, get like, see, like 112 to 113. I still think you could get a 113. Not really. I mean, these things are 2 cents. So if you want to buy, like, let's say if you're a person that buys like 10 contracts, maybe like 2 or 3 of these 112s is what I would think about, and then the rest for next week puts. Right, you got to buy these correctly though at the right time. Because if you buy them at the wrong time and you buy the calls at the high and the puts at the low, you're not helping yourself out here. Like right there is where we should be. All right, I'm just gonna wait for this data to come out. All right, watch this level. It's not ironic that it's sitting here at this level when this number comes out. I think if we break, we got a nice shot right down into 111. You'll have a mild pit stop there at 111.50. So give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I mean, Blue Bear, that's up to you, man. Like, what I'm getting at is, like, you know, thinking about where, like, if you're up 100% on the stock alone, there's nothing wrong with taking some out, maybe locking in a few treasuries, maybe some short-term treasuries while they're here, and wait for something that you like and draw some interest off of it, or keep it, don't sell it. But just understand that, you know, you get a random employment number. I'm not saying the market's going to go down because it could keep going up. It's just what I'm trying to convey really is how some people don't understand or don't do the actually running and working money. It's tough. It's hard. You're not always going to be right, but if I'm up 100%, 200%, 300%, I can take a small portion, and if I want to own Snowflake, hell, maybe I grab a little bit. They didn't have great earnings this, that, and the third, but it's at an area I always said $100 to 110. I'm a buyer. I'll hold that thing for 2-3 years. You know, there is some uncertainty with the CEO, but like maybe even like you know, there's names that I can't think of. You know, you want to understand the sentiment, but like, so here's what I'm getting at too with your mega cap tech. Yes, they can go from 2 trillion to 4 trillion, right? The market cap. There's companies out there that are doing, like, how about this, right? Right now, I feel like a sector that's going off because of Ozempic and stuff, Novo Nordisk, Eli Lilly. A lot of those companies are screaming and doing better than tech and the S&P, believe it or not. This morning, CNBC showed a chart with Eli Lilly, NVIDIA, Microsoft, all them. They're outperforming still. You know, NVIDIA was the winner, but I don't know if they had NVIDIA on there. I didn't take a picture of it. But what's his name had a chart of it this morning and showing, you know, the outperformance of those type of names. But, you know, you start getting in at these, I don't know. I don't know. I can only say, like, you know, running money is kind of hard. But if you want generational wealth, you want to keep taking that money that you made. And if it's made free, you take a small portion, buy it in some things that are low. And then when that starts making you money, take a piece out of that, keep it there, you know, because you want to still stay in it for the long haul. And because, again, if you guys look at like any CEO like Mark Zuckerberg and Meta or any of them, what happens is they don't just come out to be billionaires when they list, right? It takes them time to become a billionaire, right? Meta, he was like a few million. 10 years later, he's worth, you know, 100 million or so. 15 years later, he's like, you know, 2.6 billion. Then, you know, you want to be able to be a part of that wealth. But it's also good to, you know, you're up 100%, 2, 3, 4, 500%. It's time to think about some of the names that, you know, could, Even if you put it in something that has a dividend, you know, I don't know. That's all. I'm just saying some things that I do. You know what I mean? These are things that I do. If I'm up, you know, 2, 3, 4, 5 times my money, I'm going to be taking 10, 15, 25, maybe even 30%, and put it in something that I want, like Snowflake or something, just as an example. And then I'll go back and buy it again on pullbacks. There's also nothing wrong with that, you know? So it's like capturing the move, like as far as putting money to work to the upside, you know, and kind of just understanding where it's at among what it has going on. And it's for each person. Listen, I honestly will suggest you, and I said it in the description, give it to a money manager, right? They know how to run money. You know, if you talk to somebody that's been in the markets for 10, 15, 20 years versus somebody that's been in the market for a year or two, they've only understood the Fed and quantitative easing. We're in quantitative tightening, which means that there's not a buyer for every seller and not a seller for every buyer. So you're going to get this volatility. That is what quantitative tightening brings. And a lot of people don't know that. They don't know that when the Fed steps in and it's quantitative easing, markets don't move. They go up, but they just move like $1.50 at a time. And it's just buying, but just very slow, because for every seller, there's a buyer, right? Because there's they're flushed with cash. And how are they flushed with cash? Because they sold some bonds, right? And if the Fed's buying bonds, they're not going to buy bonds, because that means the Fed's keeping the interest payment on those bonds low because they're buying it. There's a demand for the Fed, right? So when the Fed buys all these bonds, the person that gave them the bonds has cash. What are they going to do with that cash? They're going to put some in Bitcoin. They're going to put it in the markets. Maybe they buy some real estate, right? And then, you know, so, you know, it's a good time also when you have times like this. I don't care if you scalp, swing trade, whatever. These markets are moving. You know, these markets are moving, and we got to take advantage of it. Exxon fell. It did it. Gosh dang it. I was sitting here talking.
Final trades on CNBC.
Hey, stop yelling at me, bro. Not you guys, but...
LNG Cheniere Energy. Final trades on CNBC.
All right, we have 1 minute here. Banker Hughes should be coming out now. Let's see. Baker Hughes rig count did not previously 488, 1 o'clock. Come on, let's go. What do we have? It's not out yet. Okay, Turkey, I'm coming, Boo Boo. I'm coming. Just my cat wants lunch. She loves to yell at me. All right, we'll wait for this to come up. We'll see what happens. So yeah, let's see. Come on. Well, we'll see what happens here. So we set a signal. We set an alert up there on Exxon for that this 112 VWAP rejection, and it hit it. So that's why I had put it up here. Let's see if you get a rejection now. I just want to break this level and really want to break prior day's close, baby. I'm coming. Hold on. I know. I'm coming. You're okay. You're not dying. You're okay. Rejection off this 100 day and 20 day moving average on the daily chart. And see if we can't break yesterday's close and start to try and take this thing back down to 111, 111.50 to 110. I want to try to get it back down, honestly. You're going to have some support pivot low down here at 110.90 to 111 to 110 is what the target is. Minus 2.
Minus 3.
Yeah. Minus 2. So minus 2. All right. Really has no effect. Let's see. 485. Okay. 588. 590. 85, 88. All right. I gotta grab some water. I didn't grab any water either. All right. Good luck, guys. I'll be right back. Give me like 5 minutes. I'm gonna go give her some lunch, and then I don't know if you guys can hear her or not, but she's yelling at me. I'm coming. I'm getting it, turkey. All right. 127 on NVIDIA. Watch if the market starts to pull back again. I want to see how we close these markets and what happens here. Do we see more profit taking going into the weekend? We have this major support level at 543 here. This has been a decent sell-off. It's a nice move. 550 yesterday when we opened. We're at 544. We were at 543. I'm coming, big bro. Okay, I'm coming. All right, guys. I'll be right back. And NVIDIA looks like it's might watch 127 on NVIDIA. So that was a trade idea we gave you guys earlier, which was this break above 127 and hold. Look for that climb back to 130 to 132. And now you're back right here at this level. I'd be watching this. I'll be right back.
Google has made targets as well, along with NVIDIA and Broadcom. So when you have these top-weighted products and they've already made extended targets, it's natural for the index to pull back. So at this moment in time, with all of those tickers, I'm not going to be forcing the upside here, but instead I'm going to be looking at additional tickers within tech that are actually already pulled back and consolidated and look like they're going to make a move going into July.
All right, so before we move into that, then the fact that NVIDIA has seen this reversal, I don't know what exactly we're talking about, peak to trough the last couple of days, but on that name alone, do you think that it's signaling a turnaround?
Yes, that's correct. So typically when you have something like NVIDIA that, of course, everyone's watching, everyone's trading, and it hits a massive wall, $140, that was a key area of resistance where we had a ton of open interest in the options market as well. And when you start to see a pullback like that in a major stock, generally that's going to bleed into other names. We are seeing Broadcom pull back as well. And so far right now, we're seeing a lot of choppiness in the rest of tech. So it's not quite bleeding into everything else, but certainly it's a big red flag for traders to look for, because when these tickers that have a lot of high volatility start to pull back, that's what will cause traders to suddenly start taking profits and lead to a sharper pullback.
Along with NVIDIA then. So broadly speaking, let's call it the big tech names. What do you think is going on here? Reversals across the board?
Kelly, I'm just looking for a little bit of a pullback. I'm not looking for anything major because the market has been so strong. Volatility has been low. Typically, we look for a pullback to around the 21 EMA on the daily chart, specifically if the NASDAQ futures break through 20,000. That's going to be a key psychological value. But looking at NVIDIA in particular, I would love to see a pullback down into 112. I don't know if I'll get it, but 120 I would take. I think that that would be a great pullback where traders can look to potentially sell some put credit spreads, buy some more shares, depending on how the stock acts once it gets to a normal pull. That would be a reasonable spot to start buying again.
And final word on the broader market. I mean, how do you feel about the moment? The NASDAQ, we'll talk more about this with Kyle Bass in a minute, but the NASDAQ's up 18% this year, the S&P 15%, and the Dow maybe 5%.
I think that the market has been fantastic this year, and I'm looking forward to the way that it's going to trade going into, or at least the way I think it's going to trade going into July, right? So typically at this point in the summer, we do start to see the volume drop out a little bit. People are going on vacation. And so I think that it's normal halfway through June, going into the beginning of July, to see a little bit of a pullback and a little bit of a drop in volume. But what's exciting is that because we've had low volatility and such a great trend, we're likely going to see that trend continue on into earnings season into July. So I want to continue focusing on relative strength tech stocks going into those earnings reports, especially with the ones that have done so well this year.
All right, so you're not at all bearish in a broader way. And the NASDAQ, as we were just showing, about 230 points away from 20K, which is crazy. We thought we might be talking about GameStop today and what Keith Gill was going to do with his position. I don't know if you have any parting thoughts on GME.
GameStop.
You know, Kelly, with GME, you know, everyone was really focused on when the options were going to expire, right? But the fact of the matter with options is that when you're buying options, you really want to focus on what you're paying for the debit. And when you have a substantial profit, the best thing that you can do is take that profit. So, for example, If you're buying an option for $5 and it goes up to $10 or $20, that's something that you should be looking at, taking those profits instead of waiting until the option's expiration date, because as options get closer to expiration, most of the time those options are going to decay in value, of course, depending on where the stock trades. But the thing with GameStop was the best moment in time to take profits was when it was up 40% or so.
So we're showing the chart there of kind of the month of June. It had that spike above 40 in the first week, but we think perhaps Gil had sold more like the second week when it was down around the $25 level. So the opportunity for maximum gain was not necessarily the opportunity that he seized.
Well, yes, that's correct. And it's always easy to go back and, be backseat trader, of course. But, the most important thing with this is to follow momentum and get out of your trade when it loses momentum. So, for example, with GameStop, we saw fantastic momentum to the upside. There was a lot of short covering. But when that short covering stops and when the stock gaps down and it starts to break, that's the moment in time where you want to come in and take profits instead of waiting until you get down to the wire.
Yeah, and it appears that's what he did. Danielle, thanks for joining us today. Appreciate it. Have a great weekend.
Thank you.
Danielle Shea. We just heard the case for a pullback, although maybe in a small and minor way, but that sector is still leading the way for this month, up 11%. Consumer discretionary is a distant second with a 4% gain in June. And while the bulls will tout a broadening rally as a sign of strength, should you stick with tech? Joining us now is Kyle Bass. He's the founder and chief investment officer at Heyman Capital Management. Kyle, it's great to check in with you again. Welcome.
Great to see you, Kelly. Thank you.
I was just listening to what Danielle said, and she said, yeah, maybe we are overdue for a little bit of a pullback, but she's excited about the market going into July and beyond. Are you excited as well?
Look, we've had unprecedented stimulus. You have to remember, we created 40% more broad money during the pandemic, and the majority of that money went to the rich and went to the people with savings. And so I think you've seen some equity euphoria. I mean, you have to remember the S&P is up 60% since the pre-pandemic levels. Housing's up 48.5%. If you look at the FHFA's index, and you've got, tech leadership. But if you look at minus the Magnificent Seven, in Q1, earnings were down 2% in the broad market if you take the Magnificent Seven out. So there's going to be a bit of an economic slowdown as we get into September and October, because you've got all kinds of the Treasury's general account being spent down probably to zero as you get down closer to zero as you get closer to the election. You've got the Fed reverse repo winding down. So you've got all the stimulative measures that have been going into our market for the last 4 years have kind of run off. So I believe you're going to see a bit of a slowdown going into the election.
Yeah, well, maybe they're trying to hope it waits till after the election. But either way, there's been a lot of talk about excess savings running out and things like that. I mean, it does seem people of all income strata, the lower income in particular, were actually making decent wage gains and right now are outpacing inflation. But do you think the cumulative toll of inflation is what's really going on here, both in the markets and across the economy?
So like this, I've never even heard of this name. HubSpot. This is $500 and some stock.
HUBS, HubSpot, continuing to pop here now, about 2%.
I've never even heard of this name. Have you guys heard of this? Sorry. I don't know, what is this? I don't even know. It's just like a restaurant, warehouse type HubSpot. Is this? Let's find out. Look, news. We got some news right off the 200-day moving average. Not ironic. Let's see here. Google. Oh, okay. I had a feeling. I had a feeling it had to do something with, like, not necessarily Wi-Fi, but like something like that. I thought it was a tech play here. I get it. I see what's going on here. Alright, guys, so there was some news there. You got that double bottom there, pivot low, 570, you hit that. If you get above it, and you do try to hold up here, if you like start closing at 570, you could have a nice run to 584. So, right there. And then you would test, look to go up and test that prior high. Right there. So that's how I'd play this. All right, you get pullbacks. You start holding 560. 560 to like 564. Right? And then you look for like the break. Hold. And then you just, you might have something like this. And then you should get up there to fill that gap. Oh, look, it's above it. I like it. I like it to 580. I think it can do it. I do. I think it can get up there.
What do you do investment-wise in this environment? I mean, I kind of alluded to this in the first question. Do you
We
stick
were
with
just
stocks?
talking about that.
I mean,
That's what's
do you go
funny.
into bonds? Like what? I don't. What is it that you think would create the most?
In my opinion, I think you should, because everything is up 10, 20x. You should have some type of allocation there while it's here, because yields are going to pull back. You may get a huge price surge, but you need a catalyst.
The 10-year is already down almost 100 bips from its high. You want to be long bonds in a rate cutting environment, but in the end, Kelly, what's going to happen is we're going to hit some slower economic times. We're going to be cutting rates, and we're kind of around a permanent $6.5–7 trillion Fed balance sheet, and we'll start expanding it again and printing money again. So I think you want to be long productive assets. You want to be long the United States. Remember, the U.S. might be, we're only 4% of the world's population, but we're a quarter of the world's GDP, and we're over 42% of the world's capital markets. So you want to stay invested in the U.S., where innovation is, where the dollar is king, and you want to be long productive assets. You even want to be long, again, productive real estate. You want to be long. You still want to be long, and just we're going to have a little bit of a pullback in economic activity.
Hold your nose and buy stocks, and maybe even buy bonds. That's the message I'm getting. Kyle, thanks so much for your time today. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
I like the stars, too. Kyle Bass. Coming up, the star of Netflix is owning Manhattan. Ryan Serhant is here with an inside look into New York's luxury housing market and why he says buyers are starting to gain the upper hand. But first, we're heading east to the Hamptons and the site of billionaire Michael Loeb's Uncharted Summit. Tyler Matheson is there. I think I see him in his swim trunks over there by the side of the pool. He's got a number of founders and CEOs to chat with. After the break, we'll look at the state of lending and commercial real estate with the founder of...
All right, so I want to look for this pop and rejection up here on XOM. I do want this. I think you might get a bounce here. I think you'll start to try to run up and test high a day. And this is something I might take into the weekend. Listen, anything can happen. You have some wars. If anything happens, like a bombing or something crazy, energy's going to shoot up. So if you're trying to get short and something happens this weekend, you could be down 100% of your money. So I'll tell you guys that in advance. You cannot control anything that is going to happen this weekend or Monday morning or Sunday night, Saturday night, whatever, whenever. All right, just understand there is Russia, Ukraine, Israel, Palestine, possibly Iran, Syria. Like there's a lot of things going on right now. So Taiwan, China, possibly. So be careful. This is the thing with energy, is you gotta watch out. All right, you gotta watch out. So If we get a pop today going into the end of the day, I'm really trying to get these 111 puts. I just think the best thing to do is wait for 113, 114 rejection, which really I think 113. It's just weird because you have the 20-day and 100-day moving average right there, right in front of it or underneath of it, right in the high to mid low 12. So I really like this play, and it should just give us, it'll make us some money. That's what I'm trying to do here. I'm just trying to get that bounce, get short the bounce, look for the rejection, get the follow through, hopefully down, and get these things in the money. With a delta, let's see, what's the delta? It's probably not very much. With a delta of 36, depending on what price we get in, it could be, let's say we get in at 60 cents, right? We get in at 60 cents, our delta's 30 cents. So we catch a dollar move. We got a 50% trade right there. You get $2, depending on what it is. Maybe you get 120. So 50 to 120% is the area I'm looking at for this trade. If we get the entry and exit correct, final take should be there around like 90% to a 110. I'm going to say 80 to like 120 is more reasonable, but I think we can get close to that like 100% mark if we get this trade correct. And it moves for us. That's the other thing. Like it needs to move. We don't want to just sit here, consolidate, then break out higher. It's like you're on the wrong side of the trade. So just be patient. Like I am. I'm being patient. Sometimes patience will, can go against you, but it is what it is. I'm being patient. There goes Tesla. What are those? Wait. Okay, I was gonna say that's for next week. Okay, good job. So yeah, these are down to 4 to 5 cents.
Founders and funders, basically people who want to put money to work, and young companies or startup companies that are looking for capital to build. So it's builders and buyers, if you will. By the way, I've never seen so many white jeans in my life. If you got white jeans, this is where you wear them. Our guest is Harlan Peltz. He's the founder and executive chairman of iBorrow. Harlan, welcome. Good to have you with us.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Your company is young, 10 years old or thereabouts. It's not a startup,
10 years, yeah.
But it's a young 10. You look a lot younger than you are.
I feel it.
Let's talk about something that John Murray of PIMCO said, and that was yesterday, I believe, to Bloomberg. The real wave of distress is just starting.
Let me look at the overall markets. No, the SPY is starting to sell off. This is what I told you guys. Is I want to see, do we get a little sell off into this rally going into the weekend? All right. Well, so far, if you hold this level, all that's showing me is you're closing higher and higher. That's how that would be a higher low. I'm gonna give it a little bit of time here. I'm really watching this level on the S&Ps. Is it gonna break? It broke. No, it didn't break yet. Maybe it did. It depends on how you look at it. It should bounce and then make VWAP rejection. A rejection point. So, the SPY looks like it's going to get, I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, keep an eye on the SPY. It just, if you end up holding 544 or not. If you bounce, get a rejection, you see a sell-off going into the end of the day, and you want to be a part of it, just make sure it's got some volume. That's the only thing I can really say to try to help somebody out. Is like, make sure it's really got that, position size behind it. Let's turn this on, and I'm going to scan the markets and see if we can't find something to take into the end of the day.
And it's great for our capital partners.
If you have,
and because of that,
if you have questions, please post them below. If you guys would like to give back to the stream, links are in the description. And again, any questions, tickers, whatever, I'm here. Just let me know. Appreciate you guys.
Capital with large institutions including places like Oaktree, which is one of our largest partners, and other institutions, big insurance companies, big family offices.
Got scared there.
So we do commingle our capital. We are not an asset manager. So our partners pay us no fees of any kind. We co-invest together, which tends to align our interests with theirs.
So let's talk a little bit about the stress in the mid-sized banks. You just, Kelly just mentioned that that Moody's has put several banks on watch for credit downgrade. Some of the big banks have pulled back out of commercial real
That's
estate.
what we need.
Are you worried about those mid-sized banks? And again, coming back, does that provide an opportunity for you if they're
So
pulling
many
back?
people are suffering
that's
because
where you
we
can
don't
come
want to
in.
give a pullback.
Absolutely.
God forbid,
There's a
assets
massive
pull
funding
back.
gap that exists just to finance maturities. Many maturities that were supposed to be played out last year have rolled over into this year because the financing that is available is largely absorbing refinancings just to push the can down the road. So there's a massive wall of maturities that now needs to get financed. And as a result, there's a funding gap.
Is there a refinancing crisis that's coming quickly?
I think there's a refinancing challenge. Whether it's a crisis or not really depends on where the basis, the loan basis is compared to value.
Harlan, we have to leave it there. Thanks for your time today.
Thank you for
Enjoy
having
the
me.
rest of the day. It's a beautiful day out here, and it's always cooler in the Hamptons.
Thank you so much.
Harlan Peltz, thanks very much. Kelly, back to you.
Great stuff, Tyler. We'll see you again in a couple of minutes. Stay cool. Tyler Matheson. Coming up, speaking of cool, we are going under the hood of Ferrari's newest factory. They're calling it the E-Building, and Robert Frank is there, of course, at the supercar maker's headquarters in northern Italy with an exclusive look. Hi, Robert.
GameStop,
hey,
I like
also
for the
with
short.
white jeans, I'm afraid. Now, hybrid hypercars like this one helping to power record profits for Ferrari. But today they're marking a big bet on an all-electric Ferrari. You heard it right. We'll take you inside the new E-Building here in Maranello and talk to the CEO coming up right after the break.
Nice job, man. Just make sure you have, just make sure you do go with that money. And don't use, if you put it back to work and stuff, don't. Again, I think some people get in the way and do things that hurt themselves, but you got treasuries, there's a lot, that you could. There's a lot of places you could put it, that's all. And again, I'm not saying you guys do this because I do it, and I'm not telling you all to. You guys do it because you want. And what you're doing is, or what I do, right, when I do this is, it's not yours until you take it. And anything can happen. And if you don't take it, and it goes down, yes, over time it go back up and stuff. Google's not going anywhere. But, I think, I don't know. That's just a part of running money. And if anybody's wanting to get their net worth up, I feel like, it's you have to work at it, and it's hard, but you got to understand that, sometimes it's best to just lock in some treasuries and trade the indexes during the day or something or whatever, No, go in this. So this is 85. So there you go. Exactly. See, there you go. And you still own Google, right? You still own Google. Take, $50, $40, $30, maybe, Well, that's something I want to do this weekend, and maybe we'll make a video. We'll see if we can't find, I'm going to say this. Like me, I like Snowflake. There's only one problem with Snowflake, and it is not that it's a tech company, but this new CEO. So I think the best time to have some cash and stuff ready is for when they report right here. And I believe that the CEO would not put this person in charge because you can see this huge gap down. And guess what? It's not because their earnings were down. It's because of the new CEO. So, you had a nice opportunity for CRM, which is a good company. On these pullbacks of good companies, you're already up pretty nicely. On $200, you're up $50. But like Snowflake, I'm going to wait and watch their earnings and watch the news that comes out about them. And I think hopefully with time, the thing is when you buy for your long term, it's not that you want it to go down, you do so you can own more. But even this consolidation for a couple years, yeah, it may suck for some. But for people who don't have a lot of money but really believe in the company, it gives you time to build a position and to really get some capital in it. There's other names that I don't know of, but I would also be looking at names like NVO, Novo Nordisk. There was another one like this is the section I would probably be drawn to because of Ozempic, and I don't think that's going anywhere, and I think more and more people are using it. And I think for the next couple years, you could see this sector go higher. And again, with that comes research and stuff. But I will say this: if something happens and the markets decide to really start to pull back, you start. What it is like when I say pull back, whether it's let's say it's not because banks got downgraded. It's not because of a war or something crazy, and you just see random sell-off like we're starting to see. That's institutions taking some of that money off the table, doing exactly what you just did, and taking some of it and saying, all right, where are we going to put this money to work? Are we going to lock in, we'll use half of it or a quarter of it to lock in some treasuries? We have a couple names here. Maybe we start putting a little bit of money to work in these names. Because if the market's going to pull back, chances are everything pulls back, and you have cash now. It's pretty much free money. I don't know, but that's how I've always looked at the markets and understood you're going to do more harm than good if you continuously just take it out, try to move it. I only say this when you're up, 80%, 100%, 200%. You gotta take some off the table, because if you don't and the market pulls back, you're going to really feel like crap, and then you might have to wait another year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years before you even get back to break even. Remember this. I want you guys to remember something. Do not forget this. And it's very, very unlikely. All right, it's probably 0 to slim to none, I should say, % chance that this happens. But I want you guys to look back and always remember something. Okay, I always want you guys to remember the Great Depression. Why is that? Look at this. Look at this. This is the SPY. All right, this is the SPY. Look what happened. Market, 1928, rallying. Boom. What is that? 1929, we'll say. 1928, 1929. Sells off for a few years. All right, so we come into 1932. It took from 1932. We're still not at break even if you bought up here. Here you go. 1932 to 1954. For these people up there at $30 to break even. That is over 20 years. Just do not forget it. Do not forget it. That is a worst case scenario, obviously. But just remember, some of these people never got their money back. They died before they had a chance to. Right? 20 years to get back to that all time. That's pretty much nowadays versus then. Right? I would say that is probably just under half of one's life cycle. Literally, that's it. Pretty much, we'll look at it like a half, a little bit less. But that 20 is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. You know, that is a quarter. Well, it's a little less than a quarter, but you know, it's a long time. 20 years is a long time to wait to get your money back. Break even. You haven't made anything either. Now, I don't know if how many dividends they had or didn't have with this, but averaging down's a good way to get yourself out of that hole as well. But again, that's 20 years. It's just crazy. So just don't forget it. You know, it's there. Just don't ever forget it. It's pretty crazy, actually. Like, if you guys really think about it, that low came in 1932, and that break-even price didn't come in until 1956. Like, that's just, it's just like 1954, I'm sorry. Or 1953, I should say. 1953. It's wild. Just don't ever forget about it. Not that it'll repeat itself. It could. It could rhyme, but yeah. So I know I'm going off on a tangent there. I'm a little tired. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. So SPY, our SPX 5450 looks like a good area there. I would like to find something here to try to trade going into the end of the day. Tesla, you're such an asshole. I should have held it, but I didn't. It's all good. Yeah, these things are still down. They're not even doing anything. I have to look at next week. $175. I might, man, it's already started. I was going to say I might try a 175 put for next week on Tesla. Hold on, let's see here. The S&P is getting ready to bounce. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to go through some charts. If you guys have questions or anything, throw them in the chat. If I don't get to you right back immediately, it's because I don't have the chat up, and I will go back and recheck to make sure that I do get you guys' questions answered or cover the stocks you want to look at or whatever it is. So if I don't get to you, just remember that just give me a couple minutes and I'll have the chat, because what it is I have, you know, I have the chat here on this one. You know what, I could do this. I could always do this, and then yeah, a lot of people have, and it's good. At least you're in the market, you know what I mean? There's a lot of people, the majority of people are not even in the markets, and they don't know, you know, they wonder why they can't keep up with inflation and all these other things. It's only going to get harder. Yes, it's been tough, right? It's been very tough, and really a little bit outlandish, because again, like this, I don't mind helping college students out, and I don't mind helping people out, but you just got to think, like, unemployment is at an all-time low. You need to save some of this money and save those type of actions of helping in a time of need, when there's a time of need, when there is a time of stress, you know, that when there's stress in the markets, stress in the labor markets, you solve that by not saying, like, unemployment's at all-time lows and everything is for the most part okay other than inflation. You know, you don't just act like you're in a recession. You just keep, you know what I mean, spending and shifting money. I know they need money for your Ukraine and stuff, but canceling debts and this, that, and the third, man, you got to save that for when times are tough. You want to use that and save that in your back pocket and bring it out when you need it. We don't need that right now. Yes, it helps, but when something happens, what are you going to do? Then you're really, because we're, again, guys, we're at 100% GDP. You know what Warren Buffett said? He said, when spending gets above, it was like either 3 or 5% of GDP, senators and people in the House should have to be up for a vote to stay in office. Guys, that was 3 to 5% GDP We're at 100%. He said this, I don't know when. It was some years back. He said it with 3 to 5. 3 to 5 would be fucking excellent right now. Hell, 10. We're at 100 times CDP. It's just like, you know, I don't think it really matters in the grand scheme of things. It could. But I think people dwell on it too much because at the end of the day, it's just fake paper at the end of the day. But I do think that doing some of these actions, you got to save them from when there really is a recession. What are you going to do when there is a recession? Then you're really going to have to like hurt people by raising taxes, and that in and of itself stunts growth. It does, because less people and less companies have extra money to spend elsewhere, which in a nutshell is kind of how you keep the economy going. Oh, what's his name's on here?
I don't know what to do. You have buyers saying, I don't know what to do. Everyone's paying attention to what's going to happen in the fall. The Fed's going to cut rates once, twice. We don't know what's going to happen with the election. You know what? We don't know what to do, so we're just going to hold.
I don't care about the Fed cutting. We know that it's coming within the next 6 to 8 months. So trying to time it, it's kind of foolish. Like, we know we're there. It's on the horizon. That's enough to like, you know, to do what you will with it. Coinbase falling. God damn it. I knew they were going to do this. They were going to put everybody to sleep and then make the move. Coinbase is falling, guys.
I mean, that's not just real estate. That's the world. And so they say, well, if rates are going to come down, you know what? I'll wait and I'll get a lower rate. But then what happens is we have every seller in all of our markets. Sirhan right now is up and down the East Coast.
Yeah, I can't believe
right? We're
how
in
big
10
this
different
firm is
states
now.
right now. And every seller we have, they're saying, you know what? Let's wait to list until the end of the year because we can list at a higher price, because if the rates come down, then I'll have a bigger buyer pool. So every buyer is saying, I'm going to wait for rates to come down. Every seller is saying, I'm going to wait for rates to come down.
Breaking
and so
down.
what you're going to have
Trying
is this
at least.
analysis paralysis that we're seeing through the summer.
Never got my
to follow
entry,
that through
but
to
it's
its
all right.
conclusion, then, if we suddenly have a lot more inventory on the market, and yes, more buyers, but do you actually think that cutting rates could bring prices down? Everyone thinks prices are going to go up as a result. I wonder if the opposite could happen.
Absolutely, because no one actually does what I like to call math. So if you really look at it, right, for the monthly cost of every $100,000 borrowed right now, with, let's say, a half a point interest swing, is $33.
Okay.
So people sit and they'll wait and they'll say, well, rates went up half a point, I can't do anything. Or rates came down half a point, we're going to run into the market. And everyone says that's a material change. Right. It's not. It's
Especially,
really
I
not.
imagine, for a lot of the buyers that you're dealing with. I mean, it is incredible to see how much you guys are all over. How many employees do you have now?
Well, I mean, total, they were all in New York last night because we have this new show on Netflix. We had our premiere party in New York City last night. There's like 850.
Wow.
Yeah.
Incredible. Okay. What is the new show about?
It's called Owning Manhattan. I did a show on Bravo for 10 years called $1 Million Listing New York. And this is my next chapter, really. It is the redefinition, I think, of the genre of what it means to watch an occupational show. So we have the biggest real estate we've ever shown on TV. I mean, the show kicks off with a $200 million penthouse, and we show deals all over the city. And then it follows my company that we founded during COVID, during the pandemic, and our agents who are, you know, they're very professional and they're very good at what they do, but they're completely insane.
Their personalities.
Yeah.
What you're describing sounds expensive, and we're showing a little bit of it, and it looks expensive, frankly.
It
I mean,
is.
is that part of it? Was this a big price tag on Netflix's side of things in order to unlock that ambition of what you think the new sort of occupation show can look like?
No, I think New York is just expensive, right? I think real estate these days is expensive. And I think people want to be able to look into New York City from the top down and really watch the people that work in that industry. Remember, real estate agents are unpaid, right? There's no salary, there's no benefits. They have to wake up every single day and go out there and fight for the money that they're gonna have to be able to pay their bills. And watching that on TV from the comfort of your own couch, wherever you are in the world, is a stress-free way to watch other people be really stressed out.
I'm sure you've been asked about it already, but the impact of this potential change where suddenly commissions aren't necessarily going forward what they were in the past. I mean, like you said, people have to put food on the table. Do you think it's a big risk, or is it going to change the way people do business?
I think it's a transparent decoupling of the way commissions have always been handled, right? You have a buyer who's paying a deposit, and a commission will be paid out of that deposit that's sitting in escrow. That's how things are closed on the one day. And then you have sellers who are kind of looking at that kind of net price. At the end of the day, it's all net price. Someone's going to pay all of the fees, and you're either going to split it between the two. It's the same thing with taxes. If you're going to increase closing costs in a place like New York City or anywhere, someone's going to pay it. And it's either going to be the buyer or the seller. It's like minimum wage. Someone's going to pay it. And it's usually on the consumer, even though they're the ones who voted for it.
Interesting. Ryan, it's great to have you here. We look forward to watching some of the new show and seeing what the market does for the next 12 months. I think it's anybody's guess. But you think in general then it's going to go price? Do you think people buying now, they're not going to regret where prices are? They're not going to turn around and say they fell 20%. What happened? Like, is this a permanently higher plateau?
No, people love following the crowd. Every market has an innovator, then an imitator, then an idiot. And so we just have to look back in hindsight as to which one we're dealing with right now. I think things are negotiable, and that's what you want. You don't buy a convertible waiting for it to rain. So don't do that, and you'll be good.
All right, Ryan,
That's so
thanks for your time.
crazy.
We appreciate it today. Coming up, bets on a July cut. We were just talking about it. Well, those bets are ramping up as the data is flashing some mixed signals, maybe some warning signs. And we'll head back out to Southampton for the C-suite view on what that could mean for consumers, banks, and even for fintech. That's next.
Coinbase is really selling off, guys. Watch Bitcoin. Man, fuck, I should have held those 177 puts. Watch Bitcoin. It's not even selling off, is it? Bitcoin's not even selling off. That's so weird. Hold up. Oh, maybe it is.
Grab a pen right now, because we're about to offer you this free book that unlocks the 5 little-known truths we believe baby boomers and seniors should know before buying an annuity, and it's free. Call 800-794-1192. We'll also throw in a free annuity rate report. We researched numerous products and summarized rates and benefits of annuities, all from Silac Insurance Company. Call 800-794-1192. That's 800-794-1192. Call now.
Your record label is taking off, but so is your sound engineer. Indeed you do. Indeed.
So I was looking at my other screen and just trying to get my volume straightened out here.
The biggest ideas inspire new ones. 30 years ago, State Street created an ETF that inspired the world to invest differently. It still does. What can you do with SPY?
Monday from the Aspen Ideas Festival, the Carlyle Group's David Rubenstein, his take on the Fed, private equity, and Washington's impact on Wall Street. Stay ahead of the market. Squawk Box, 6 a.m. Eastern, CNBC.
I was trying to balance consolidation here. 1 hour. No, 1 hour, 1 hour, 1 hour. Coinbase is probably already done. I fucking screwed up and should have taken it. It had room down here to the 100-day moving average, and
NBC.
I kind of missed it.
Welcome back. In yet another hit to the consumer, credit card interest rates are sitting near record highs, but interest paid on savings accounts, well, that has flatlined. The average APR on a credit card is just under 21%, according to Bankrate, but the average yield on a savings account is less than 0.5%. Now, there are, of course, high-yield savings accounts, but one bank is taking a novel approach, offering high-yield checking accounts, where a customer's money is moved into treasuries. Let's get back out to Tyler Matheson in Southampton for more. I'm excited to hear about this one, Ty.
Kelly, if you're going to watch one segment today on CNBC, you want to watch this one with Bill Harris, CEO of Evergreen Money, because I'm going to tell you, or he's going to tell you, how you can make not zero on your checking account, but right now,
thanks, Blue. Appreciate that, man.
5.31%. How do you do it, Bill?
Appreciate that, buddy.
Go
Cheers,
to evergreenmoney.com. We've got a checking account. The checking account hasn't been innovated on for decades. What we do
No kidding.
No kidding.
Cheers,
everyone
buddy.
thinks it's a
Anytime,
commodity.
man.
We're taking the checking account. It's got the debit card. It's got everything you need. And we take the balance and we put it in Treasury bills.
Treasury bills that you roll over that are not
Look at you.
state
You guys
or
see them
locally
talking
taxed,
about it?
So your effective yield is
It's like-
even
because
higher
it
than
feels
the 5%
like it's-
you're getting today.
It's
Right
around
now,
that time.
5.3%. The tax effective yield is more like 6.5%.
Now, how much money do I have to open one of these accounts? Because these are generally the kinds of bespoke products that are for the ultra wealthy.
Well, it is. It's it's a strategy that the ultra wealthy use. I mean, Warren Buffett has $158 billion in Treasury bills. Every Monday he wakes up and says, how much more am I going to put in T-bills? What we have is the ability to let anybody, any affluent family, do the same thing. The minimum is $10,000.
The minimum is $10,000. That is affluent, but it is certainly not out of reach of many people in today's world, because people carry a lot of money in their checking account.
And just about anybody who has investments has that kind of money sitting, it's dumb money, sitting in a checking account earning 0.01%.
So that's the story on Evergreen Money. Bill, former PayPal CEO, Intuit CEO.
Thank you.
You have been a part of startups all your life. You're a serial entrepreneur. Characterize for me today the climate for startups, the availability of capital, and the opportunities that are out there potentially for investors to put money to work in startups. How does it look to you?
Well, it's gone through a cycle.
I want to listen to what this guy says, but what I'm going to do is I want to see, it feels like NVIDIA, there's a nice, come on. It feels like we're getting into like NVIDIA here. This could be a nice rejection point. It is support down here, so be careful. The volume is pulling back, but that was like a late minute sell-off going into the end of the day. Let's see what happens from now, because it's 2 o'clock, so we still have 2 hours. Do we get this? Wait, I thought I was on NVIDIA. Yeah, NVIDIA. So that 127 level was our watch. It was like we're gonna trade off of it to the long side. At least for me, I'm gonna trade off of it to the long side and the downside. We get this pullback. Oh, I appreciate that, man. Yeah, man. Like I said, if you need anything or anybody needs anything, again, it goes to the stream, man. So I do appreciate that. You know, it helps go to the Squawk Box scanners and stuff, so that when news comes out, anything happens, we're well aware of it, and all that stuff. So it's greatly appreciated. And I just want to be able to add value to everybody, because again, the main thing too is like a lot of people don't know this, but. And I know you guys hear me say it all the time, is like going places and joining groups and stuff, like, outside of like joining a Discord and stuff, there's nothing wrong with it. And I don't disagree with doing it. Whatever helps you make money, and that's fine. That's okay. But you just have to understand, when you do those things, you're giving your personal property up and your personal choices up to some of those people. They can see what it is that you use, when you use it, how you use it, where you go. And they can then sell it off if they choose to. They may not. Maybe they have in a disclaimer, but there's also ways that other companies, third parties that are on that site too, have eyes to your stuff. You know what I mean? I just think people don't know it, and it's okay. It is what it is. It just is what it is. That's just how the game is ran. That's just what they do. And and I just wanted to be able to provide a place where people can come to the markets, have market talk about markets, answer questions, learn, do some education stuff, like I have actually a on PowerPoint, I have this thing that I've been doing to go over with like understanding like how do you like what is like a buy signal and a sell signal, and how do you time that? Like, you know, you're not going to be perfect every time, but there's ways to that you can use, and I always say your indicators with your charts and volumes and combining them together to just, you know, make you feel comfortable in a trade. So, but to doing lessons and stuff like that. So I greatly appreciate that. I was getting tired there for a minute, so I appreciate you guys waking me up. I've been back and forth. There was a family member of mine who was getting a blood transfusion done, and I was doing that during the week and the holiday and all that stuff. So a little bit tired, but hold on, I got a message now too. Hold on one second. So yeah, let's just see what happens here going into the end of the day. Let's if you guys have any tickers or stocks you guys want to cover, let me know and we'll do it. Listen out for the news. Let's see here, 180, 150. So NVIDIA, again, NVIDIA 127. That's your mark. It was an area to go long. 130 below it, reject it. You're looking for 125. You may even get. I don't know if you'll get it because yesterday and today's downside's a pretty big move. But if you do break the support level here. If you do break 125, I just don't think we do. You could see NVIDIA down at 122.50. So a trade idea, all right, pops into 127, short into 122. It's just an idea. Again, you have to understand that we've already sold off for 2 days now. You've taken back 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days. Right, you've taken back 5 days of upside in a day and a half. So you start turning bottom left screen. You start turning that 127.50 into resistance. And what we do is we look for the move down to there. You look down that move down at a 125.50. Really, if you want to be honest, you know what's even crazier? It's not your support. Your support is actually 120 to 117, 118. So really, I would look for NVIDIA to get down to here. That's what I'd look for. Maybe that happens next week. But you want to get short the bounces. All right? You want to get short the bounces. Just, you know, sometimes it's hard because your mind is telling you we're going higher. You just have to be able to read the chart, see the chart, and kind of just have conviction in what you're seeing, that what you're seeing is correct, and just know we're not going to be right all the time. I got to pan this out a little bit more. Alright, so Exxon. I want to look at Exxon real quick. Let's pull this up, guys. Let me go use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back.
Welcome back. It's no secret NVIDIA has been on a monster tear, and SoftBank's Masayoshi Son expressed regret at the company's annual meeting overnight about selling its stake in NVIDIA too soon. But he also doubled down on the narrative that he's going on the AI offensive. Deirdre Bosa here for today's Tech Check with new details on what that means. He's not the only one who probably, Deirdre, feels he sold early.
No, but he did make a tidy profit. Still, he was reflective. He called NVIDIA the fish that got away and losing out on an open AI investment to Microsoft. These were chances missed, but OpenAI is now valued at $80 billion, and NVIDIA that's the one that's got a sting because its $700 million investment would be worth some $160 billion today if SoftBank had held on to it. But Masayoshi Son, he's also looking forward. According to a source familiar, he's going to be taking a different strategy this time versus his spray and play playbook for the Vision Fund. Spray and pray, I should say, playbook for the Vision Fund. I'm told that this time Masa-san is going to be a lot more focused and that ARM...
I don't want to... Wait, she's talking about ARM. Hold on.
Many different startups and industries like he did last time. He's looking at a smaller universe of companies with a more explicit fit with ARM, now SoftBank's crown jewel and its largest holding. Now, my source says that strategic M&A is going to play a large role and that SoftBank will be more of an operator this time around, less traditional investor. This is a strategy, though, Kelly, that could be at odds with what activist investor Elliott Management is pushing for. It notes the large gap between SoftBank's market cap and its net asset value, large part of that being ARM. Elliott thinks that can be fixed with a $15 billion buyback, but it seems that Masa-san would rather use its capital to invest in AI companies. And at least one thing, though, is similar from last time when he deployed the Vision Fund, some $100 billion. The VC community agrees that valuations in AI have become inflated. So it's interesting to think about what Masa-san might do. I'm told that it's not going to be sort of those straight late-stage investments that we saw with the Vision Fund. But again, potentially strategic M&A that goes in tandem with ARM.
The activist wants a buyback. He wants to be a VC. Deirdre, thanks very much. We appreciate it, Deirdre Bosa. Tyler will bring us more big-name guests from the Hamptons coming up next on Power Lunch. Don't go anywhere.
Forgot my water. I wanted to grab a water before. All right, so it's 2 o'clock. Let's get going with it. I would like to try and finish out the day with a trade. You know, if I do, I do. We don't, we don't. You know, I don't want to give back any money. All right, that's our job. We don't give back money. We take money. We take money from the markets. And oh shit! Hold on 1 second.
To answer.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to a special edition of Power Lunch. I'm Tyler Matheson at the Uncharted Conference in the Hamptons.
They need to put a pool picture behind me at least or something. I'm Kelly Evans holding down the fort back at headquarters here. And Tyler, over to you.
Over the next hour, we're going to be talking to some of the market professionals, the investors, the people behind startups, the people who are funding startups who are gathered here at Uncharted. We'll talk stock market, VC funding, and the future of AI. Kel?
All
Here I am actually talking the whole time without the mic. Oh my gosh. Oh man. I seen that. Thanks, Bear. I appreciate that, man. I'll grab a cup of coffee and stuff. Cheers, man. I greatly appreciate it, buddy. I was gonna get to that. So, here's what I was saying. Bitcoin. I can't believe I was just doing this the whole time, and then the mic wasn't on. Short and sweet. You broke the 50-day, turned it into resistance. This is, in my opinion, risk. If there was a definition of risk, I don't think it's I think there's other things that are riskier, but which I still think Bitcoin in a sense is safe outside of being hacked or something. But once Bitcoin starts going down and breaks the 50-day, yes, this is a consolidation. So don't even if you get a pullback to 48,000, okay, it's still okay. We just need to understand that just because we say we won't buy Bitcoin until it gets to 12, 11, 10,000, and it gets to 16, that we don't buy some of it. And again, you don't have to buy like a whole one. You don't need $16,000, $10,000 to buy Bitcoin. I think you can buy it with like 10, 15, 20 bucks, and I'm pretty sure, I'm not a crypto guy, but I'm pretty sure, if you want to spend $100 and buy dips or whatever, you can do that, which would be like 0.00045 of one Bitcoin is how it would work. So you don't need to say. I know I've seen people that aren't familiar with it, and they think that they need whatever the amount is to buy it. They don't know that if they got a couple $100 and want to just buy some every week or something until they get to one Bitcoin, that you can buy it, and it would be in fractional shares or whatever you want to call it. So I do not own Bitcoin because I was an idiot and I said that I was not buying until it got to like 12, 10,000 or so. Well, guess what? It got to 16. And now here it is at 66, 70. So when we get pullbacks in Bitcoin, like 56,000, 50, 46, which I think we can get down to 47. Even though we don't have like a lot of volume to the sell side, this is one. What I'm getting at is this could be one big consolidation that just because we pull back doesn't mean that things are done and over with. This could be actually a shake and bake. You see how the price action is tight? If you go back and you look at like really any stock that consolidates and then they sell it off, and then right after the sell off it rips and roars, the price action will kind of stay tight. I can show that to you guys with Net, right? Remember when I showed you guys I own Net? Well, if you guys look, this was like a nice consolidation, and then they sold it off, shook out weak hands that were like either down money or made no money for months on end, and then it starts to just sell off day after day after day, and they're like, you know what, I want out of here. Then bang, they come in and buy it up. Well, if you look here in 2020, like I showed you guys, when I owned this, they did the same exact thing, right? It consolidated. All right, daily chart, right here, right? So you guys can see how you have a nice little rally here, right? You have the rally, which I'll say is like right there. Then what's it do? It consolidates, which it like consolidated right here for a couple months, and then what'd they do? They sold it off. Only to do what? Bang. And look at this. The price action's kind of tight. It's not choppy and all over the place. And you can see this sell-off pulls back. Bang. It starts. Watch that for Bitcoin because it's consistent selling, right? It's a consolidation and a consistent sell. The selling stops. Buyers step in. It's go time. So watch out for that on Bitcoin. All right. I'm not saying that that's going to happen, but if you get a pullback to the 50s, or if like this is the low on Bitcoin and it starts going and you're not buying pullbacks, you know, even if it's a little bit, you know, you just nibble on pullbacks and you average down, your account will average up on that if you average down. That's really the other one.
There's a lot of people trying to top tip NVIDIA.
There's another one. All right, for instance, pretty sure right here, what happened? This is the perfect example, and this is what I think Bitcoin's doing. You guys see here gold. Gold just went, right? This was a really nice rally from gold. From 2018, it was $100 and it went all the way up to $200 on GLD, right? So what you have here is a rally, consolidation, sell-off, shakeout weak hands, bang, right? Watch that for Bitcoin. These people are sitting on dead money for a year, 2 years. You get a consistent sell trigger, and it shakes them out. And then what happens? Buyers step in, buy it. Look at that, right? Consolidate, sell off, boom, and then it takes off like a rocket. So, there's a lot of examples like this. There's a lot of them, but I don't know. I'm just kind of putting it out there. Maybe like this too, like Exxon. You had this long consolidation, consolidate, sell it off, boom. And we just kind of were already at high, so it was kind of hard for this stock to go higher. Even here, mean sell off 2020, pick it up, and it, you know, so. I tell you what, this was a bummer. For anybody that was in the markets here and anybody that bought energy, you remember the feeling of being able to buy energy on the low and you were like up money for a while. Then you noticed, hey, wait, I'm flat. Now I'm down. And you were down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And it's like, yeah, you know, you're on the verge of getting rid of it. And you're like, man, you know what I mean? And then if you're lucky enough not to sell it, because what you don't see here is the amount of time that has went by for a person's account that they know, because they look at it where they bought it and they were up money, and now they're not only down money, they've been down money for a long time, and they're watching everything else go up. That's the other part of the story, is when everything else is going up and yet you've wasted all your time in this, and they start that sell-off. That, just remember it, that sell-off, it's time. Like, chances are, at least, there's probably a nice long buy, a buy signal, a rally about to take place. Doesn't always mean that that's the case, but more times than not, it's like, it's trying to trigger you emotionally to get rid of it. And that's what it is. They're shaking out weak hands. So, and even people that bought up at the highs here. How many people do you think bought up here? Oh, I'm going to be a part of this energy, right? They buy it. They're up money. Then you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, all year, right? 12 months, 13 months. They're not only up, they're not only break even, they're down money. They're like, you know what, man, this thing's selling off. I brought the highs. Man, Apple, Microsoft, NVIDIA, Micron, all these names are up at highs. I'm just taking my money out, putting it elsewhere, and then what happens? Bang. It just rallies. So if you guys for anybody that has a long term, you'll start to notice stuff like that, and like, look at that. They could have exited not only break even, but with a nice profit, with a dividend, you know, with interest on that. So that's why it's always good to hold no matter what happens. You know, don't get sucked into the emotional stuff. Crypto Link, what's up, bro? Yeah, GME. Let's talk GME. I had brought up a couple days ago about getting this. Listen, man, I will say this. We're still at 25. It is kind of done. Like, it's like the volatility, I would say, or the volume. I wish this thing would never lose volume. I wish GME every day had 100 million shares traded every single day, because I don't care if it's going to the upside or to the downside. There's just a lot of opportunity there if you play it. And I like when GME is moving. I do. I can't even. I'm not even gonna lie. It gives you opportunity to the upside, the downside, if you can recognize it. I believe he's a showman too. I just want to know how he got all that money, and I could see probably how. Maybe he did some Rolling Stones and magazine, and maybe some maybe from the movie. I don't know, and interviews and stuff like that is how he got all of his money. But I'll be damned, bro. Listen, I will say this: he is a showman, but he definitely has some balls of steel to be sitting on 200 million in calls on GameStop and just be like, yeah, I'm just chilling. What's up? I got my cast and my long hair, and I don't know how to do this live stream type shit. Yeah, you just broke it. This could actually be a nice trade, bro. Thanks for bringing that up. Tech Tips, I remember him talking about when Intel was in the 50 range. That was how much they were up for 25. It should be a buy, but you could look at it now. It's like $30. Yeah, see, that's the other part to that story is a crappy stock being a crappy stock, or if it's going to participate in the market, right? Because you see all the energy stocks are up, right? For the most part, semiconductors are all up. Well, Intel is not participating in it. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, you had this 1, 2, 3, 4 year consolidation sell-off, but this is a 90% sell-off. Like, you're down 80% of your money. Like, there's a difference, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, in my opinion, these are big waves. I feel like Intel, I don't know. Intel's a trustworthy processor. I just feel like it's not where investors want to be. It would have been nice to be able to get back in here at 44, 45 and hold. Maybe it makes a turnaround. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's debt. Listen, I will say this. If you compare an AMD to an Intel, I personally have an AMD Ryzen 7. I forget what series it is. I'll have to look, but I feel like, I have an AMD. I wanted an AMD. What's more trustworthy from which, other people that have used it? Would you much rather run your business and a thing on Intel or AMD? They'll probably choose Intel because it's a little bit more trustworthy. But, again, AMD offers, I don't know. I'm not a, that big. I like tech. I love tech. I wish I learned more about it. I feel like, I don't know. I just don't, Intel has a decent product. There's just, people want to be elsewhere. And I feel like this thing is just, they got to do something, maybe a new CEO. And they need to figure out what is wrong. See, and that's the difference too, between a broad participation. Like, if you were to buy really any energy stock, the worst thing you had to worry about was just lagging behind the leaders, right? Because there's leaders and there's laggards. Well, this thing ain't even lagging the market, or at least semiconductors, right? AMD is laggard. It is a laggard. It went with them, and then it's kind of just sold off and was kind of weak. So maybe that's more so to do with Intel and AMD and what they do, being, a processor or whatever, and that's not really where the focus is, because the drive is in AI and the actual fundamentals of what it takes to run an AI. But it hasn't been a good stock. Intel it hasn't been a good stock, and it's okay. It's a good company. Hopefully they don't ever go out of business. There's just some stocks that don't perform well. Let me go real quick. I want to go back to GME really quickly. I just think that they may need a new CEO or something. Maybe pay off debt. Maybe make an announcement that they're going to invest into something else and make some type of new product. I'm not sure. Let's go here let me go to GameStop real quick because I want to see this. Yeah, man, but I will say that is insane to have 200 million and not sell and just sit there and just, you know, we started, was it, I can't remember if it was CryptoLink or not. Somebody came on here and brought up AMC and stuff like that, and I actually looked at AMC and traded it, and then like kind of missed a trade. I'm like, shit, why the fuck am I watching AMC? Because I ended up missing like a bigger move and something else. And we were trading the day that GameStop broke through 14 and then hit the 100-day at $17, and then we look back and it's way up top, and we're like, damn. And then you come in that Monday with the huge gap up. It was like we were kind of on GameStop early, but we didn't give it the credence that it needed. And it feels like, well, I don't know when Roaring Kitty got in or not, but you know, I don't know. Here's the thing. Here's what I would have said. If I was Roaring Kitty, I'm going to be honest with you. I would have been like, yo, to what's his name from Chewy? I forget his name. I know his name, but I forget it. Ryan Cohen, I think it is. Hold on one sec. You know, here's the thing. GameStop has to run a company. The board's going to run it. They're going to say, hey, stock price is up here. We need that money. Again, the markets are for companies to raise money. That's it. And for you to be a part of it if they make profits. You know, so when it's up there, yeah, Ryan Cohen. I would have said, bro, if you guys fucking do this right now, count me out. Like, I'm selling it and I'm telling everybody I'm out. I don't know. He can't really do that. Like, he can say that to Ryan and Ryan can try. But board members can step over Ryan all day long and say, hey, as a group, as a collective group, we're taking the money. So fuck you. We don't care. You want to leave and step down as CEO? Okay, cool. We'll get another one. We got our money to pay off debts and maybe even buy a couple new cigars with our new boats. I don't know. Maybe they do. Maybe they don't do that. Who am I to say? But I thought it was pretty ignorant and a spit in the face to literally come out that day and do another offering on top of it. You know, when you were about to get an opportunity where your stock price may have went even higher. And I really think that kind of messed it up. But I will say, the whole time GameStop was going, we could not get over $38 to $40. Like, we could not close during 9:30 to 4 up above there. We would come in with, a gap up. Came in with that gap up right here. And then we just sold off. We got back up. And where did we go? Right? You got up to 47.50. So that was the level, was $50. Now, and I say this because there's still two gaps. Or three, I'm sorry. There's still three gaps. So you have these two back from 2020. All right, you still have these two back here. All right, you still have that gap. And then you have the one that is right there. All right, you have that gap right there. It's very small. It's not that big of a gap, but it is a few bucks. It's like 79 to 82. $79 to $81, so it's about $2 wide. But then you had this gap here. And we just, for whatever reason, it was right there. Right there, this gap right there. And we pointed this out. We said, hey, we still have a nice gap right here at $39.30 to, we'll say $39.30, $39 to $40.50. So it's about $1.50 wide at $1.40. So if you noticed, not one time did GameStop close and hold during 9:30 to 4 and pull back into $40 and hold it as support. Like, pull back, right? Pull it back and hold it and then rally off of it during the day. We could not do that And every single time we said the same thing. We still cannot close and hold above $40 during market hours. Not one time. You had this rally, but look, you just went up and you didn't even fill the gap there. Not the gap, but I guess you could say it is a gap because you gapped down from this level here at $48. At 48, you rallied to 48, but you never got that pullback, right? You never got this pullback, which I was looking for that day right there. You never held it. And I tell you what, if you would have held it at $40, bang, you would have seen a candle that went right up to 70, 75, maybe even $80 if you did that intraday. I can tell you that right now. And I was praying to God we did it. And we just couldn't do it. GameStop couldn't do it. And the day that we finally get up there, they go to do that offering, I was so pissed. I was like, that was it. You had it. You had your chance. This is actually a higher low. I will say that. This is a higher low than this. You pulled back, support, minor support. You break it, you turn it into resistance, but then look, you reclaim 25. We're pulling back into 25 right now. 24.75. If you close above this level at 25, I would look to see if there's any news or anything on GameStop or even AMC if there's a shareholder meeting or something. Because if you hold $25, I think you can still get a pop back to 28. And you get above that 20-day. Well, really, this is a break below the 20-day moving average as well. You know, we have a nice move down into the low 20s. But I would watch it. I don't know. That's just my opinion. This is looking kind of funny. You would think that after this being resistance, you would just pull it back right into like 21 and shorts would take over. But that's not the case. That's not the case. Yeah, look, it tried to hold it, then it just couldn't. That could still be a tail on the 4-hour chart. All right, that could still be a tail, but I don't know. That's what I'm watching. I'm watching this here, down here to 24. You can see we're holding it, holding it, holding it. It would have been nice to hold 25 because if you do hold 25 as support, then that's telling you we're making progress to the upside. And, you know, chances are you break the 20-day moving average and extend higher. Because if you extend higher, you have room all the way up to $28. So that would be a pretty nice $4 or $5 move there on GameStop. But I agree with you. He's a showman. I don't know. I couldn't believe they did all that. I couldn't believe he did what he did. I don't know. It's still holding up, though. I will say that. I will say that. And it's crazy. This thing did rally again. That's so sick. And they're still saying that it won't do it again. Well, guess what? You said that before. You said it wouldn't rally again before. Whoever thinks it's coming back, it's dead. Leave it alone. It's not coming back. What happened? The motherfucker came back. Excuse my language. All right. So, I'm not going to talk shit. I'm not going to say GameStop is done. Yo, that thing is trash. Okay, the stock might be trash. You have a lot of stock. You have a lot of open shares now that shorts can cover with. It's just the float is just humongous now. It's going to be harder to get it higher, but hey, never say never. Could this be the end of it? It absolutely could be. Am I going to say it is? No. Because look what happened last time. They said that this thing was done and couldn't go any higher. Made them look like fucking idiots. And then they want to play cool and be like, yeah, man, GameStop, let's go. That's so awesome, man. Oh, GameStop's trash. GameStop's trash, man. You come here talking about GameStop and AMC. Oh, people still trade it? Oh, people are still trading this thing? Oh, my God. Then when it pops, they're your best friends. And the motherfucker's ready to sell your ass a membership real quick. I fucking crack myself up, man. I do. I swapped from AMD and Intel and went with Qualcomm for my laptop. So Surface Pro 11 is elite because of efficiency, performance, and capability. I don't like. That's what I mean. Like, I don't know. Like, does Qualcomm have a processor? I don't even know of. See, I don't. I wish I knew more. I wish I knew more. Does Qualcomm have a processor? I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I know that. I thought that Does Qualcomm make... No, I think Apple said that they're leaving Qualcomm and making their own chip. Bond yield's a little changed. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Snapdragon. Yeah, see, I didn't even see this. The X Elite, yeah.
Futures settle at $80.73, down 56.
I don't know. I wouldn't be the one to ask. I would see what Reddit or like, you know, look it up on YouTube. If you go on YouTube and look up like pros and cons or something, I'm sure somebody's got a video out there. Somebody that actually knows something could help you with it. Like, I really wish I could give you advice on it, but I can't. I don't know that much about, like, that stuff. Microsoft Surface, I just bought Microsoft Surface Pro 11. Yeah, I know what the Surface Pros look like. I know what they look like. Yeah, that's sick. That is sick. That is nice. Yeah, I mean, that's something if you looked online, or like even really like YouTube or whatever, like Twitch or whatever you use, I'm sure somebody's made a video on it, or if you looked it up, it could give you some insight on it. Alright, so they're shorting pops here. So the next place I would look to if we could get it. See, I really want 28 on GameStop. I think we could get this level here. I do. I think we could get it. And that's 28. I would like to try and get 28 on GameStop. And be able to take a short position here. No.
So any pre-launch concerns? What if nobody buys them? That's me. Or what if everybody buys them? I hadn't thought of that. That's probably not going to happen. Can we handle that kind of traffic? The network can handle it. I downloaded 8 hours of true crime stories just during our last video call. I'm learning a lot.
I would like to try to get that right there.
Shares of GameStop pulling back here. Golf Michael Echo, GME 2440.
The volume's very low. Alright, so you have some support here at $24. Break at 24 looks like it's going to 20. That might be a nice trade there. You guys see this level here? If you guys can't see it, I'll try and look right here. If you break 24, if we pull back today and you break that 24 level, we should have room, in my opinion. What is going... Okay, right here. We should have room from 24 down to $20. Like, look to the left here, right? You have support at 22 and then 20. So that could be a nice 4-point move if you break that. Wait. Alright, so if we can pull back in here and we break that level, you obviously wanted to be short right there at 25 because you'd already be able to take profit going into 24, 23. Fuck, come on. Sorry for the language. Alright, so that is my game plan. I want to see if we can break $24 on GameStop. See if we can break $24 and short down into $20. The volume is very low, so keep that on your mind, and understand that if you do buy puts or get short and something happens and you carry that thing into the weekend and Monday, understand that if this thing pops to 30, 28, 50, it can happen. Understand the risk that you're taking when you're trading something to the downside like GameStop. You've seen it pop to $60, $50, and it wiped people out. They're done. Their career is done. Trading no more. Back to the warehouse for 5-10 years. Save your money, and we'll see you in another fucking 5-10 years. Excuse my language, because that's what happens. It gets real. And when that margin call shows up and that thing's way up at $60 and they don't have the capital, or it just grinds higher and they just take a loss, you're talking people losing millions of dollars singly, right? Single people losing hundreds of thousands of millions of dollars and getting it wiped out. No more. No mas. You're done. What have you been doing for 10 years? You've been trading the markets. You have no skill for the workforce. So it can get real quick. Always remember that. So if you get this pop up here and you see me get short or buy puts, understand if I carry this in the weekend, my position size is as if this thing is going to go to zero. So I may only buy, X amount. It depends if I get profit off what I do. But I would like to try to get short GameStop and take this thing down to $20. I'm going to tell you that right now. I would like to do that. And look at that volume. That came in there on that 1 minute. Let me do this. Auto dealer software hack. I should read the news. We should go over the news real quick so we know what the heck's going on for next week. I will have a video out this weekend, or possibly even a live stream, where we can go through charts and get ready for next week. Talk about some of the news from this week, relate it to next week and what happened this week, and take it into next week, because sometimes having a 2-day week or 2 days off, and even a holiday in the middle like we had, it's easy to kind of forget what was going on, like the sentiment and how things were trading. I don't know. I can't really explain it other than that. 503. There we go. So this weekend we'll do a video and cover some of the news, whatever type of economic stuff we have coming out, our trades that we took. I still don't want to forget about Exxon. Look, it's just sitting here. So look, you're not making any progress to the upside here, which also means that 111.50 may hold. I don't know. I'm going to tell you guys right now, if Exxon gets up to that 20-day, and even back to like, there's two sides of this trade, but yeah, 113 to 112.50. If you start getting rejections up there and it feels like it's a low volume break, maybe I'll take the short. I would like to try to get Exxon either back up to 114 or back down to 110. Alright, maybe I don't take that trade. Maybe it's not time. Maybe I need to give it a little bit. I just thought there for a minute after that news came out that we were about to have a nice little trade on our hands, and what else? So Tesla, we said 184. If you guys look here, 184 was the level we got long to and short at. Let me do this. Yeah, it's consolidating. I told you guys that those options were pretty much saying this thing is going to trade sideways all day. Be careful. That's why nobody has conviction one way or another. And the options are saying just that. So Let's just keep price time zoomed in. Apply. All right. So if you guys look here, top right of the screen. All right, pretty clear. This is an easy chart to follow, right? Resistance. You gap above it, you pulled back. All right. Support, resistance, support right there at 182 to 182.50. You 180. You broke below it. Resistance, right? Resistance. Break above. Pull back. You held 180. Now you want to watch. See, that was weird because you never pulled back to 180 off of that. Short story right here, right? This was the level this morning, right there. That 184. All right, that was like a triple, double top there. It was minor support Monday, minor support Tuesday. Thursday, we broke under it, then turned it into resistance. All right, pulled back to 180. Today, we double topped up there. We could not hold above it. So I do assume that this previous double top now, this red box, which is, come on, you guys know it, that double top from way earlier. You guys see it bottom left? Alright, bottom left on my screen, right there, that double top right there. You're sitting above it. Support, resistance, resistance, or support, support. It broke, now you're turning it into resistance. We'll see what happens. Alright, we'll see what happens there with Tesla. It's still consolidating. I think as long as it's above 178, like 178 to 180, and it's above that, and it's holding the 100-day moving average, I think you got to think about the longs on that until it breaks with volume. Alright, let's see here. Alright, so man, my freaking chest is hurting. Consolidating. Alright, let's go look at the heat map and see what some of our winners and losers were today. Google, big winner there. Up over just under 2.5%. Really nice trade there. What is that? Dan, I thought that was DR Horton. Danther Corp was up 2%. And once again, see how mRNA is flat. So biotechs, you have some, what, 37%? This is it. SRPT. This was what I was talking about this morning that I couldn't remember the ticker. SRPT. All right, so this thing had a gap up. They got approved, had an FDA approval yesterday. This is why I say anybody that is up on big cap tech or whatever, if the markets do pull back and you get a pullback in this sector with, like, you know, biotech, healthcare, drug manufacturers, I really think we got to look at these sectors, at least for me, and see if we can't, you know, if the SPY is going to, you know, as long as the market's not going to fall out of bed, I think this is where I want to look at to start buying. So you guys can see here Johnson & Johnson consolidating here at the lows. It doesn't feel like it's going to go lower. It could. But let's see, 160. 160. Support 144.25. Up above the 50-day. Keep an eye on this name. Keep an eye on Johnson & Johnson. It looks like It might try. Oh, come on. Let me turn this on. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm sorry. Hold on 1
find
second.
ways to use faster development that will reduce costs and increase productivity.
So you give it a very healthy grade at this point.
Oh, no question about it. I've been through every technology revolution, from the PC to the cell phone, the internet. Nothing comes close to AI.
Where we are right now.
It's going to permeate everything. I mean, really, it's
Alan, you are an inspiration. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
A little bit out of time. We appreciate you being here. Alan Patrick Hall. Kelly, back to you.
That was great. Great to hear from one of the legends, Tyler and Alan. Thank you. Still ahead, we'll ask our three-stock lunch trader what to do with some of 2024's biggest gainers. And as we head to break, CNBC is celebrating Pride Month throughout June. Here is Ken Melman, KKR partner.
At KKR, we invest in companies, which is really investing in people. And in our experience, engaged and diverse workforces perform better. I've seen this at work and in so many parts of my life. The story of Pride is also the story of America. We're proud of who we are, who we love, and how we can together expand the founding promise of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Yep, just give me 1 second. I'm going to fix my charts here, and then we'll go into the close and see what we have that is looks like could offer some opportunity possibly. Don't waste your money and throw your money at the wall hoping that it sticks. Come on. Did any of you guys see that Bugatti Tourbillon? That they've just been talking about. I don't know why I brought that up. Just to buy myself a little time, I guess. My chest is hurting. Alright. Let's see here. Alright, so this. Sorry, just give me 1 second. I do apologize. But 1, 2, 3. Let's go here. Gosh, come on, bro. You gotta be fucking kidding me.
Welcome back. Time for today's three-stock lunch. All hour, we've been discussing what to do with some of the big winners in your portfolio. Nice question to ask. Here with our trades is David Bonson, Chief Executive of Bonson Group.
DJT.
Welcome back. Time for today's three-stock lunch. All hour, we've been discussing what to do with some of the big winners in your portfolio. Nice question to ask. Here with our trades is David Bonson,
that's
Chief
so
Investment.
funny. We've been doing the same thing today. Talking about the same exact thing. Because it does feel like, hey, treasuries are here. You might want to think about locking it in because you may not see it again for X amount of years. And you might be close to the top.
It has nothing to do with the fact that we don't think it's a huge company that's going to be a major player in AI. for years to come. But when you're trading at 60 times forward earnings, that's already priced in. And the Cisco of 1999 narrative is very much what we believe in.
Not to split hairs here, but I don't know if we can show the forward multiple. I thought it was more like 40, although I haven't checked in a couple of weeks, so maybe it is 60 now.
Well, I think it depends on what projection you're looking at. It was about 56 times at its peak the other day. The stock has come down a little. It was well over 70 times trailing. But a forward multiple on a company like NVIDIA is impossible to perfectly calculate because it assumes certain projections that are not quite as well known with this massive order flow growth that they're dealing with chips.
That said, I remember one of our guests pointing out that last year it turns out NVIDIA was trading at 6 times forward earnings because the earnings estimates were so much understating its true earnings power.
That's right. And if anyone believes they will grow earnings 2,000% again, then they should not sell the stock.
All right. Let's move along to Eli Lilly. Maybe is a controversial, I don't know. It's up 51% this year amid this GLP craze. What would you do with this one?
We would sell this as well. And again, this is a pharma company that, unlike a big tech company, is used to being a good dividend payer, dividend grower, which is what we care about.
Listen
and in
to
Lilly's
this.
case, unlike Merck and unlike some of the other great
Listen to what he says here.
chosen
That's
to continue
it's
growing the
pretty
dividend
messed
as their
up.
cash flow has grown. And that reflects to me, Kelly, management's low confidence in the sustainability of what they're doing. They've had a huge peak in earnings out of the weight loss drug success. Now they face competition from that. There will be more products coming online that compete with Lilly. And I think that ultimately the fact they haven't grown their dividend, that you're yielding 0.5% as a big pharma company makes no sense to me.
Right.
That's really interesting, and maybe the onus is on them. Love to hear maybe the CEO talk about that and whether that could change. All right. And then Chipotle, those shares are up 40% this year. The stock will split 50-1 next week. And it's been a high flyer for, I feel like as long as I've been on the planet. What's your trade?
Yeah, it has been a high flyer, and there's been a couple times that you and I have been on the planet where Chipotle had a big drawdown, and then it rebounded from that. And so it is a name that is hard to bet against in terms of the success it's had. The reason we're a sell with Chipotle is a 0% dividend yield. Where is the free cash flow going? At this point, if they're not in a position, like you look at McDonald's, Kelly, that is up 67,000% since it went public. They've been one of the great dividend growers of all time. Chipotle is far past the phase where they should be there. So to us, it's a sell. We think that it just eventually falls to the law of fads. It cannot be as popular with that kind of smart casual Mexican food through time. Now, of course, I could have said that 5 years ago. I would have been very wrong. But again, I'm taking my P's and Q's from management here. Why are they not paying a dividend? They're generating the free cash flow to do it.
That would be an interesting next chapter for some of these names. In the meantime, David says, sell them, book the gains. David Bonson, thanks for joining us. Appreciate your time. Still ahead, we'll head back out to the Hamptons. Tyler is with Katie Couric. Tyler, you better tell her I love her. I follow her on Instagram all the time. I could go on. And we'll have more after the break.
All right. right, so where's the SPY at? Still just hanging out right about where we opened up. Oh, that's right, Qualcomm. Well, I think semiconductors are down, right? I know Micron got hurt. I think the whole sector. Well, no, I mean, it's down to 1.5%, just under 2%. Yeah, sorry about that, Blue. Yeah, this. So, hold on, let me. So normally, like with Qualcomm, TSM, Micron, well, really TSM and Qualcomm, they'll usually all do the same as a sector. What is Qualcomm?
Well, one of the cool things about being able to get out of the office, the studio, is you never know who you'll see at a conference like Uncharted.
You're getting a pullback in those sectors. You're just getting some profit taking.
Media. Katie.
Hi, Tyler.
Really, NVIDIA's pulling back, and that's going to bring down the whole sector. Let's listen to this real quick.
Junior high, high school, college.
Yeah.
Katie's brother Johnny is one of my best and dearest friends.
And
you
my
too.
mom worked with your mom. They did flowers for weddings.
They did flowers for
big
weddings.
events. They called themselves the Flower Ladies.
And the Flower Ladies.
Yeah,
and you mentioned them
Is
in your
this who I
book.
think it is?
Yes, exactly.
And you mentioned your dad, John Sr. He was a wonderful, wonderful man.
Thank you.
Let's talk about Katie Couric Media. You're now a founder of a company. What's that like?
It's been really exciting, Tyler. I was watching how the media landscape was transforming and how so many people were now getting their news and information on their phones through digital
You're a bit
platforms.
late.
And I decided, after having a wonderful career in broadcast television, and I loved every minute of it, that I wanted to be where the puck was going. So we started this company. I started it with my husband, who has had a career in finance. And we now are sort of a thoroughly modern media company with newsletters. We have 4 now. We have, obviously...
He has a career in finance. That's short for he worked for Goldman Sachs.
Social media to do a lot of news-making interviews, because I started in my career at a time where you could kind of establish yourself and build a household name. So I do interviews with prominent people who I think trust my methods and my credibility. So it's been really fun and interesting.
I don't know if you guys heard that, but I said my husband, she said, he has a career in finance. I said that is short for he works for Goldman Sachs. But you know what's going to be funny about this and what she's talking about?
Right now, I have one.
Is I can already sense it. When people think that you're just going to have a podcast and just bring the same person on and ask the same questions, it's going to get old. Like, I've already see it with, like, Dana White. They've done worn Dana out. Like, we know what's going on. Like, I just see it. Like, they're just people are just getting passed around, just like a night show, and ask almost the same question. It's like, yo, we already know. Like, you're this person's been on 4 other shows. You're the 5th, 6th person. We already know. Like, it doesn't...
Background, and he knows how to write investor letters, and I'm learning. And he says I just think that they think this podcasting stuff is easy,
and that's how it's going to be, and it's going to be watched. That's not it at all.
We have almost 40 employees.
You got to create something.
We're job creators. Didn't George W. Bush say that? And I'm able to mentor a lot of people, give them opportunities, and really help them navigate the changing media landscape. And you have to be so, adjustable and adaptable, because as you know, Tyler, it's just changing so dramatically.
It really is. The business that you and I, as grew up in.
As fossils.
you and I
It's
grew
okay.
up in.
Yeah.
You and I grew up is different. It really is no
very
more
different.
in a lot of ways.
It is, and you have to be where people. You got to meet people where they are.
And that's really the lesson of business, right? I mean,
Yes.
you got to meet the customer where they are.
Definitely, and you have to adjust, and you have
So
to
anybody
just really be
wanting to
flexible
have a YouTube
in
channel and
how
stuff
you
like
see
that,
the
this is your
world, and you have to
competition.
be keenly aware
This is the
of
competition.
changing trends and consumer behavior.
Just
right?
coming in with money,
and
gonna
you
buy
have
their
to
way
then,
in and
you know,
buy the
step up
reviews.
and maybe forget some of the ways you used to do things. If
And
you
learn new
want to
things.
stay, and learn new things, and it's so fun,
Yeah.
Tyler, for somebody like you and me who are insatiably curious and want to be lifelong learners. First of all, I still get to interview people and talk to people, but then I also get to
different.
learn new technology.
Katie, thanks for doing this. I just talked to you 5 minutes ago. Thank you. It's very gracious of you to
Great
come by.
to see you.
Great to see
I'm
you.
always
Say hi
happy
to Johnny
be
for
back
me.
on NBC.
Thanks for watching Power Lunch.
Huge thanks to Katie. That was awesome. I'm getting in the car and I'm coming. Closing bell starts right now.
All right, guys, thanks so much. Welcome to Closing Bell. I'm Scott Wapner, live from Post 9 here at the New York Stock Exchange. This make or break hour
Still have
begins
an
with
hour left.
NVIDIA's quick correction, whether
It
it's
felt
time
like
to sell the hottest stock in the market
the end
or
of the day
just
was
continue to
there.
buy it. We'll ask our experts over this final stretch. Take a look at the scorecard with 60 minutes to go in regulation. Fairly muted action today, but as you know, that could certainly change over this last hour. It is Triple Witching
right.
Friday. It's a period when several options contracts
yes,
all
absolutely.
expire at once. Can get a little volatile, could get a little interesting. That's why we're here. We'll take you right up to the finish and see what happens.
Let me throw this trash away, grab some water. Give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back, and we'll go through it.
To the low this morning, some buyers coming in, or at least attempting to, but the stock is still down 3%. We discuss where it could really go from here. It does lead us to our talk of the tape, whether NVIDIA's meteoric rise has happened too fast, and if that incredible run has left the market unstable now. Let's ask our panel. Malcolm Etheridge is Vice President of CIC Wealth, Bryn Talkington, Requisite Capital, Stephanie Link, Hightower. All three are CNBC contributors. Good to have everybody here. Bryn, I'm going to begin with you because you're the one who owns NVIDIA. As I said, it had this quick correction of 10%. What do we make of that? Should we be concerned about where this stock is today?
I think it's so healthy. We would be concerned if it just continued to go up 2 to 3% a day. If you just look at basic technicals, it was so far above the 50-day moving average. That number is like close to $100. I doubt it gets there, but it needs to take a breather and consolidate.
Close to an island
and I feel
reversal,
quite
man. Look at
confident
that inside
sellers will
out
come
candle.
in. But remember, earnings don't come out until August 21st, so it's like the very end of earnings season. So there's definitely.
I'll say this, guys. If we do get pops back into like Qualcomm 215, I mean, technically, you should get a little bit of buying here off of the 20-day moving average. You guys can, excuse me, you guys can see that 20-day just hit and bought, right? Look at this, bang, 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 bang. Just buy, right? Okay, it broke, made it resistance. So already we identified the 20-day is an area Qualcomm likes to go to. Sometimes people say 20-day, 50-day. Well, they don't. I mean, it's got to show you that it's going to use that moving average. How about this? The trade line. Look at this trade line. You never once closed below it. You gapped below it and then closed above it. Gapped below it, closed above it. But you never sold. You were above it, never sold below it, right? So you just hit it. Support, 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 support. You come in. You have that wedge right there. Sometimes going back on these daily charts, look at that wedge. Boom, right there. Nice bull flag, right? Nice with the trade line. With a touch of the 20-day moving average. Bang, right? Yeah, you know. It's, so we've pulled back to the 20-day. Still have not closed below it. Are we about to get... The last time you had a break of the 20-day moving average was about 3 months ago. Excuse me, what is that? January, February, March, April. So April 12th, 15th was the last time you got below that 20-day moving average. So what I'm going to look for, let's just say like Qualcomm. All right, Qualcomm, I'm looking for a bounce back I want to look for a bounce back into 215, 214. Yeah, 215. That's what I'm going with. I'm going to tell you guys that right now. 215, even though yesterday was a big down day, I'm going to start getting short some of these semiconductors. I will be patient for two reasons. One, look at the volume. Look at the volume here, right? Look at that immense buying, right? And then the selling pressure really isn't that serious. It's really not that serious, right? I mean, I don't think it is. At least it's not that. I'm not. It doesn't make me nervous. So, I will say the 20-day moving average and stuff. Yeah, man, no problem. So we have two things that you have two decisions that you can make right now for at least a day trade, or at least, in my opinion, that I would do for a trade. You have an opportunity now where the minute on the daily chart, the bottom right, when it pulls into this, which it just did, you could be a buyer. Right down here, you can see that that's support. That's that flat top resistance, right? It pulls back, rally, where? 210. Gap up, pull back, 211. Gap down, bounce up, where? 210. 210. 210. Get above 210, try to hold it, can't. Break down, 210, resistance. Get up, 210, so you're gapping up, pull back, where? 210. So we're down where? 210. We're at 210, that 210 area, whether it's 210.60 or 210.50. Or, 210.60 or 210.05. 210. All right, so 210 is that level. I think you could look at this level literally right at 210, like 210.03, 210, and possibly look to be long there. But here's the thing, you could also look at 212.50, 212.50 to be short if you think you're going to break the 100. Me personally, I wouldn't do anything right now. I just think because you could naturally get a bounce Monday, Tuesday, the beginning of next week, a bounce. Let me not even guess. Look, let's just go find out right now. You could get a bounce, come in Monday with a gap up. Maybe it pulls back. And then, something happens Monday or into Tuesday where you get that bounce. Pretty much Monday, Tuesday, you get a bounce. And then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of next week, we pull back further. That's possibility. Or maybe we come in with a, I don't know. It's hard to say. There's so many different variations. I think we got to be a buyer down here, though. It's hard, but I don't know. Do you get another shot at 210 flat? If you do, I think it's worth a shot because your risk to reward is low. I think all of tech is pulling back. I feel like I need to do a little bit more work to say, or to, have the confidence into, trying to take along in the 220.
Boeing, ticker BA, seeing a report indicating the DOJ says it still hasn't decided to prosecute the company.
Why would they prosecute the company? All right, so can I share something with you guys? Yes, let's look at Mobile. I haven't looked at Mobileye in a while. Good eye, bro. Yeah, definitely. I like it. I like that you brought that name up. Now, real quick, let me say something about Boeing, if you guys don't mind. It's not going to be political or anything. And it's just my point of view. And, I could be wrong. That's fine. I'm not giving any credence or saying that it's okay to do anything if they even did anything, because I don't know. The first thing I'm going to say is humans were not meant to fly. That's number one, okay? And just because, it's obviously unacceptable to have any type of accidents, but to think that an accident isn't going to happen, to think an accident, or when you design a brand new car, that there aren't going to be faulty parts after a while once you add in what you can't do, which is time, right? You can add in time, but you can't add in the different times that people start the car, turn it off, drive it, cold, hot weather, right? You can't, there's no other practice than actually owning it and doing it. So then you'll find out 2, 3, 4 years later, oh, these valve springs are bad, so we can't do this, that, and the third. But if you guys notice, the door coming unhinged, that's completely unacceptable. Absolutely, I'm all for that. But you know, with the avionics system and the stuff going nose down, I think that there's a reason why there has not been a plane accident in the United States. And I think that there is this Boeing saying they're going to take take responsibility. That's cool. That's good. They should. But I think people misconstrued the like some of the way that Iraq, Afghanistan, Ireland even, or some of these other countries like Mexico or South America, they don't have the training, or they do have the training, but in my opinion, I don't think that they have the pilots that the United States have, right? Which are military backed, more importantly, very good at their job, love their job. We have the education, they have the tools to succeed, is what I'm saying. Some of these countries don't have that. And I feel like that's kind of, a downfall for other countries when there is plane accidents. Because they're like, when was, I don't know, but yes, we've had little, the wheel falling off there, this, that, and the third. But you haven't had a plane crash outside of like a helicopter, Kobe Bryant, driving in the fog when you shouldn't be doing it. And that's a little different than a commercial flight where you have 230, 300 passengers on a plane and you have to make a fundamental decision. A pilot, it still doesn't matter, but to feel like, oh man, this is Kobe Bryant and the family, they got to get to this game. I don't want to fly this helicopter, but I feel compelled to, and I think I can do it. And then something bad happens. They're not going to let that plane fly if you can't see, and if the winds are too bad and there's too much this, that, and the third going, they'll just say, hey, we're just going to wait until tomorrow. But I feel like there was a lot done to Boeing itself. And not that they're okay and not guilty of a lot of fucked up shit, because they are. If employees... that's where I think Boeing's problem is. And I don't think it's them making and designing planes as much as, it is for other countries to have the education and tools to succeed, I guess, like we do. I think there should be action taken on somebody speaks up, they get fired. Okay, yeah, that's obviously not acceptable. I don't know. I just think people forget that there is a big difference between what pilots do here and how things are done here versus how things are done across seas. And try not to mix the two up, because there's a reason why planes haven't went nose down here, because they've been able to handle it. There was a precautionary thing that the pilots went through, that if this happened, they knew what to do, right? That's not the case for other countries, whether it's because they neglected to just train. I don't know. I'm not a pilot. Maybe I shouldn't speak on it, but I do want you guys to remember that there is there's a difference between flying, I don't know. I'll just stop. How about that? I'll just stop. I just think that the accident record, I think, is pretty damn great. At least for us. I don't care if it's an Airbus, Boeing, United Airlines, right? Whether it's a Boeing or an Airbus, or if it's American Airlines, United Airlines, Delta. I can't think of any American crash in the past few years. Not that it's okay, not to, to say, we shouldn't have any, but again, we're humans. We're meant to be on the ground. And there are some crazy, unforeseen things that could happen. But I don't know. They're talking about prosecuting them and stuff. I guess if they're going to prosecute anybody, it needs to be because they threatened someone's job for speaking up about safety. Yes, prosecution, I could see that. Or something, them being fined or something, I could see that. This looks like it wants to sell off, guys. It looks like this is about to put in a nice candle down like this. So be aware. You could see Boeing down at 175 going into like the end of the day, going into Monday. Sorry about that. I just had to, I don't know. It was kind of on my mind because I watched a video over the weekend and it was just like, I'm like, wait. Like, it was like, they were kind of like agreeing with the politicians, this, that, and the third. And what's funny about that is that they know what they're doing. Like, it's, hey, I'm going to grill you. At the end of the day, they're friends, and Boeing, him, the CEO, is giving them guys money. So, like, let's not get it twisted. It's all rhetoric. There's a reason why American Airlines, United Airlines, Delta, there's a reason why none of them came. But the Boeing CEO did. And don't think that he ain't helping fund some of those politicians' pockets for their, when they go on, to get reelected. They know what they're doing. He knows what they're doing, and they're all in on it together. So don't get played. All right? They're not. He talks about 300 million or 3 million a year, 300 million. That's a 40% increase. Yeah, that's true. The people should get that. But in all reality, that's, is it a lot of money? Yes, maybe, but it's not crazy amount of money that this is what the corporate world can give you if you're the CEO of a Fortune 500 company. It just comes with the nature. If you can run, it comes down to numbers and math. And like my mom said, she think saying that they're all greedy. I'm like, I think you have the word greedy and making a product and selling a lot of that product. If there's 100 billion people and you get $10 from each of them, not only one time, but like a month, you're naturally going to make 200 billion, right? You're going to make a lot of money if you can sell a lot of products. It doesn't make you, whatever the word I just used was, right? Greedy, right? So, and the reason I say that is because I think that she doesn't even know half the CEOs out there who they even are to even call them greedy in the first place. You just can't put someone making a lot of money to being greedy. So people could be greedy that are making a lot of money, but because they put themselves in a position to where they make a lot of money doesn't necessarily mean that they're greedy, because a lot of that money could go to the university that they learn from. A lot of the what do you call it? Programs that they sponsor. Like maybe they could do like Children's Hospital gets, a few million every year from him. All the people that are around him, from what he owns, and other people are able to have a good life because he can bring in enough money to provide others. So sometimes I think we all kind of, because without them, there is no us. I'm going to say that, and without them, there is no, army that we have and military that we have. So, but that's all. I'm not going to go down a long, crazy road with that. But, there CEOs that are greedy. Oh, for sure. For sure. But at least know them and know who the hell it is you're talking about before, you just think that corporate America is greedy. No, they just put themselves in a position to be able to make a lot of money. They just understand math. That's all it is. It's math. It's this company is worth 100 billion because there's 100 billion people on Earth, and we just went and got $1 from each and every one of them. Now slap a 4 multiple on that. That's a $400 billion company, right? And that's only getting the $10 from all these people on Earth one time. And here's the thing. There's always new people being born. And that's why it's always good to just continue to buy assets. And when you get paid, take some of it. Put it in other places, right? So when there's more people being born, there's more people buying shit. And there's more, more products being sold, more money being made, right? So if you just learn the basics of economics, as long as nothing crazy is happening, we're not getting hit with a comment, and money matters, just continue to buy, right? Buy pullbacks. And there's so many people that aren't invested, I feel like should be. You know, and there's probably a lot of money that's in these markets that are trapped from years ago that people never pulled back out because they've either passed away, didn't know it was in there, forgot about it, and it's just trapped and it's just been sitting in there. And let's also real quick before I throw this trash away and get a bottle of water, I don't mean to go down this route, but be thankful that we even can do this, because there's countries and places where they can't do this because they're either not connected or they're too, you know, their religion doesn't allow them, or their country just doesn't have it, or they're just not, again, in the in crowd. They don't, you know, they're, you know, you don't have to have money to do this in the United States and some other countries, right? So let's be thankful, because this can be one of the greatest tools that you have to get you where you want to be. Not only get you where you want to be, it's like, it's not even really about material things, but it enables you to be able to help some other people out. Like, that's the bigger factor I feel with this. It can do one of many things. Whatever those things are that you choose, if you do it correctly, you know, the market's there for you. The market doesn't tell you you can't make 30,000 this week. The market doesn't say you can't make $5,000 this morning or next week. 30 grand, 50 grand, whatever it is. The market doesn't put a cap on your earning. Right? That's the thing. Because there's, just in the United States, there's $22 trillion just in the market. So since there's a lot of money, you're capable to make a lot of money. Right? That's just the United States. Now, that's not China, Australia, Japan, Europe, right? All these other countries that are also in the markets in America. All right, but anyway, I hope you guys had a good week. It's kind of slow. Uh-oh, hold up. So, okay, so what? It's downsized by 14% this year. Are they just trying to start something and say something about Tesla? See what it sounds like. So yeah, like I said, we'll have a video out this weekend. Just remember, you know, semiconductors and NVIDIA. NVIDIA put in this candle here, this daily candle inside. It's called a reversal, inside reversal candle, whatever you want to call it, where it takes out, you know, not just 1 but 2 days. You gap up and it completely takes back the prior day. And in this case, just in 2 days, 1, 2, 3, 4 days you took back. And that's why. What's up, Brandon? DJT is running. Let's go. Appreciate you, bro. That's exactly why I started this channel. Let's go. Let's do this. Nice. Let's go. Let's go. We might be able to get a trade off here at the end of the day. Let's go. All right, guys. Watch this level right here. Here we go. 26.48, 26.50. You should get your 15-minute trade line as well. Just hold on. Be careful. You got that pivot low from yesterday. Also lining right up with trade line, which is also right here with this previous level right there. There's your 15-minute trade line coming in right here. Coming in right here. As this pulls back, that should lift up on your 15-minute trade line, bottom left. And then that pivot low from yesterday, right there at $26 flat. Let's see what happens here. Let me look at this. Let me look at this. All right, DJT, I appreciate you, Brandon. Good stuff, bro. Appreciate you bringing that up. All right, so the 200 days up there. We have support down. Oh, we haven't even made it there. Wow. Yo, if we could take back this candle, we could see DJT right back to the 200-day and at least at $28, $29. Even a gap fill. Holy shit. It's on. It's going back to the 200-day, isn't it? Fuck. Sorry, I just have to... Alright, and my mic is on. Let me put this up here. Just give me 1 second, guys. I'm sorry. I wasn't ready. Alright. Boom. Yes, let this thing pull back. I mean, honestly, I gotta say, I would like to have this thing hold. I don't know, man. This thing might be done. I think that might be it. Fuck, that sucks, Brent. As you know, as long as you guys got some of it, I think you might get a consolidation from now until the end of the day, and then you see the after hours rip and the gap up into Monday. Like, it needs to consolidate. It does. And I think it's going to. It might not. Don't get me wrong. I think you're going to sit here, and you had nothing here. Like, look at that double top up there on a 3-minute chart. Once you broke above here, you kind of just ripped because there was nothing to the left of you to stop you until you got up there at 27.30. Let's see. Let's see if we can look. And look at the volume. The volume just died because of that very reason. I think you're going to sit here, and I do think after hours you see the rip. I think you see after hours Friday afternoon go, and we might get a gap up going into Monday. Because what happens is if we waste time right now, you'll get that 2 minute, 1 minute, 3 minute, 5 minute, and 15-minute RSI and MACD to cool down. You're ready to rip on the half-hour, hour, 2-hour, bang. That still has a ways to go. That's why I think you're going to fill the gap. But look at the volume, right? Look at the 1 minute. Look how the volume stopped on the buy side. Look at it. It just stopped. See how it just stopped right there? And you should get buyers to step in here. Listen, I'm not going to say that I know everything, but if I had to make a bet, I think this thing is going to consolidate into the close right here. And let's see. Let's just watch and find out. Look at it's just falling off now. I just think that if it eats up time, that's a better opportunity for a gap up going into Monday. Let's see. Just make sure if you see it extend and rip, make sure it's got volume like this candle here. Like, look. Okay. I think they're getting ahead of themselves. It needs to be higher than that breakout. There was an increase in volume on the breakout, and now the volume just stopped. Just stopped. Like, look, there's people that are going to try to go long this, and just look at that. All right, look at that. The volume just completely shit the bed. And I think this is what happens. Maybe you put in a pennant here and kind of consolidate. And then kind of just waste some time here. And then it goes. There it goes. Okay, cool. Let's go. That's it. There you go. That's it. People are going to get scared now. Look how fast that went. Yeah. 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 Wow, that's surprising. All right, I got to go for it. That's your signal right there. That's it. All right. I'm going to look for next week. Where's our 200 at? What do we have? 20, or what is that? 29 and 30. Next week. Man, they're so freaking June 28th. Oh man, I have to log in again. Wow, nice. I don't know if there's news or not. I said this, watch, man. There was a nice interview with him, and I think that was going to affect this. Or I said it could affect the name. Come on, please. It's not going to let me scan it. It's froze. Damn it. Alright, so your next level's up there at $29. Alright, so we have 28, 29, 94, 125. I'm going to look for the 30s. Yeah, give me a $30 DJT call on the pullback. Hold on. I'm just upset that I'm not in this sooner. Alright, that's for next week. I'm not entering it yet. I do have it up. All I have to do is click in a minute. Alright, there we go. Now we can zoom in. Come on, you gonna give me 27 or not? Fuck, man, that sucks. Fuck. Make sure it's got volume, guys. Look on the 1 minute so you know short term when you get those crazy pops that you have volume and you're not chasing after something that is messing with you. That's all I ask you guys to do, because I don't want you guys getting screwed. You'll verify it by an increase in volume. Here you go. Watch 27. Watch 27. And I have the $30 calls up for next week. June 28th. It's a small position. I'm not giving my money back this week. All right, it's a small position. $38.2 puts you right up there at that 27 level. Yep, look at that. Like, look at the 3-minute chart. That's a perfect 38.2 fib. You get that trade line, it's already acted as support on the 3-minute. So, all right, here's the other part to this too. At 26.50, look at the 15-minute trade line. You're way extended. Way extended up there. It could remain extended. But if you can just consolidate for a minute here, man, we only got, what, 1, 2 left? You have 2 candles left on the 15-minute chart. That sucks. You might get people to take profit there. Great call out, Brandon. I appreciate it, man. Yes. Yes. Yep. That was an awesome call out, man. I greatly appreciated that, bro. I was just yapping away, and y'all were out there working, watching charts like you should, and I was just trying to be amusing, or not really amusing, but, you know, just trying to, you guys know. You guys get it. All right, so I'm going to watch that, I'm going to watch 27, and again, I'm going for next week, $30 calls if I get in this. Anything can happen. You know, maybe I should have just bought the stock outright. I could have done that, but I was a little late. I was a little late trying to get in this. You have some really nice support down there at 25 and 24. I would like to see us hit that 200-day at $30. I would like that. Like, come in with like a nice gap up on Monday or something. But we need a pullback. We need a pullback. So here we go. Look, 9 EMA, 3-minute chart was major support level. Watch 27. Watch 27. All right, so that's high a day. You just touched the opening price right there. All right, so you're back below it. Watch 27. Here we go. I mean, your 32 fib, 38.2 fib is lining right up with $27 from low a day. So this could be a buy signal here. Even though the 15 minutes a little doing too much. Again, this is going to be a really low position. Where are we at right now? I just want to see the options price. 70 cents. 89. So you can see after that pullback, they've widened the spread. So where did somebody get filled at? Let me see here.
Every day, more dog people are deciding it's time to quit the kibble and feed their dogs fresh food from the farmer's dog.
28.
Made by vets and delivered right to your door. Precisely portioned for your dog.
26.50 is the 9 EMA for the 15-minute chart. $30 calls. All right, 80, 85 last. 80. So somebody just got filled at 80 cents. I don't want like all these. Okay, there we go. So we have. So now the spreads are nice and tight. Spreads are tight. There, we did see 75, 70 cents on there. I would like to try to get that. I'm not sure if I'm able to. I may try to take an entry here, but I'm reluctant. I'm reluctant to try and wait for this 26 level and see what she does. That was a mean tail. Yes, I'm gonna throw up Mobileye. I want to watch this real quick because I need to. Like I said, this is what I gotta make. I want to try to make some money here, but I'm gonna get into that. I'm gonna bring it up. I don't want to miss this trade if I can get it.
All right, we're back. The growth ETF has been outperforming the value ETF by more than 15% so far this year. No big surprise to anybody who's been watching this market, obviously. Well, my next guest is recommending taking profits from growth and further allocating them towards value. Joining me.
All right, come on, let's go. All right, let's see watch these orders. So time and sales is on the top right. I'm not really seeing any orders coming in yet. Level 2. So DJT level 2 is to the left of the screen, and then to the right is the options level 2 for the $30 calls for next week. Fuck, I could have got 80. I could have got filled at 80 cents and went ahead and just scalped it there. I can try a limit order here. Let me see if I can get a limit order. I doubt they're going to fill me. Because I feel like this thing might break down. Let's see, 88. 0.79. Alright, so I just put in good for the day, 79. Let's see here. Let's see what happens here. Okay, let's see, 70. Cancel. Oh, I'm filled, guys. I'm in. I'm filled. Yeah, they got me. Alright, well, I'm in. Alright, I'm in that. Alright, I got a limit. Bro, come on.
I'm interested in fundamentals here because by the end of the year,
let's see here.
earnings growth for value is actually
They might have got me there, guys. I might have messed myself up with that limit order. Let's see here. Nope, yep, somebody got in. There's people lower. 30, June 28th.
Yeah, so it's potentially a passing of the baton. And then you look at macro.
Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to throw out a limit order for half of this at like 84? I'm thinking 88, but like 84? That's a low volume pullback there. Yes, I'm going to put out 0.84. Good for the day, and I'll see what happens here. Let's see what happens here. Come on, go, 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 go. All right. So it'll be a very small position if I can get it and get it filled. See if we can get a pop. Even if we can get a pop here. 88, 89 already. I was thinking 88. Come on. I might take this away because it feels like they're just going to jump it to 89. Oh, those bastards. Look, did you guys see that? They went and put it at 83. And I put mine at 84. Did you see all the... I mean, I know there's going to be orders at like all of them, but that was a lot, though. There was a lot at 83. That was a lot. I'm going to hang on. Again, I think you get this 15-minute trade line to come in. We're running out of time here. Do the shorts cover going into the weekend? Maybe they're thinking about trying to cover, you know, after hours, right? Because they've made a lot of money. You know, they've sold, they've made a lot. You know, I think, I don't know. I think I might need to close my limit. I don't know. I'm okay with this. It's next week, the 200-day moving average. I may take this limit order away. Look at them, 83 to 86. You just seen a bunch of people jump as soon as the numbers came up there. $3 billion worth of DJT stock, yeah. Fuck. Look, they're all ready. Already. Look at that, 93. I know it. I know it.
I appreciate you promoting both programs. Sebastian Page, doing work for us. Thank you. We'll talk to you soon. Thank you. Have a good weekend. All right. Sebastian, T-Raw, obviously. Up next, we're tracking the biggest movers as we head into the close. Pippa Stevens back with that. What do we see now, Pippa?
Hey, Scott. Well, one airplane parts manufacturer taking off on a potential deal. The details coming up next.
All right, hold up, guys. I think there's an accident here. I think I'm at... God damn it. Yeah, that's fucked. I should have just kept it there. But it's all good. Let's see here. Let's see what happens. See if we can knock out some small profits. I got some of that off there at 84 cents. I'm thinking about, well, I don't know. I would like to, but I think we can get a better price. I think we can. This is some nice volume, but so if you look at the daily chart, I think you can get a bounce to the 200-day. I don't see why we can't get to 30 bucks and bounce back to reject like well, see, this is, you know what, 25 is, I don't know, man. I got to be honest with you, it's not a safe bet. I gotta be honest. The volume is dropping off on the sell side. It's just the bell's going to be ringing soon. It's not something I would recommend. I would say for anybody that wants to ask me a suggestion, the suggestion would be wait until Monday, and I wouldn't even fool with it. Unless you get a massive sell-off down to 25. I think 25 to 24 is just where you got to be a buyer if you want to get calls, right? And look for that bounce back into the 200-day. I think you're better off trying to get the, like, back. You had to be in from, like, this low a day. You know, 24, 25. Wait, I'm filled, guys. No, I'm not filled. I am not filled yet. I lowered I have some orders at 85, 84, and an order at 88 on these. So I'll let you guys know as soon as I'm good. It feels like they're going to clock us out. They're going to just rip it, fill all these orders, and then be done with it. It's kind of my sense here. All right, let's go. Where are we at here? 82. All right, let's go. Get a pop. Get them all sucked in. That one. I don't like that the 1 minute is below the 9 EMA. Let me see if what they'll give me on a market order here. Hold up. See, that's a nice little pop. They should. Come on, guys. Come on. I got screwed last week. No, they just want to fucking dick me. Yeah, I'm just sitting here. I have an order out, but I'm actually hitting market order on these pops real quick to see what I can get filled at. Preview, go back. Preview, go back. And they're trying to fill me on the bid, but there's orders. You know what? Let me see. Let me see here. If anybody want... See, they just keep fucking with this thing. This is what I don't like. That's that shit I don't like. Guys, I would wait until Monday. Unless you're buying the stock outright.
Hey, Scott, Spirit AeroSystems rising after Reuters reported Boeing is nearing a deal to buy back
There's a little bit more.
The two sides have been in talks for months, and Reuters citing people familiar
Come on,
with the
give us a
matter.
pop. The volume's gone, man.
Airbus has been cleared. And Hertz is jumping after upsizing a bond offering to $1 billion.
What did I get in for? Do you guys remember? Hold on, let me see. 79. My fucking phone's freezing up.
30,000 EVs, with Hertz saying it's already sold 19,000. The stock up nearly 16%. Scott?
Sorry, I'm not buying stock. Yeah. Yeah, wait for pullbacks and see, you know, I'd like to try and get a pop into the 200 day. Here it goes. It's about to pop, and I just lowered all my orders to a limit order down. I feel like they're going to fill me. But that'll be okay. I'll be okay with that. I just got all my orders down. Alright, let's see here. Let's see. Alright, there we go. There is, let me see here. What is that? Half? A quarter? It's like, not a quarter, but like 3/8 off. So there's four contracts I got off of there. Come on, bro. Fucking come on. I would wait, guys. I wouldn't, because I'm having trouble here. I'm just going to market order the rest out of this and see what I can get. My phone is freezing. It's not freezing up, but my broker is acting funny. Like, it's just... So let me see here. Let me see what it'll give me if I click market. Let's see here. It's going to try and give me 70. I'll let you guys know. Hold on. All right, so let's do it. I'm outie. Wait. So no, hold on. I must be filled. I'm out. Yeah, they filled the rest of my orders on this pop here. That was funny because they were filling me at 81, trying to fill me at 81 cents. So I'm out of that, guys. I guess they got me at 84 cents. Yeah, it's showing. See, like my broker's okay. There it goes. It went away now because it was still showing that I had an open order and I didn't. So I'm out of that. That was a really small gain. Really not even worth trading, honestly. It really wasn't for the amount of money that I had in it. Good percentage isn't bad. Here's what I would say. Honestly, low a day. What's that line up with? Your 15-minute trade line? I'd watch that low a day. So I will watch DJT for the next few days. Whoa, what happened to the daily chart there? And I would watch this. It's crazy because this thing could still pull back and you know, give you some more downside. You have a gap there at like, it's not a gap. Never mind. Your previous low is at 22.82 ish. My cat's starting up again. God, Abby, hold on. Yeah, no, I mean, like you say, Blue, you just got to trade it. You know what I mean? That's what these are good for. It's a lot of liquidity, and these are just trades. There's definitely opportunity here. Look at that. I fucking... That's a shake and bake. Get them a little worried. Coming into the bell. Look at them. They're up to $1 now. That's a... Oh, my God. You motherfuckers. Oh, shit. It's all good. I'm just glad that I did not take that for a loss. This thing can go. Let it go. I don't care. I'm just glad that I was able to get out for a profit on that. Because I started to get... It's not that I got nervous. Yeah, look at that. I knew it. I knew it. It was going to hang on. And they were going to get cautious because the shorts have made some good money here going into the weekend. I figured maybe they just like sit this thing out like to the bell and then run it up after hours. But it feels like you're getting some momentum there. Maybe some people want to get up. They want to leave the office early and they're like, you know what? I just got to get out of this shit because I want to go to the beach and they don't want to have to stay after. They don't want to be in the office at 6 o'clock selling DJT when they could be on their way to the Hamptons or something. You know what I mean? So, I'm getting your pop. Man, that's crazy. So, we got in there, I guess, what, 77 cents I think they filled me at? I think I fudged myself because I think I put in a limit order to buy and then it pulled back and I ended up paying more than I should have. So... fucking definitely not worth the money, but or the worry or headache for an 800, you know, just under $1,000 position size, you know, fucking 10 contracts to make freaking $5-10 a piece. Like that wasn't worth it at all, and there it goes. I just didn't want to be stuck in, even though we have until next week, like, you know, I would much rather wait. You know what I'm saying? I would much rather wait and get in where I want to get in instead of just, you know, because again, I didn't get it. If I was in it down there at the bottom, it'd be a different story here with this trade. But for anybody that took in is still in it, you know, I would look for 28 as your target. Maybe you put in a nice double top up here at $28. You can see the buy side's kind of slowing up too because of the end coming into the end of the day. You're getting more more and more people buying less and less calls because they know it's the end of the day and they don't want to be stuck in calls and not be able to get out when the bell rings, right? So naturally, market makers aren't going to have to buy as many shares to cover, get themselves hedged for that $30 call because the bell's getting ready to ring. And people are like, man, it's at the high. At least sensible traders, right? At least people that kind of know what they're doing are going to be thinking that way. They're going to be like, man, maybe I got a few minutes after the bell rings to get out of it, but I don't know. I don't know how it works anymore. Because I thought it was only like the indexes and you had until like 4:30 on a Friday to like maneuver an original stock around, but I guess with CrowdStrike, I learned that it's like 5:30, 6 o'clock. So I don't know. I don't know anything anymore, I guess. Because I never really there was a point in time when I did know it, and it's been so long ago that I'm just like, I don't sell spreads or I don't write off a lot of contracts to have to worry about, so I don't really know the timing on the Friday and stuff. But it's been a good week. It's been a good day. I didn't make a whole lot of money, but I definitely had some nice trades today. I had some nice trades. Tesla. Traded Tesla 3 times today. Upside, downside, and then upside again. So yeah, I hope you guys had a great week. And we'll have a video out this week, kind of recapping what happened this week. Need to put any type of positions to buy any shares in the stock. Don't think I ever will. Yeah, no, I think you have to, you want to wait until, you know, here's what I would say. If you ever want to try trading and stuff like that, you can always practice. You got to learn. I think a lot of people got to learn first before, or find out and spend time. The longer you have behind the monitor and you really put in the work to record your screen, record you, how do you act, understanding, kind of, you know, coming to a point where you understand what's going on. Like understanding right then and there why I didn't think we were going to get a breakout, because, you know, how many people are going to be buying $30 calls 10, 15, 20 minutes into the end of the day? Yeah, maybe next week calls. But then again, when you think about it, shorts may not want to stay in the office and sit there and cover DJT shorts all week, or you know, after hours, because they want to leave and go to the beach or something, and this thing's popping off. So they're going to try to get out of it in case something happens. And again, that interview I told you guys about, actually, I'm surprised didn't have this thing going up higher today. With Chamal something wouldn't want to be or something. I don't know his name. But anyway, you can always buy a few shares. They're $3, $4, or $5. Buy, you know, 4 or 5 shares. You know, understand how to have a stop loss. Understand how to submit limit orders, stop on quote orders, hotkeys, and be able to see, okay, we're holding VWAP trade line and entering there. It extends, taking your profit, just learning how to be a trader. It's difficult, but it takes a lot of work. It takes a little bit of time, and it gets easier with time. I will say that. But I hope you guys had a great week. We're going to have another video or a live stream either Saturday, probably tomorrow night. And we'll go over some charts and we'll kind of recap what happened this week. We could do it Saturday morning too. That's also another option. Maybe I'll do that. I'll get it ready for tomorrow morning. That way, you know, we kind of keep it in our minds what happened, right? We have DJT, Coinbase making a nice reversal there, going back into the 50-day. So, yeah, that's that. I hope you guys had a wonderful week. I want to say thank you all for being here today. And let's close it out strong, guys. Let's close it out strong. Let's go. Come on. I will go over Mobileye, by the way. Yeah, I didn't forget. I got you.
It's down a so-called deficiency, but the Fed said that Citi's plan had a shortcoming. That's the less severe mark. And because they disagreed, they gave Citi the less severe shortcoming result. Citi said in a statement to CNBC, quote, "While we've made substantial progress on our transformation, we've acknowledged that we have had to accelerate our work in certain areas, including improving data quality and regulatory processes, such as resolution planning." The firm said it continues to, quote, "have confidence that Citi could be resolved without an adverse systemic impact or the need for taxpayer funds." Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan declined to comment. Haven't heard back from B of A yet, but the shortcomings are expected to be addressed in the next plans due July 2025. Scott.
Didn't you say earlier today that the stress tests are the results of that are next week?
Yes.
More important, I think we can say, to stock direction than this?
Absolutely more important, because these are what determines how the banks perform in an adverse economic scenario. And so based on those results,
I knew the stress tests were coming out.
They get a certain stress capital buffer, which is a number by the regulators, which determines how much they can, if they so choose, return capital to shareholders. And that is much more indicative of the stock price than these shortcomings.
Leslie Picker, have a good weekend.
The SPY literally tapping right where we opened up. The markets did not move really at all today. I would say that's a win for the bulls. That is a win for the bulls, that we have pulled back, held prior highs. We have to take note that this is oh my god, that fucking hurt so bad. I'm so sorry. Oh my god, I'm sorry, guys. I was trying to get there, and the minute I thought about it, it happened. God, that blew my eardrum out, guys. That was so loud in my ear. If it was better for you. Alright, anyway. NBLY. I haven't looked at this in quite some time. This is was a fun stock to trade. I'm coming, Boo-Boo. Hold on. I'm gonna get you some. My cat's just wanting to eat and wanting me to feed her. She's... Alright, Mobileye. Where you at? 24, 25. I don't know much about their earnings. They do have earnings coming up here in about 3 weeks, 3-4 weeks. 25. Watch 25. You're finding some support there off of $25. Look for a bounce into the 20-day. You do have a... let's see. That's a VCR. What happened here? Do you know what this news was? What happened with Mobileye right here? Do you know what happened like a couple weeks ago? Something happened. It popped and then completely reversed it. And those candles are big. So, I know there was definitely some news there. Man, this thing does trade pretty nicely. Alright, anyway. Look at... Alright, it's going to be an area. This is what I would look at for possible support and resistance. Right there. If you bounce into this level, you have the 100-day moving average. Right there, that blue one. Right? You bounce into it. Let me do this. Let me just keep it let me keep it simple. 27 and 28. Really it's $27 to 28. So it's that whole 27 area. I would watch that 20-day and 100-day. Look for the bounce up here and the resistance at 27.95. And see if you can start to like reclaim it. Right? Because if you do, then you could say, all right, we're looking for $30, $29, $30. I think you're going to have some resistance here, but it's at its lows. Here's the thing with Mobileye. It's been a while, so I guess they're starting or have started their where they can sell it off. No, that was back here. I thought I remembered it. See, this is where things get weird because I don't know this stock. Yeah, it was a good move. It was a good move. I don't know. I think he left anyway. But anyway, I would be careful with Mobileye because it's just... I don't know. There's news here. I don't know what's going on with it. Look for the bounce into the 100-day. That's really all I can say. Other than that, you know, you could just 3-minute and just look for... You have some support there. Look for rejections here off of $27. Look for 27 for a rejection off of there. Alright guys, you guys have a great weekend. I appreciate all of y'all. I love y'all. Guys, stay safe. Alright, don't do anything I wouldn't do. Oh, look at this inverse cup and handle, y'all. Look at that. Look at that. Hold on. That's crazy, isn't it? Hold up. Look at that. Look at that cup and handle. Here's your cup. Like, you could really look at it. Like, look at this. Here is the bottom. I'm using here. Look at that. Let me actually go here. Daily chart. We're already at the daily chart. Look at that. There's an inverse cup and handle. Look. And you have this right there. That's the little handle. Not for the whole thing. And then a nice long lean cup. And then pulls back for the handle. Boom. That's a nice pattern there. So I don't know. I don't know what's about to come next. That was actually a big cup and handle there. Inverse cup and handle. But anyway, as I was saying, all of y'all have a great weekend. I hope you guys have a wonderful weekend. I hope everyone has a safe weekend. Appreciate you guys being here. Much love. If y'all need anything, hit me up at Ivy League Trades on Twitter. If you want to chat, if you just want somebody to talk to, whatever it is. send me an email right over there. And we will be on tomorrow. I don't know exactly what time. Maybe pretty early, 8:30, 9:30, 10:30 in the morning. Do a little live stream. I'll have a list of stocks ready to go, and we'll just go through them. You guys can watch it. Just write the levels down so you guys can keep an eye on it. Try to help you guys' lives a little bit easier. And yeah, we can always do a lesson too on top of that. All right, guys. You guys have a great rest of your weekend. I appreciate and love all of y'all. Again, if you guys need anything at Ivy League Trades, hit me up on Twitter. Until then, I'll see y'all tomorrow and or Monday. Stay safe, guys.
Based on the concerns you see in the back half of the year and just where you expect the overall macro environment to go. On a personal level, for my 18 months ago, I started building more of the tax advantage